When I saw you at the bar, with the tattoos on your arm, you inked yourself into my heart. You said it wouldn't hurt too much. Said the months are passing by, moving together by the time. You made my sorrows run and wine. There's nothing I denied. And all I wanted was to keep it true. Swear these bouquets of flowers were for you. Maybe my kindness seemed like a disgrace. One day I woke up to your breakup, you're alone now. And though my heart wants you to stay, the only thing I've left to say is girl, good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck, yeah. For all the douchebags in your life, all the jerks calling your wife, I say good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck. Tears are passing, times are hard. I saw you last night at the bar, and all you tattoo is a scar. I hope it didn't hurt too much. All I wanted was to keep it true. Swear these bouquets of flowers are for you. Honey, my kindness isn't a disgrace. It's just to make up for the breakup. I'm alone now. And though my heart wants you to stay, the only thing I've left to say is girl, good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck, yeah. For all the douchebags in your life, all the jerks calling your wife, I say good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck.
Je regarde autour de moi, quand je marche dans les rues, au milieu de tout ce bruit, les gens ne savent pas que je vis dans mes chansons, que souvent je suis perdu, que je rêve loin d'ici. Sur mon piano, je joue pour m'évader, comme un anti-héros, toujours à te chercher, la nuit dans les studios. Je joue pour exister, lutter contre le temps, rester vivant. Si je chante, si je tape sur mon clavier, sur des rythmes fous, sur des accords magiques, si je danse comme les notes sur la portée, si je cours et si je vis pour la musique, c'est toujours pour te trouver. Sur la scène chaque soir, sur le rythme des guitares, je retrouve le public comme un cadeau. Je joue pour m'évader sur les synthétiseurs. Je joue pour partager dans les yeux, dans les cœurs. Je joue pour exister, lutter contre le temps, rester vivant. Si je chante, si je tape sur mon clavier, sur des rythmes fous, sur des accords magiques, si je danse comme des notes sur la portée, si je cours et si je vis pour la musique, si je chante, si je tape sur mon clavier, sur des rythmes fous, sur des accords magiques, si je danse comme les notes sur la portée, si je cours et si je vis pour la musique, toujours pour te trouver.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know, fire and dragons, such a cliche. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn, they channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that? Of course there is more to see, and so much more to learn. Classifications of champions, other unique Dragonlands, discoveries both old and delightfully new. You're an enterprising little mortal creature, so figure it out. I am certain your exploits will be most delicious to observe.
Four turns to the left, I can be the best that you ever had if you want it, baby. Four turns to the right, I can hold you tight, 'cause tonight it can get a little crazy. Four turns while the raindrops keep falling down. I heard that you're scared that I'll make you frown, but I'm certain you wake up and I'm around. Hear me now, we got time we can waste, and all of the space. My mind is awake and my heart is racing. So let me hear you say it, ooh, baby. I'm spinning in circles, swimming deep under surface. Can't feel that I'm certain when you fall into my arms. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't know now. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, steps to the front. I know what you want, so don't fight if you really wanna have it. 4 steps to the back. Now you can just relax, cause the passion will make it automatic. 4 steps, all directions are open wide. I felt a connection so deep inside. I swear when we're dancing I come alive. So alive. We got time we can waste, and all of the space. My mind is awake and my heart is racing. So let me hear you say it. Ooh, baby, I'm spinning in circles, swimming deep under surface. You can feel that I'm certain when you fall into my arms. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't know now. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't need to know.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
You got the fire. Are you down to play? I won't give the game away. No need to shout. Now the secret's out. I came here to slay. You might not live another day. Now we'll find out. You got the fire in you. You got the fire in you. You better follow it through. I think you know what to do. You got the fire. We've been here before. We have knocked on every door. We never learn, and we won't be turned. Get down on the floor. Just what are you waiting for? Wanna see you burn. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. Let's start this up again. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. You got the fire. You got the fire in you. You got the fire in you. You better follow
kein abgefuckter Brit-Popper. Ein Kick-Trip, Rock und Rap mit Doppel-Kick-Glocke. Verbreit mehr Clans als Meister Propper. Und wenn ich erstmal loslege, nennt man mich den Never-Stopper. Bin kein Geldzocker und auch kein Weed-Dropper. Strahle Ruhe aus, Mann, weil ich bin halt locker. Hört ihr meinen Sound, haut euch vom Hocker. Andere MCs haben Angst, dann mich die Schocker. Weil mein Bass fetter kommt als ein Doppelwort. Mein Doppel-Kick-Style, den ich euch verklickt, weil komm mal relax und auch mal scharf wie ein Flex. Frauen nennen mich, wenn's auch nicht stimmt, ihren Ex. Und schade find ich, weil ich lieb halt Sex. On Stage geh ich ab wie Kollege Specs. In meine Haare kommt mir nur Dex-Wax. Weil es hat keinen Sinn, damit was anderem dran zu gehen. Weil ohne würden die einfach nicht so geil stehen. Ich mach mein Hobby zu meinem Beruf, weil ich Musik einfach liebe. Und kein Fake-Ass bin, wie so manche billige Cover-Diebe. Und meine Triebe mich einfach zum Rap führen. Es ist für mich eine Pflicht, wie für den Telekom die Gebühr. Ich rocke jede Show, ich bin für euch ein Drang. Ich bin für euch ein guter Fang. So nehmt das S zum D zum E zum V zum E zum O. Ich gebe bei euch den Flow-Zwang. Steve Oman, ja. Hey, hey, yo. Get your hands down. Let's go. Get your hands down. It's that Jason. I'm about to. Yes, yo. Hey, get your hands down. Wir zwei machen die Show. Steve O. It's that Jason. I'm about to. The nation.
I let the cameras roll. I'm flipping the freak show. Bounce like a 6-4. Flashlight like the popo. Every time C.O. laying the show. Girls all dressed up, top so see-through. Top dogs got they wrists on freeze. Ooh. We roaming the streets, flipping the club. 1, 2 to the beat. Ooh, good music ain't the hit list. Ooh, can I get a witness? Rattle till you roll, cats under control. Eat from the same bowl, keep the clutch on hold. This is how it's done, how you do it. You're too late to blow the spot, we done blew it. Handle your business like you Jewish. Like Leah Conan, hearing through it and make an escape in the XJS, Jago Chrome. God bless Ty Jason, buying a bar out. On school in the 80 proof, no doubt. Living dirty, we call it the max out. Putting nasty tracks out.
Yeah, where your hands at? Rock, where your hands at? Hey, hey, yo, wir haben den Flow. Steve-O, it's that Jason. I'm about to explode. I say, hey, hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show. Steve-O, it's that Jason. I'm rocking your nation. Hey, hey, yo, wir haben den Flow. Steve-O, it's that Jason. I'm about to explode. I say, hey, hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show. Steve-O, it's that Jason. I'm rocking the nation.
Si entráis, no habléis, si habláis, gritad, si me queréis, muerto y gritad. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo siempre negaré saber que debo confesar. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo jamás confesaré saber que
It's day 3 of our first Golden Spatula Cup of Set 7. Welcome back to TFT Rising Legends. My name is Niberia, joined here by Murnio and Impetuous Panda. And before I ask them for any of their opinions, thoughts, or feelings on the day, chat, I want to know how you're doing. All right, well, since they're not responding to me at all, Murnio, Panda, we're coming in here, day number 3. What have you guys been up to day number 2? Your thoughts coming out of that day? Because we had an action-packed set of games.
I'm actually so pumped. We have so many good games seen yesterday. I mean, we have seen so much Swain. We have seen so much Varus. We've seen once Volibear carry. I mean, I didn't think that I'm going to see it in this tournament, but he did it. Solvi played it, and it was insane. He took the first place. So I'm really pumped for this day, and I'm looking forward.
I'm all about the Spanish bias, and Spain is the most represented country in day 3. This hasn't happened in all the time I've been casting TFT, so I will take advantage of it and mention it 25 times today. Also have great players like Dadasum and Revan, so from a Spanish standpoint, I'm so pumped for today, but from a general standpoint as well, I think we've seen great TFT, great players all around, and a lot of countries represented in day 3, so super excited for today.
It's really funny because I imagine some of you in chat think this is a bit that David does. It's a bit where he's just like, yeah, I'm biased towards the Spanish players, but behind the scene, he's like, well, I'm going to take a really measured approach, and I think I'm going to focus on this player. No, we did the prep sheet for today, and he was like, I've already finished all of the players from the Iberian Peninsula. You guys handle the rest. I don't care anymore. It's the funniest thing. And we love having that. You know, we love having the bias. And of course, Murnio, you were talking how much about, you were proud of Salvi, you know, as a German yourself. Happy to see him coming into day 3.
I mean, he was always one of the best German players, and he several times went first and second at the same time in ladder, and got really far in many tournaments. Actually won some tournaments in the German league, and was really popular in the German scene. Even he was streaming in the English scene, and I'm really proud that at least one person is remaining in this tournament.
And of course, for anyone who was not here yesterday or the day before, give you an idea of what we're watching here. Of course, this is Rising Legends, the premier TFT EMEA League. Very fancy. And if you're wondering what the hell happened day 2, what are we talking about? We've got a quick recap video for you guys to check out, and then we'll move on to talking more about today's games.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup. We've reduced now down to 64 players. The excitement is going to be there for sure. The tournament meta might be a little bit more refined, but just really a great day of TFT coming up for us today on the Saturday.
Who you are here to see battle for the crown, the chance to get through to day 3 and a guaranteed place at the EMEA finals lying at the end of this particular rainbow. Varus was able to get the job done. I think this time it's going to be a whole different story. The Flames broiled Varus. It wasn't even close at the end.
Salvi's lobby and everyone else is just living in it at this point. The Anivia 3, the Legend buff coming in on 2 units. You've now got more backline. Salvi will take the lobby, but the Volibear so high on HP. Talon does nothing. Zaya does nothing. Nobody can stop the 3-star bear as Salvi finds his way to the top of the lobby.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Zaya's doing it! Nice. Point. Okay, wait, what is this?
Wait, that's a 2-star sheet. 2-7.
Uncontested, Nidalee stuck in the very back line, like you said. That means so much damage is being lost here on the side of Revan's board. Nidalee has just started getting going, but it looks like it doesn't matter. She's not even necessary. Revan takes round number 5.
But here, if this Siphon is going to jump right now to his Deja,
call an ambulance,
okay, so
but not for me.
So there might be hope for now.
Deja's trying to destroy the enemy. Shen against Deja, and Deja destroys him.
Going to turn now onto the Siphon. Second wind, augment of the day, popping off. And now Aoshin in trouble, assassinated by the Olaf, and Aki, after a legendary turnaround, gets taken out. Number 1 spot secured by Odessa. Our Spanish player makes it to the top 16 once more. All right, y'all, now you're caught up. You know what went down yesterday. Day one, there's a recap for that out there if you want to go back to the day two broadcast later, but you don't need it. You don't need it. You just saw the top 64. We're down to the top 16 players from 128 at the start of this Golden Spatula Cup. So let's toss up those names on the board. And I know for me, I was really looking at these newer faces coming into the scene who may have had their very first taste of competitive TFT this weekend.
Yeah, maybe not just the newer faces, but the faces we don't see as often. They're not household names. Players like Skarambas, for example, you don't see as often as other players like Basic, for example. So well known in the community as a streamer, as a top player since so many sets ago. Salvi as well, Mourinho, in your case, kind of the same deal, right?
Right, Salvi is, as I said, one of the best German players, and we are all proud in the German community that at least one person is getting to the final day. After the first day, we had about from 13 players, only 4 or 3. So the chance to get one finalist wasn't that high, and at least we got one player, and I think that he's really the best one.
And you know, we were talking a little bit earlier, Mourinho, during the break, and you were mentioning that Shirimi is one of those players that really grabbed your attention early on in the competition.
I usually don't know Shirimi before we started in this tournament, and I watched some games of him, just analyzed his LOL chess account, watched his win rate, and he wasn't really the highest player in this tournament since 3-4 seasons or sets. He didn't play in many tournaments, wasn't really the highest player, and he's still really strong. Got to the last section of this tournament, to the final day, played a lot of Siphon carry, wasn't that strong, but after he started playing Xayah, Deja and Varus reroll, he got really strong and got back into this game and went to the last day of this tournament.
And of course, we've got everyone's favorite segment coming up. We're going to focus down on the 3 players that we're most excited about here on the day. Panda, who's your favorite so far?
Do you have to ask me, Nigeria? I mean, yesterday was Revan. Now I'm going to spread the love to Dalesom instead. And I'm going to go ahead and give some backstory into this player, because I think it's very interesting. Coming into set 7, the Spanish national team was formed. Panute picked Dalesom as a captain. Dalesom did not play set 6. He just didn't like the set, didn't really play, didn't try and put effort into it. And I was thinking, why was this guy picked? Why not Sunibu? Why not players that have been very relevant in set 6? I was kind of doubting it a little bit, and now I am going to shut up for the rest of the set, because this guy is beast. He is a true leader in his own gameplay, but in the Spanish community as well. And in just the start of this set, in 1 month, he's proven it. The point leader, adding up the points from day 1 and 2. He was 7th in day 1, 4th yesterday. He was top 10 on ladder before the last snapshot. I mean, what else to say about this player? And very flexible as well. He's not just playing one comp, he's really playing 6 different comps yesterday in day 2, and you know, nothing more to say. I think he's currently right now the best Spanish player in Europe.
And he really shone in the lobbies that we saw of him. He had that 1-2 combo. And speaking of players that we've really seen shine well on air and off, Aero 1v9 is one of those players that I've got my eyes on. David, you were talking earlier about the different representation of countries that we've had. It's so exciting to get to see, you know, we have a Serbian representative here in Aero coming into competitive for the first time and really just blasting out of the gates with these fantastic performances back to back. And I can't wait to see what he's got in store for us today.
We had Luke and Balotelli, but Sveta is now the only remaining Italian player. He's rightly still there. Yesterday he made a bot for only once, it was a 5th. Looking at his solo queue performance, the previous sets, he managed to get top 10 several times with different accounts at the same time. He got 2 different playstyles. Playstyle number 1 is really aggressive. He slams early items like Sunfire, Warmox to save health points, goes flexible power leveling and rolls on level 8 till he gets a good carry like Siphon, Xayah or Yasuo, playing around this carry the whole game. And his second playstyle, which I didn't know that he's going to play it, was the 3-cost reroll. If he gets Swain items or Varus items and has much gold on his bench, he's trying to go for this comps. Losing some HP in the early game wasn't a huge deal. He spikes in the late game and reaches top 4. So now it should be clear why Sveta Tiger will win this day.
So those are our 3 for the Socialite Spotlights, but of course we're always going to have that 4th player, always going to bring in one of our interviews, and today's interview is coming from Dasik, staple of the Russian scene and EMEA scene in general, one of our strongest competitive and solo queue players. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello everyone, I am Impetuous Panda from the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined today by a very special player. He is, of course, Dasik. I think everyone knows you, Dasik, but just in case, can you give us a very brief introduction as to who you are in the TFT scene?
Hello. I'm Dasik. I'm LK player LK from Russia, and I play TFT from set 1. And I hit rank 1 a lot of times, but I never make it to Worlds.
Hopefully this set, that will change, Dasik, and you definitely started off very strong. You once again were the first player to reach Masters at the very start of the set, where everyone is trying their best and trying to compete for that spot, and you did it yet again. How was that experience, and overall, do you feel proud of the achievement?
I think it was quite easy for me because I learned the game super fast compared to other players, and it feels like very nice because I proved it twice, and it probably means something, I hope.
Mm-hmm. This is, of course, a new set. You mentioned you learn sets very quickly. You learned, all the new traits and champions that get added onto the game. What are your general impressions as someone that has had a lot of experience playing this set already? Do you enjoy the new mechanics and the new traits that were added in?
I think the set is a bit too complicated at the start. It's like a lot of unique things was added for the game as I like from new set. It's like Treasure Dragon, dragons, some item changes as well, and stuff like this. So it was quite hard to learn it at the start. But after you played, let's say 50, 70 games, you start to understand everything well together. And I like the set. I think it's going to be best set of TFT for sure, because there is a lot of new players enjoy game at the moment, and there is still a lot of room to improve a game.
Hopefully that means that I think all these new players will be able to get more comfortable with the set, as you mentioned, once you get past that learning curve and then really get to enjoy it quite a bit. But, it's not just ladders, not just getting to Masters. There's also a lot of tournaments coming up, Dasik, and this is something that I know you have your eye on. You're known maybe as a ladder player, but I think maybe this set you want to send a message and change that. We have Golden Spatula Cup #1 coming up very, very soon. How do you feel going to the tournament? Do you feel you're at a high level from your perspective as a player? Do you feel your prep is going well as well?
I think I understand this meta very well, and I will try to show my best for sure. Because in tournaments, sometimes you can't play your own game. You know how to play in comps. You like to play. So I hope at this time I will show my best gameplay possible, and I will try to win for sure.
Talking about not just this next tournament, but just the whole set as a whole, what are your general goals? Do you want to just make it to regional finals? Do you want to win the regional finals, make it to Worlds? Where is the ambition for Dasik in the set 7?
I would say I want to win Worlds for sure, but at the start, I would like to make it to Worlds first. So this is my goal for this set.
And one question that I personally have, Dasik, since I started following you and knowing about you as a player, where does your name originate from? Is there any kind of funny story around Dasik, this name?
I would say Alex story is a bit dark because Alex stole my name from my brother, and I have no idea what it means. I have no idea how he get it, so I just steal it, and I'm a Dasik, I guess.
I think it's not so dark. I would expect something much worse after the warning. Thankfully, it is PG-13 for our viewers. Dasik, one last thing, I want to give you a chance to shout out any players or any people you exchange information with, you improve at the game with, or maybe even just your community that you want to shout them out for their support. This is the time to do that. So Dasik, go ahead.
I would like to shout out all my people who like to watch my stream all the time, and maybe because of music, or maybe because of me, or all my gameplay. And it feels very nice to see people follow me, and I like what I'm doing, and support me in this way. So it gives me some power to keep it up and improve as a player for sure.
Thank you so much, Dasik.
Always good to hear from our players, Dasik especially. We've had him on the cast before. Good to keep him involved with the broadcast. And, guys, coming out of yesterday, we had a ton of compositions played. We came into day number 1 and we were like, it's the Siphon and Shio show. It's fair to say that's continued, right? Like, that hasn't dropped off. But we've seen a couple other compositions come to the forefront. I know, Murnio, we were talking about Dragonmancer, and you were like, I don't know if we're going to see it. But we've had 2 people in this current setup, in these finals, who ran it yesterday and got first in the lobby with double Dragonmancer carry. So are there any things you guys are coming out here and being like, oh, this is the new hotness, this is something that I want to watch?
I think as long as people are just playing really flexible, they can they have huge decisions or many options to change from one comp to the other. And I think by playing early game something like Archangel or Statics or Rageblade or Sunfire, Vomox, the players are going to swap really often. And I think by this, in this case, people are going to play a lot of Swain. We've seen him several times yesterday, and I think they are going to continue playing him because he's really strong in the early game and spikes really hardly in the late game.
My standout that we haven't seen too much on streaming would be kind of a vertical shimmer skill with kind of a very high roll start. I think that's something that's really fun to see, like a Draven's Axe start, maybe Diamond's Hand, for example. I think that would be nice. Revenant in game 6 had a bit of a shimmer skill start, then flexed into Jade with Corki and Sona, just did what he could to get top 4. But seeing like a full 7 or 9 shimmer skill game, I think would be nice to see on this day 3.
Fingers crossed we get to see it, but we've seen a little bit of Gadget Expert as well. That's been really exciting for me. Seeing people actually build a Shiv for once in their lives is always exciting. I'm a sucker for electricity in general, so Shiv, Volibear, Aoshin, always in. Love Tempest, but speaking of items, we got a brand new segment coming up, flashy, brand new graphics. We're gonna do it. Brand new game show coming at you. Slam or pass. Let's get into it. Murnio, Panda, we've got our first 4 items on the board here. Slam or pass?
I think that's really obvious. I would slam it instantly.
I agree. Full slam here. And I mean, I enjoy Nidalee. I look at these items. I'm seeing a QSS and a Rageblade. So even more so as someone that enjoys Nidalee, this is an insta slam and insta build these items. Maybe not stage 2, but definitely stage 3.
All right. Pretty universal discussion there. Obviously, Rageblade we've seen on every composition so far. So that was a little bit of an easy one, guys. All right, we're going to challenge you with the second set of items. All right, there we go. Double tier. Always a contentious one.
I mean, that's a combination of item component where you don't really want to play this game, but I would slam Archangel.
I think it's not a slam. I would definitely pass here, but if you have to build items, it's a little bit more niche, a bit more situational. Blue buff on Yasuo works very well. Ionic Spark can work very well if you're looking for kind of, MR Strike with like a Cannoneer's frontline with Tom Kent in the early game. But not so much a slamming case. Like Murnio mentioned, Archangel is good, can be played, but maybe not in the early game as much either.
Pit, I love that you're like being polite to the items. It's just like, well, I wouldn't say I would slam. I wouldn't say I would.
Siberia. This is not an AP meta.
And I know that's your favorite. You're hurting inside this set.
I really am.
No more AP. So we've got a third set though. This is the final one. Slam or pass on these ones. We've got a ton of options here.
I mean, I'm a huge Static Shiv fan. So in the early game, Static Shiv on Senna, on any backline damage dealer, it's insane. It's super strong, and I would take it. I would slam it.
I would slam, but I'm not sure what exactly. I think there's a lot of great items to build here. Despite the tier being kind of a lesser component, it can work in Frozen Heart, for example, can work in Shiv. We saw so many great win streak starts with Cannoneers with Shiv as well. Giant Slayer, Titans for the Dragon meta right now is Siphon and Shou. So I think we both agree to slam, but what exactly? I think there's a lot of discussion here. It depends on what comp you're playing, where you are, what stage, and it's a difficult one, I think.
I'm kind of sad that we didn't have a belt and chain combo, but our producers are very smart, and there's a very clear reason, because that's the easiest one ever. That's like 100% slam Sunfire, no discussion to be had. But we do have one last discussion to have before we toss over to casters and get into game number 1, and of course, that is our predictions for who could take it all today. And I know for me, one of the players that I'm going to be looking out for, of course, is our Polish superstar, Sproyson, coming out of the finals incredibly strong. All of last set was one of our best players, and I'm hoping that he's going to be able to bring that magic back. Now the double's out. We gotta hope the old guard still has a chance, right?
I think by myself, not only because he's the only German player in the tournament,
of course not. No bias here,
not.
Never.
I'm not biased, but Salvi is actually the best German player. He's really good. He was not really tilt-proof in set 4 and set 5, but now, after practicing TFT for like since set 1, he's really good, and I think he's solid, can play the meta even when he's slightly tilted. So I think Salvi is a really good player and will win this day.
In my case, I will continue sounding like a broken record, and I will just push the Spanish bias again.
I would expect nothing less.
But for good reason. I think D'Alessio and Revan have a very good chance to win it all today. I think they've been playing in top form. They have really cool stories behind both of them in how they were kind of doubted coming into this set, and they proved everyone wrong. Revan is just a massive influencer outside of TFT even, so I think that's great for viewership to have him pop off and do it in this way. So really hoping Spain, now with France kind of sleeping somehow in this tournament, only one player here, maybe we have a chance now to come on top in this first taste of European competition.
You know, and I think for me, there's one underdog I want to toss out there. I know I've been talking with Brozilla a lot, and the Hungarian community has been super high on their representative Noel coming into this one, who has done exceedingly well. Came out of the last one, I believe it was like top 4 in placements. So coming from behind for a last-minute qualification, do you guys have, like, real quick, a dark horse that you're hoping to make it, maybe it to the end? This is going to be hard for you, Panda, because you've already mentioned the Spanish players.
I have another Spanish player, don't worry about that.
Oh, damn it!
I think Revan is a really good player. I think I would trust also in him.
I'm going to go with Odessa, the third and last Spanish player in today's competition. Thankfully, I have 3 to choose from, the most represented country. Let's go, Spain. He's lesser known. He's much smaller following, but he's been here for a while. Wida is very familiar with Odessa on ladder all throughout the past few sets. Hasn't had that right kind of time to be in the spotlight and really prove he's a top player, but maybe this is the day and this is the moment for him to do that.
Well, speaking of Wida, we are going to be tossing over to our very own near and dear casters to our heart. It's going to be Counterfeit and Wida here for games number 1 and 2. Guys, take it away. No!
We almost made an entire weekend without being muted. Almost an entire weekend, man. Come on.
This is the problem whenever you give responsibility across other people, that it all goes horribly wrong. But yes, welcome to the beginning of our first of our 6 games today. We'll be going through 3 different setups of lobbies, looking to try and find our number 1 player. We've already heard from the desk who their favorite players are. So Witter, I need to know, who have you got your eyes on most closely?
I mean, we have cute name, cute little legend, angry British man, Lalana. Made it in on the absolute tiebreakers of tiebreakers yesterday. Ended up coming through in 16th place. And, you know, has been relatively strong performing all throughout this weekend. We've seen a huge variety of compositions from Lalana, also a person that I talk to quite regularly about TFT, and I watch his gameplay, and I think his approach to early game is just quite, one of the best that I've seen this set so far, and really excited to see what he has in store for us today here. This is going to be our lobby. Anyone else who stands out to you, Counterfeit?
I mean, of course, I'm going to do a Panda and, of course, be here for Lalana, even if the performances across the 2 days leave me a little bit full of dread. Still, though, Droit in particular from Turkey, finishing out day number 1 in 45th and day 2 in 5th. That's an incredible rise up, and I think, any player who's got that kind of trajectory coming into the final day is definitely one to watch.
Definitely think as well. Surprised was all mentioned. Travis, a player we also got to see a little bit of yesterday. Scarambas was the interview, if I recall correctly, closing out last night's broadcast as well. So some players, I think that the biggest thing for me, right, is that we have all been like going on about like how EOS is the best server, best ladder, this and that. Then we have, like, look at this lobby though, right? So you have Droid, if I recall, only plays on Turkey. You have Noel, USD, Scarambus, you also have, Arrow, who even his fun fact was that it was a free server, quote unquote. He's not going to be going into game here.
All right, so let us know in the chat who it is you are here to see. Of course, we'll be having 2 different lobbies running simultaneously throughout the day. As I said, our players getting mixed up as we go along. So it'll be fascinating to see who comes through strong early on. From what we've seen on day 1 and 2, with what are the comps you're feeling are the most reliable for not just doing well today, but actually getting that #1 spot and a place in the EMEA finals?
There are a lot. Again, it's going to come down to how the lobby metas themselves develop, right? Because we had that game yesterday that I'm still baffled by. Like we had 6 players playing Xiaoyu in like a variety of situations, right? I'm like, if we get those types of situations again, I'm like, just do something else, man. At the end of the day, here. Also, interesting decision here from Noel, not wanting to clear up the cloak here. This can be rewarded if it gets like a chain or something else here. But again, scanning with a cloak is not necessarily bad. It just means that if you are looking for something like an Italy reroll, you'll have to sell off your scanner to have the possibility of that QSS in the earlier stage of the game, which is one of the best items in that specific composition. Again, that's not necessarily something that we're seeing here. Also, I want to highlight the Mirage here for a second. Warlord's Honor is one of the best ones to play the Dacia angle with. It's just one of those where it's like, when you get that going, it's so many stacks, and there's so many stacks, so much stats, all this stuff you get around, right? So, a little bit of a start here as well, going for the Dragonmancer opener kind of fit. Is that something that you are familiar with?
Well, yes, it would be hard not to be, I think, in this set, with so many of our players, certainly in day 1 and 2, making a lot of use of that. We know, of course, how many different directions you can go from there. As our first ornament comes in, it will be silver. So that is going to mean we're going to be seeing more of our players' power overall coming from their comps as, oh my gosh, well, that's a nice present to start off the day for Noel.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And now you start looking at this setup again here. He has an Italy in the shop. Could be an angle towards that. Again, Italy is somewhat augment depending on those combat augments you want, that fill the hunt, etc., etc. But you see, like, a lot of players in the lobby right now are looking for that level 4 here on 2-1. Some might not be looking for the reroll angle. Neither is Noel here. It's just going to be playing a board that you can kind of categorize as just being the best units available to you right now. Obviously, 2-star Bruiser combined with just the Kiana, which is one of the absolute best units in the early stage of the game as well. I went on about this yesterday as well. Aatrox is another one that's also really strong here. Sometimes just I feel like I would rather see the Kiana over the Ashe. The Ashe doesn't really add anything else to the range damage, but you don't really necessarily need that. Again, it's just a very good hold at the range, but I suppose you want to move that over at the end of the day here. Travis with a bit of a different open here in a warrior setup. Waiting for the Celestial Blessing earlier on here. Has not slammed any components to do this. Belt, rod, and gloves, understandably so. Not really any slammable items there.
Alright, but it's looking like the early going is going pretty well here for Noel. I think having that completed item is always going to be great as well. Travis, just with the Celestial Blessing, will certainly benefit from the healing later on, but right now, they haven't got too much of anything. You mentioned the Warlords as being, one of these lobbies where we're likely to see Mirage being considered more heavily by our players. We just see it have a somewhat variable performance across days 1 and 2. In the Warlords lobby, is it a priority or just something you go for if the situation arises?
It really comes down to which type of player you are, because there are a lot of players that just buy almost like an ideological level, just completely tries to avoid Dacia because they just don't think that the AP tree itself is in a very good spot right now. Also, needlessly big gem here is one of the worst options in terms of and so Shimmer Skull Gem, when you are leaning into this Shimmer Skull emblem, you kind of just have to go with it. Again, when you don't know what the item is, it's kind of hard for you to make a decision. Had this been a Draven's Axe, for example, this would be an absolute insane augment to go off here. But again, if you can just keep his units alive for as long as possible, it's going to start during decon. This is why we also see this levels of 5 here, even though he lost the first fight. Just have as many units alive as possible to get that needlessly big gem value.
I think it really did drop off a cliff in terms of desirability, going from 1 gold for every 2 units alive to 1 gold for every 3. At least with the trainer, there are more units on the board to make it more likely you'll hit the 2 gold. I suppose, at least for Null, they've got the, well, they don't have a lot of gold in the bank. Later on, if they stick with the Shimmer Scale, and we're assuming they will, they'll at least have that big Ascension boost to rely on.
Yeah, so the Ascension boost is one thing. Also, the fact that now when you have the emblem, it's much easier for you to lean into the 5 shimmer skill, right? You can just keep the Atrix in play the second you find an Idus. And then you can just keep the 5 shimmer in for as long as you might need it to start leaning into either going to be your Corki, your Sire boards. The big kicker here as well is the fact that Balisum is on a triple defender component opener here. Did not get a sword, did not get a bow, did not get a rod. So very hard for him to have like any sense of like clear direction per se in terms of what he wants to do here. So it's very much decide about like how this early game plays out for him.
We get checked back in with Travis again, who, as we said before, doesn't have the strongest of starts. So this will be pretty significant here for Delsum. Well, I would say things might turn a little bit sideways in a second, but if they can get big wins here in the early game, they will start to rack up gold quickly. Olaf, last one standing. Of course, Olaf is a conversation topic we kind of have left over from day 2. We really didn't see it too much of anything until the very end of the day, when we suddenly remembered that Assassin Olaf is still totally a thing.
Yeah, also, I was watching some of the Astral Cup that's been going on in NA as well. They have their finals for this weekend as well, and Kurum was playing it yesterday as well, without the Assassin Spat, actually. And if recovering, it didn't do too hot with it. So Olaf is definitely one of those units where it's much more of an item holder right now, more so than is a carry that you want to angle towards, unless you get those insane early angles for it with the early Assassin emblem, and you have the early Olaf too. You can start building from, etc., etc. So it's going to be interesting one to see how a tier being left open on a rise. That is kind of just, the impicturant of like what is going on at this very moment here. Moving over to Lalana's perspective here, picks up that belt. So to me, that is somewhat interesting to a certain extent, right? He has the Tempest Heart to work with here as well, meaning that the Kiana, for example, is very easy slotting on this board. I don't necessarily think this is a for a slammable item as of right now. You don't necessarily want to slam Morelli on any of these units. You don't want to slam a Seeks. This is more so the fact that you just want to have that belt open for potential Chain Vest drop, etc. So, just here, Scarampus opener here, though, is very, very strong, and it's very understandable that he's at 100 HP, right? He's went with that early Seeks. Herald has 2 time catch 2s, has the Rebel Trade active, one of the strongest things you can do in the early game. It does so much magic damage that, like, it is unbelievable.
Yeah, we can see how much the Rebel is doing early on, and it doesn't look like that untouched win streak is going to be in too much peril headed towards the first PV round. Scrambed's the only person to manage that. Of course, on the other end of the table is Bryson, taking a lot of damage so far. Bear in mind, Bryson, a big name we were watching coming into the competition, came out day 1 16th, day 2 in 12th, so they've done well, but they haven't reached the heights they're going to need to if they're going to emerge from this one as our qualifier.
That's a Talon. It's not a Talon game. I think that is pretty obvious, but it is most definitely a Talon here. So looking at the items from Salvi, you're looking at a very heavy AP lean, and with the Mirage being what we had talked about earlier on, this could be a Deja lean. The second that Deja shows up here, has the Luden Zakko. It could also end up being like an AO Shen lean. There are a lot of leans here. Again, it's just about getting through this early game and taking it from there to a certain extent.
One of the things that's leaping out of me is the Luden's augment here. I'm wondering if maybe we might see, some of the earlier choices of AP carries. We've seen a little bit of Karma reroll being knocked around, though of course the units are not good for it here at all. Or the much lamented Rise as well.
Yeah, but like the Rise of the tier was left open, right? You just went through the inside of the carousel. I think you have a very clear thing in mind here when you know that it is in fact going to be the Warlord's Honor, because it's one of the ones that you can actually get away with playing Deja quite regularly. I think that is something that is worth noting here. So it takes another loss here, 2 loss and 90 HP, so 2 relatively big losses. Even though they're not, again, it's... The HP is kind of close. Then you have Bryson just chilling down there, open the forward. Scarampus on the time catch free right now. Normally
that is illegal. How on earth do you end up with Tamkench 3 at stage 2?
I mean, he's just naturally all the way through. I saw he was on like 6 before when we saw his perspective. And normally this is like a position you end up in if you're playing like Tristana reroll, for example. But you can look at this bench here. There's not even a trainer angle in. So this might just be a bit of a holding point to try to elevate your game to a different comp somewhat soon here. Gets another Shen. There's a Shen 2 being dropped there, so again, doesn't necessarily care too much about making Econ. Has it another very, very important pair. Has it 4% due to the Bruiser Heart as well. This board is just incredibly strong. Still lacking some of those damage items though, right? Second tier, not necessarily what you want to aim for here. Can slam a D-Claw if you really want to slam it. That is the big... Okay, no, man, just hits the Jinx 2 as well on top of everything here. This board is insane, right? Like, goes to level 6 here early makes perfect sense. You can find a Rage Wing, you can find a Warrior, just like anything to help you just get this board fully off. You are in a very strong spot here. And the problem right now, though, because you look at the components from Scarambus, they are all over the place. You don't have a sword, you don't have a bow, you don't have a rod to play from, you don't have a Sunfire Cape because you've already consumed the belt and the sword. So you have to be kind of you have to make do with what you're going to be getting here component-wise, because even on the upcoming carousel, I find it highly unlikely that he is going to be getting any of these high-priority components. Again, you can see here, slams the cone just to get as much as possible out of this opening.
Alright, so let's see what Noel is continuing to get for us. So we've got the Quincy's Rage Blade being dropped from way before. Of course, everyone's favourite, the Sunfire Cape coming in, but it's still not enough to take down Scarambes. One small thing though before we move further into stage 3 that's worth noting going forward, so Bryson, who is at the bottom of the scoreboard, much as we've seen a 3-star Tam Kench coming in, we've got a 3-star Nidalee for Zabroyson.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense with the win. Oh, Scarambus has a very interesting option here, right? With the lack of very strong items in of its own right, you have the Grab Back, you have the Stand United, and the Featherweights. Okay.
Interesting.
So Bryson hits the second win, so very, very, very strong Archon being picked up here.
Oh, for sure. We've seen it being praised across multiple days as the Jade and Shapeshifters come together. We've got some really nice itemization for our friend Nidalee here, and we're actually going to be moving up levels as well. So the Bryson, they haven't got a lot of money in the bank, but apparently they've got big ideals of trying to streak their way through stage 3 and get themselves back onto the map.
And again, this competition we saw yesterday, like what it can do. Already has a relatively strong setup here. Has the Freshen as well for the attack. Has the Whisper. Like this competition right now is very well rounded in what he's able to do here. Again, very on top of his positioning as well here as well. Didn't get the last 2 units over. That is not going to be that big of an issue, I would suppose here. But look at this from Noel here. Has found the Sona, has that frontline Shen 2. Shen 2 can sometimes be an absolute menace to Nidalee because her entire damage is locked in those auto attacks. And you can see that Scarlet is staying alive for ages. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. I think Nidalee should just clean up this fight regardless in combination with that. With it at least, we can see like moving on into the later stage of the game, that could become an issue once those Shens become more prevalent, the front lines become more tanky, the backline can start focusing down on Nidalee.
I mean, it's working pretty darn well. We haven't even got a Death Blade or anything of its like on that Nidalee to unlock her full power. So it's Bryson going to start tearing down some of these big old leads being built up. Scarambes remains undefeated, though Salvi technically jumps ahead by picking up Tiny Titans to bump up that health pool. From where you're sitting, Witter, would you like to see our players trying to hit sort of maybe top 2 to 4 during these early games of today? Or would you like to see them going all out for first?
I mean, it kind of comes down to, I think like most people here are just going to be going for the first places, right? Because again, at the end of the day, yes, you might get ladder points, get GSC points, you might get prize money, but at the end of the day, you want that tournament victory. And I think that is going to be the most important thing. Notice Detroit is going to be on that Varus reroll, has a pretty decent setup for it already. He is, however, relatively poor. All things considered, had to go for the 3-2 stabilization roll down, and is stuck at the 20 gold mark as of right now. We see right now, Nidalee is actually somewhat semi-struggling at the end of the day here. This Varus is just dealing a ton of damage here. And it is going to be a win for Nidalee. I don't think there's two doubts about that, but it's just about right. Very much just about it for that in that situation here. And you can kind of see like how this Nidalee comp, while it is very strong, it can struggle at the end of the day.
For the Nidalee comp there to be able to actually come back, to keep that win streak going. Because we talked about Zabroyson spent all of their money to try and build up a strong board. If you then lose as you're building up your win streak, you're just stuck there without anything.
Yeah, surprisingly, I really wanted that bow, it seemed, right, at the end of the day. And we saw something from Revan yesterday, right? Panda was talking about how a lot of the Spanish players, they would like to slam a Hand of Justice for the Nidalee, just because you don't necessarily, because it just helps you streak and you can start build up the econ, etc., etc. Surprising right now, he has the QSS, he has the Rage Blade. Those are very good items, but they aren't necessarily like, there's not that direct damage item in there that you would need in that. Like, I can't use the direct damage item anymore because now that's actually a weapon, that's actually an item class, right? But like the damage item that you really like, the AD item, is not really present. Speaking of AD items, Lalana here has an open sword. He is level 6, so I highly doubt he's going to be going for the reroll aspect that we saw him, you know, dive into a couple of times yesterday. Something that's worth noting, though, when you get a Tempest Heart into the Jade composition, it becomes a lot easier for you to flex into something like a Talon, because you get a Tempest for the Kiana, and then obviously your primary carry is going to be that Xiaoyu most of the time. So how this position is going to be aligning this is fully is going to be interesting to follow. But has that early Nico, has a lot of other, like he has a lot of open components, which is why he is going to be kind of bleeding right now, but has a pretty decent economic standpoint here, can sell to make that 40 should he feel, 50 sorry, should he feel the need to do that. And look at the Kiana in the background here, did get very good items from the TG in terms of just being able to have the attack speed, get those continuous casts off, but it's going to be a nice win. He's not going to be making the breakman, he's just going to buy those units in the shop and sit. So just see whether or not this approach is going to be the 4-1 send-it type roll down, because that could very much be the case here.
All right, so let's check in on the game overall. So we've got ourselves a kind of a pretty big separation between our top 3 and the rest of the pack, though our bottom 5 are all remarkably close together in terms of their health totals, all around the 60 or so. We don't have anybody falling off early.
Not really. When look at now the economy situation here, a lot of players are going to be above the 50 goal point here, really trying to just build this economy for those 4-1 roll downs to stabilize, and I think that is going to be the big defining factor here. Salvi obviously going to be on that Tiny Titans, which means that he is going to be in a position where he is going to be, you know, down in combat augment in the later stage of the game here, but is going to be buying himself a lot more time to work with.
So one of the things we've got on screen right now, which of course we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, we talked a little bit about the Olaf coming in at the end of the day. We did also see the one game on stream we saw the Volibear come in and be a huge menace. Is it, are Volibear comps, Shimmer Scale comps in general at all on your mind here in day 3?
I mean, it can be, but I don't think there's going to be vertical Shimmer Scale. This is just more so having the Shimmer Scale emblem in there just to allow yourself to get some early econ, and then you just play it without an augment to a certain extent here. I think there's much more like to be like a Xiaoyu item transfer the second that you find a 2-star Xiaoyu. Could also still be a transfer into the good old-fashioned Siphon. It's just about which one you 2-star the first possible moment here. I think Dallison might be in a position where he can afford to not get the roll down until 4-2 and just take it slow here with the levels. Just see like how he's going to approach this, because he has the Xiaoyu already, but he doesn't have like a duplicator, for example. So he is going to be okay. No man, there's pairs, and I just keep rolling because you have the pair, I suppose.
So this seems like a good time as any to bring up. Well, I think what you were talking about, from our previous days, is a lot, at least several of our lobbies were ending up being a Xiaoyu auction or race for as many Xiaoyus as possible for the end of the game, and we see players actually benefiting from just opting out. I mean, in this lobby, we're obviously seeing Fidelsum hitting the Xiaoyus first, but we haven't seen, I don't think, quite as much Xiaoyu sort of Jade focus on the rest of the lobby.
I mean, that's as of right now, it's a composition you can kind of easily flex into. I think that is the big thing you have to look out for here. The flexing into the Xiaoyu composition is what is really going to define what it is defined by at the end of the day here. And you can't really start angling for a composition when you don't have the 4-cost carry or the 8-cost carry, whatever should I say, that you want to play for. And Dalton is in a very good position in terms of the fact that he has a very stable item holder in this Volibear 2 that makes great use of the items before they are being transferred over. So now the last augment here. Penitence is one of those augments that a lot of people sometimes tend to go for, but I guess there has to be Portable Forge at the end of the day here, right? Shimmer Scale Hard
is... Forge has been all day, every day, and what are we going to get? Will it be our friend Eternal Winter? Of course it will be. We don't even need to ask that question.
Eternal Winter. Okay, here's the Xiaoyu too, but again, at the end of the day here, he's still very low in the economy side of things, and he doesn't necessarily want to switch out, or he does that regardless now. He doesn't have the Nico, which I think would be one of the bigger ones to really look out for right now. Doesn't have the replacement Volibear ready as well, so he's going to be lacking that Shimmer Scale economy situation going on here, and he could actually just, he's going to be looking to angle in towards the more traditional 6 Jade setup here. Instead, Eternal Winter onto Narb, which probably will be angling towards becoming a Nico in the future. Nico is very much insane. We discussed this yesterday because of the fact of how you can clump units around the Nico, and then they're like all just, almost get stunned like multiple times in and around the situation here. So Lalana now has gone over to the Sire aspect. He is, however, down to a very low amount of HP here. Interesting decision, he also did not duplicate her onto the Sire. I have an assumption that because he believes that he is going to be in a strong enough position to not have to do that right now. He doesn't believe that the spike itself is going to be mattering to the point where he wants to give up such a powerful tool as the duplicate.
Well, I do wonder as well if maybe it could be the other way around, and Humish Lallana doesn't think that they, even with the 2-star Lallana, they're strong enough to build up that win streak, because right now they've got no money at all and only their loss streak to hold on to.
I mean, it's not so much about the loss streak. It's because of this specific situation right now. He was holding on to the Nico pair as well, and the second now he finds the Nico, then which one he finds the first, and then he can just duplicate the other one. That is what has been the big important point here. You can hold on to a loss streak when you're at 20 HP as well. I think that is also something you need to consider.
Okay, so for Humish, Lallana, as I said, coming into today, they were one of the lower performers who've made it into the top 16. Now, making the top 16 by itself is impressive, of course. We're here, or certainly I'm here, for the player from the UK. I think we both are, but it's going to be a pretty big ask. And if you take an 8th in the first game of the day, then I think you're going to start to prove, well, at least heavily suggest some of these doubters right.
I mean, at the end of the day, someone has to go into the 8th position here, right? This is also going to be a pretty unfortunate positioning situation here going on when with the Siphon 2, just at the end of the day, Siphon 1, sorry, with your Sinspat just getting on to that Sire 2. Again, also, he doesn't have the Rage Ring in here, which is somewhat unlucky at the end of the day. Now you're looking for whatever can really be the deciding factor to turn this game around when it's not really going to be that obvious here. What are you normally looking for on this final carousel kind of in your own games?
I mean, I'm really hoping to not be in Humish's position in the first place, but through saying, it does seem like Lazaya is the main thing that's going to be keeping Humish from taking not just an 8th, but a very swift 8th as well. So hopefully they'll be able to pull something together there. They've got let's see, so we've got the Brawler's gloves on the belt, on the bench. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to check back in with them in a second, because we're checking across with Droid instead, who is looking a lot healthier than Humish is, has got themselves up to not just, is that a 3-star Varus and a 3-star Alawi? My gosh.
It even has the Rage Page ready to go here as well, right? This is a traditional Spike here. It spikes a little bit later than you want to do, but again, 46 HP is relatively a decent amount of HP to work with here. Has double uplink augment as well, which is going to be absolutely amazing. We get to see this Assassin Siphon board yet again. Again, a pretty decent angle here. Goes onto the Varus, but Varus being freestyle here, this means that the Siphon is not going to be able to one-shot it.
And this is something we've been talking about through day 1 and day 2. I mean, of course, this is really, taken to a new level by having Siphon being an assassin, but backline carry comps like Varus and Corki, it seems like it's a really tough environment for them to live in here with so many backline threats. Humish holding on for the time being. If we can switch across there and keep an eye on them. Noel is actually going down pretty low as well from Hungary, who is running the Cannoneer setup. Dalesome still up at the top. Remember from before, they're running the Shimmer Scale, and Sir Bryson also on the win streak, with the 3-star Nidalee kind of composition we're putting together. Where are we heading next? Yes, it is to the top of the lobby, to those Jades. As you said, we are waiting to see the final form of this comp fully to come together, but right now, it's certainly more than good enough for Dalesome.
And we just continue to see Travis's board here everywhere we go. It's like we're just following Travis's matchup pool to a certain extent, it feels like, right? Now, again, we get to see like the situation that can occur here with the Assassin Siphon. Gets into the back line. And then, just kind of kills the front line and then goes back and doesn't really do a whole lot else. One would assume at least, right? It can just get beat blasting, and that's the difference between the 2-star and the 1-star. Again, no defensive item on the Siphon 1 with the Sinspat. That's kind of the trade-off that you have to make at times. So we're going to be seeing Travis take a loss with Dalsome's incredibly strong spiking board here, found that very early 2-star. of that. Xiaoyu here moving over to Alana. Takes down Noel here, and I think the big point thing about Noel is that Noel is currently on the party favors, which is a very good argument if you're very strong and you can just use that goal to spike your board, but when you are taking a lot of losses, that is not necessarily a fantastic one to take.
Alright, so checking, yes, going back to Alana here, to Humish, it does look like they've managed to find themselves a pretty good setup for their Xayah. And the entire company seems to be a Xayah and the front line of the Nico. We've got the last few pieces coming in. So Quicksilver on the front line, Infinity Edge on the back line. Do you think Humish has got a chance of making it top 6?
That is a rough one, right? At the end of the day, because we've seen Travis, he's been taking some wins, he's taking some losses as well at the end of the day. Noel, again, we don't necessarily have a full idea about how strong his sport specifically is, because at the end of the day, he might have been set on like 50 gold going for a specific type of situation to spike a sport. But now, when everyone's coming out of the Dragon, we're going to be expecting a lot of other units to really do the thing. Very decent roll there, actually, on the hit from the TG here. This is going to be Noel's board. He's playing a position here that is somewhat interesting. Again, this is what we highlighted yesterday about the Edge of Night Corki, right, Peter? Again, having the assassin away next to the Corki, so there's nothing around it when it gets jumped.
Well, I think that's one of the things which we maybe haven't been paying enough attention to, is while, Edge of Night has definitely fallen off in popularity compared to the Guardian Angel that it replaced, it still serves a very similar function in when you've got one big problem like the Siphon here. The Edge of Night means your carry will at least survive the first assassination attempt.
Definitely with us. Karamba still on that time catch. We saw him hit extremely early on into the game here, but you see the Corki is just struggling to deal with the damage output that it needs, and that's going to be an issue. Going to be a big loss as well. It's going to be Noel out for now, and with Alana winning, that is going to be Noel out in 8th place here at this position. Again, we kind of talked about it again, kind of whiffing on the final augment choice here to a certain extent in terms of pure combat power, and that is going to be a rough position to be in. Again, we've seen this time and time again before. Sometimes Corki 2 is just not enough to stabilize you.
Alright, so Humish Alana is going to be thanking their lucky stars, but unfortunately, the rest of the lobby is hugely fierce. The Bryson, I think we're seeing some of the reason why they've been doing pretty well. Managing to find an extremely early Shyvana and itemize her fully. Did just take an L, though, so we know they're not unbeatable in this lobby. Delsum, though, we can perhaps say that they are for now.
Yeah, it's like angling here from Sabroyson going with the Shyvana frontline aspect into the 6th shapeshifter. And that's kind of interesting because when you have second wind, 6 shapes become very much more doable because of the fact that you get a lot more HP, so the second wind just gives you an incredible amount of healing here. Keep in mind here, now watch the Nidalee's HP spike in a second. And it goes almost all the way back up to half HP. This Xayah 2 though is uninterrupted in the backline and should be able to do a decent amount of work here, even though the Shyvana is on it for now.
It's going to be real tight again. Remember, Humish is on the very last leg. The damage is enormous, and Shyvana's being a little bit disappointing in that respect. It's going to be one more rip in, and there we go. Humish stays alive. They are dancing on the edge of the knife, but now on a 4-round win streak. Top 6 at level 8. Well, they're all not seeming so far away anymore.
No, definitely not here. We saw the 20,000 damage come through from that Xayah 2, right? That is also a decent chunk of damage in factor in the Frozen Heart and all of that type of good stuff. You're getting the first aid kit being incredibly valuable in terms of ensuring that the Xayah just stays alive for as long as possible here. Now, Bryson, again, he's very up on his matchups here, always trying to generate the best positions possible for himself, and I kind of like that. Again, this is what you gotta be needing to do on a day like this where every single placement matters.
All right, we see Skaramba's here, of course, our #1 finisher from day #2. Certainly the pole position coming in. As you see the dragon fights continuing to break out. One thing I do love about seeing these Nidalee comps is just how unnoticed Nidalee seems to go so much of the time, while being an absolute massive damage outputter as well.
She is, but again, she's the primary character composition. She's very linear in her way of dealing damage. She's not very flashy. She just kills units with her auto attacks, chomp, chomp, chomp. Speaking of very linear aspects here, it's a carousel with 2 Cephas, and I'm very interested to see the fact that Salvi doesn't go for it. You see the Lana just straight up beelining for that 5-cost Zephyr again. You're talking about level 8 is going to be very, very important. Getting a 5-cost unit with a fantastic item here on the Stage 5 carousel is super, super important for them right now.
Of course, I mean, there's nothing better when you're scrambling desperately to try and get another couple of rounds in the game. Because, Hewish, Lana, I don't think is really anticipating, coming through as the winner of the lobby necessarily, but even moving up one space can make the difference here at the end of the day. While our first place finisher from today will get the first, guaranteed spot in the EMEA regional finals, there's prize money and there's golden spatula points on the line depending on finish here. And if you get enough of those points, then that's another way into the regional finals as well.
It definitely is. Yeah, again, now we get to look at Salvi's board. And again, he's been aiming for the Rise setup. He's not really... He has the Orin ready to go if he wants to lean into something else. He gets a bit of a boon here with the fact he's going to be playing against the Ghost board of Zebroyson. And Rise 2 is just not that big of a massive carry. Again, you can look at even with double Ice Cream Cone, the Rise is still going to struggle killing some units most of the time as well. And on a 5-loss streak here, it is going to get broken now in this fight again. This is not the board Zebroyson was positioning for most likely, and they also think it's a pretty good matchup for the Rise. Granted, he can't stay protected for a long enough time. And with Lalana going out in 7th here, taking the loss, that is another placement saved for Salvi. Travis also looking like he's going to be aiming towards that 6th place finish. So this lobby is starting to heat up, Peter.
Absolutely. I mean, I love that Salvi has decided to spit in the face of conventional wisdom here by going for the mages. And I suppose, we talked about it briefly before, the Luden's in there as well, the meditation to be able to get Nomsley casting a little bit faster. I think hitting Zoe relatively early on made a pretty big difference in that last fight. I'm kind of feeling that Salvi might be able to defy expectations with these mages.
You say so, and it might be right, but at the end of the day, this positioning here coming through from Travis could just be the deciding factor here because of the fact that the double best friends. Just look at the Cypher just absolutely jumping away, right? Just like, you know what, I don't even need to use my ability, you're just dead. And that is kind of just what can happen at the end of the day in these type of situations here. So, Salvi here now taking a huge loss.
That's the final insult, isn't it? You say, I'm going to struggle to play Rise because I'm going to get jumped. And then you just have to Cypher and say, hey, why waste any time? Why not destroy you immediately? Poor old Salvi. They're coming out of day 2 in 9th, but in this game in 6th, we are down to our top 5, and Dalesum still refuses to relinquish their spot on the top. So Bryson just above them, or just below them rather, and the rest of the field all about one bad round from dead.
Yeah, we saw Salvi. He took 18 in that loss. That's a massive loss to take at the end of the day here now. A rage bit being presented here for the secondary carry of the Siphon with the RFC is not necessarily a bad choice here. Might have wanted to get a more frontline-centric item for the Silas, for example, since you are using Siphon more as a backliner in this specific setup now with the RFC and the Hand of Justice coming through. But he's lost 2 in a row now, Droid, on this build, and it might just be coming down to the fact that that is, in fact, going to be a Siphon 1 right now. Looking for... He just wants the extra gold. He just wanted the extra gold here. He's not playing this. He just wanted doing this for the extra gold on the roll, which I think is correct. And, instantly swaps it out again after he just gets a little bit of extra gold from the upgraded Astral Orb from 6 Astral.
There it is.
That is Shensu and Siphon 2, however, he cannot do both.
Oh, he had sold off the board to get the Siphon 2 in. That's a desperation move if we've ever seen one. But Troy is only on 13 HP up against the current commander of the lobby. Dalesum is so damn strong that Xiaoyu is hitting like a truck. Now 1v1. Well, I say 1v1 with the Siphon. But the Siphon's getting knocked up over and over again. Doesn't not kill a Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu punches the Siphon in the back, but Varus finishes the job.
Yeah, and that ends up not having all 8 units on the board. He had a double spike with the Siphon 2 and the Shen 2, which is so big that it was making up for the lack of anything else, right? So this is going to be a massive fight for Droid. He secured the top 4 Scaramus with that very, very early time catch free. As we kind of talking about, it's not necessarily going to be ideal for the later stage of the game and the composition here. And does end up costing and is going to be finding himself at a 5th here with a very suboptimal item setup as well. I think that is going to be the big deciding factor for this. So let's see how this fight goes, Peter.
Alright, it's Siphon versus Siphon. One will stand, one will fall. The Assassin Siphon does charge away, but I'm thinking it's probably going to charge right into that Varus, but gets bounced off and doesn't kill him.
Doesn't kill him indeed here now. This jump coming through is going to be massive here. Doesn't kill the Siphon now. That's going to be a huge loss for Droid here, and it's going to be taking out Travis secures the top 3, despite being on those outer skirts for quite a while now. So Bryson, he's just maintaining a streak here now, building it up with that Nidalee board with the Shyvana. Still, Shyvana won actually at the end of the day here, so it's not like the fact that he has a huge spike in unit quality. Most of the fact he just got to go to that level 9 here, adding that Soraka, just getting more consistent healing. He has triple BT as well, so Celestial Blessing free, second wind 1, triple BT and a Soraka. Do you want any more healing on this board? Like, there is just so much healing, man.
It is absolutely wild. We see some very last second shifting going across as well. So Bryson trying to fight for every inch. Of course they'll need to, because Daleson is still so strong. Those Bryson is the only one on the win streak right now, 5 in a row. Keep your eye on that Xiaoyu in the midst of all the chaos. The Nidalee right next to them, chewing into the Xiaoyu's hide and actually taking them down pretty far. Will start to take aggro, but might not be enough. Nidalee is staying alive barely and drops the Xiaoyu. With that, this round is pretty much done, as the Bryson might well be headed for first place.
Yeah, I think a lot of it also comes down to Dalisum's item setup, right? Yes, IE is good as an item. It was nice for the Tempo Slam. It's probably gotten to this point that he's in right now, but it's not considered best in slot here, and I think that is going to be kind of obvious to a certain extent, right? But again, not a bad item setup at all. Very, very strong item setup here. This Carousel, you see that something like a Rebel Spat had been an Dacia player right now, they would be loving their life, but well, we were talking about a lot about the Dacia, and you know, the Warlord's other angle just never showed up.
No, it's a little bit disappointing that doesn't happen, but it looks like our players have got something in mind as Bryson looks to put their stamp on the game. The 2-star Shyvana, the 2-star Nico. We did see a Giant Slayer coming for Travis to help try and deal with this overwhelming situation, but surely Bryson has this one.
Double redemption, double frontline spike here as well now. Like, the healing is just, you know, it's all over. Like, there is just nothing but healing right now. And again, securing that uptime on the Nidalee is the most important thing. Uptime is so important in these conversations now. And here it comes, the Shyvana, the Siphon jumping into the backline now. And it's going to be pulled into the back into the frontline here. No, it goes into Nidalee actually.
Right, trying to he kills her almost straight away. So Bryson is in major trouble. It's now going to be down to Shyvana in a battle of dragons. We know Shyvana is good at doing the disruption, but face to face, surely not. Siphon's just getting stronger and stronger. Elise does cut through the defenses. The burn comes in, and Travis is gone.
And look at the damage coming through from that Shyvana too. Like a single damage item in the Morello, you know, the QSS coming through, also slowing down the attack speed there, going to be massive. And the Shyvana, when you get to this position, can do a lot of work still at the end of the day. The Nidalee barely did any damage, but now we're down into our 1 versus 1 situation here. Dalisson from Spain against Bryson from Poland. And, you know, Bryson, former GSC winner, currently reigning GSC champion, actually now looking to continue that run of victories. Now we see Dalisson making a lasting adjustment. Has that Zoe 2 now on the board. Whether that's going to be the deciding factor, we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Dragon versus Dragon. We've
just no stock.
Yeah, what are they even doing back there? I think Shyvana actually ends up putting them through by giving them a little bit of mana to be able to cast out. Yasuo's now onto the backline as the Dragons continue to work in this maelstrom of madness. Xiaoyu, of course, the one to keep your eyes on, because they are tearing into Shyvana at the top of the screen. Nidalee is still alive for the time being, does drop down. Xiaoyu is not taking nearly any attention. The goal comes in and the Xiaoyu does their work. So Bryson takes the big L.
And even with Dalisson making a bit of a minor positioning mishap, that can sometimes happen when you are cornering a carry, a melee carry behind 2 4 attack range units here, right? Bard sometimes will walk up in those situations, but due to positioning from Surprising Desert, didn't have to walk up. So now we can see here making that adjustment now to guarantee the fact that the Yasuo does not get stuck again here now. We are on our Rift Herald round. Ionic Spark for Bryson. Not a horrible item by any stretch of imagination. It's probably better than a JG, but again, you have to realize that there's going to be a Zoe, so like a single JG proc on like a Lockslayer, for example, could be very, very big as well.
Yeah, I have to think having that Ionic in there would certainly not hurt when it comes to getting a little bit more damage out of Shyvana. She said there was some definitely coming into this potentially last round with the advantage. It forces the Bryson to try and find a way to switch up what happened in the previous round.
Yeah, and the fresh 2 in the back probably not going to be the deciding factor here. Trying to at least just get a little bit more spread out on the composition here. Doesn't want to get clumped into a Yasuo ulti. Doesn't want... That's a Yasuo 2 spike now, right? This should just be the deciding factor.
Yeah, those Thieves Gloves items not too bad at all. Let's go one more time. The Bryson on 19. That is some with 1 life still remaining if this one goes against them. Shyvana takes to the skies and drops down. Of course, the whole team will get knocked up. We do need to keep our eyes on Xiaoyu, who's down pretty low already. Second win will bring them back up into the fight. Onyx Spark. Again, we're making the Shyvana a little bit more of a damage threat. The 2 big dragons face to face. Shyvana is alive, and Xiaoyu just got their goose cooked.
And then Italy being just guaranteed staying alive here for as well for the duration of the fight now. We're going to stage 7 here. I don't think it's going to be lethal. It actually is lethal.
It's over!
-1 here, so that is going to be Bryson. Well, he knows these day 3s of these Golden Spatula Cups all too well, and he's coming back with a vengeance.
Oh my gosh, Panda must be extremely happy right now because we got our kitty cat and we've got ourselves all the way to a first place performance in the first game of the day. Of course, this is the most important day of the competition and this is a day you want to be starting strong.
Definitely want to be starting strong here. I mean, we just got to see some of that Nidalee action and how you can scale in. It wasn't a traditional build that we've seen take over as a more traditional late game now with the Xiaoyu being the secondary primary carry here. Ended up getting a lot of econ, went 9, found the Shyvana 2, and then again that Frozen Heart in the backline doing so much work against these carries without their QSS available. So, I mean, there is a lobby off stream as well, Counterfeit. Should we just like run over that for a second as well? I think I don't know if we're going to get an asset for it, but Felix won that lobby. So we want a bit of a bigger overdrive here. Oh, look at that. It's a different point of the game here. But anything else with this game that like stands out to you? Because I think that we got to see a lot of variety.
I mean, again, I guess we get to doubly praise Panda for this game because mages, again, they lured me in with their false promises and they proved Panda right again and also Nidalee at the same time. I'm starting to think that Panda might be some kind of witch. But I mean, you know, in terms of what we were seeing overall, you know, Xiaoyu, of course, returning from yesterday exactly as we expected. I like that we did get to see something a little bit different from the Bryson, and eventually actually taking the win there, but that was so close towards the end. I think we could have easily ended up with a Jane winner there as well.
Yeah, and we saw some of those fights right again at the I think the last second position adaptation coming from the Bryson, right, trying to spread out his board more, ended up being really deciding as well, right? Just, you know, again, we saw that was like big clump board, and then they lost the fight, even with the Yasuo being stuck in the backdown with the Yasuo 1 and the Yasuo 2 spiking from Dallas, something that was not enough as well. So just like one of those fights that are very, very interesting to follow here. And the competition that won in the other game actually was more so of a... Is it a Sire board? Again, like Sire board won.
A guild Sire with Talon as well. So that's something we didn't see at all in this game.
I mean, we didn't really see it, but we saw like how strong Sire can be for a few specific fights as well, right? Coming through with the board from Humage or Alana, whatever you want to call them. And he was performing well, but again, he was kind of stuck in that level 7 situation, couldn't really get vertically up in a situation you want to be in, so that's just what can happen at the end of the day. And I mean, rough lobby as well for Noel, right? Like, again, starting the day off with an 8th, it's going to be very hard for you to come back and have a realistic shot at the crown and the title today. I think that is going to be when I'm just going to start playing for those like upper secondary positions instead. That is a really rough one. I think that also Scarambus there, we saw that he was trying to adapt to his opener and realizing that because of how strong his board was, naturally he was not going to be getting a lot of very high priority items, went with a lot of like more aura-centric items set up instead, and that just ended up only carrying him to a 5th, right? Way on ladder that might carry us even like a 3rd or 4th most of the time here. Just shows the level of these lobbies.
I mean, so Scrambus, like that, it was particularly shocking because that's the comp that Scrambus was bringing out in day 2 and doing really well with. For them to have a, you know, they played Corki, I believe, 4 times across day 2, and their performances must have been really good. So to have a Tam Kench 3 drop early on, so presumably almost a perfect game for them, and still not make top 4, I don't even know what to make of that.
I mean, Corki is just a composition that is kind of like. I mean, you know the Katy Perry song, right? Hot and Cold sometimes. I feel like that song could like almost be translated into Corki as well to a certain extent, because they're just games I feel like, I should not be this strong right now, even though I have Corki 1. And then there are games like this one where you have Corki 2 and you have a pretty decent setup where you just go 8th. It's all over the place at times.
I mean, I have to wonder as well in some of these lobbies, the difference that gets between how much backline access there is there. In this lobby we saw, Siphon already a menace to the backline, Assassin Siphon doubly so. How different it can be in lobbies where we don't necessarily have Assassins, we don't have, I don't even want to contemplate the idea we don't have Siphon, but, presumably the difference between a lobby where you have to, position against multiple different people in each round, because you know that if you don't, you just lose immediately. That's going to add a whole lot of extra stress for our players.
What do you want to highlight here about why not necessarily we're like super bullish on the fact that Travis was playing the Assassin Siphon here was basically the fact he had double best friends in the setup. So the Siphon becomes a bit more tanky with the armor coming through from the best friends. And also the attack speed means that he's much more efficient at killing those carries most of the time as well. He's like taking a massive chunk out of them. He kills them much quicker. And was able to be pairing it up with another 2-star assassin in the backline, helping out killing those carries. You see the positioning here. Like he just had another 2-star assassin being the best friend all the time, so you had the guaranteed jump to both of the places there, meaning that the carry that you're going to be jumping was going to be taking a massive chunk of damage. So that is like positions where it can work, but again, I'm not super high on it. But again, you can see now why people are trying to play Assassin Siphon at times.
Alright, so we'll be going back in with the same lobby as before. Do remember, of course, that Bryson in the bottom right of your screen took the first place with a pretty amazing Nidalee setup. So they are coming in on pole position. Delasam from Spain in second, doing incredibly well as well. But for me, it's Noel and Humish or Lalana coming in, towards the bottom of the table with the 8th and 7th position. Those are the 2 players I'll be looking at most strongly to see if they can get a big performance here in day 3, game 2.
They really need that massive performance to put them back on the table, right? Put them back on the top of the leaderboards here, ensure that they are going to be having that strong position. So Bryson opening with a sword, something that I quite like. I liked it even more so on the last patch before everyone started playing Shiryu or Siphon, because you were like less contested on those compositions, right? So you were much safer to say, let's say Slam a BT here, for example, and just work from there. Has a Leona pair, and that can be very game defining depending on what the Mirage is going to be, because you have something like Pirates, for example. It's going to be Electric Overload, and that is very strong as well, because it acts like Electro Charge, and it just gives you a lot more combo power in the early game.
Oh, for sure. It's something I remember seeing Mordog recently messing around with Electric Overload. The power of that combo, if you decide to commit in for it, can be really surprising. It doesn't necessarily feel like the items for Bryson here are going to support that super well, though. I mean, I'd love to see, some actual health items to really enhance that effect, but a 2-star Leona, it seems like the units are telling Bryson which way to go.
Yeah, and this setup here is fine. Let's say you just drop like a Yone from an Orb or a Nunu or something like that. For example, get a Yone in the next shop. Depending on the gold he's going to be getting here now, he hasn't gotten any gold, which is going to make it a lot harder for him to make these early game decisions. If he gets, like, any Mirage thing dropped here, he should be in a pretty okay position. So a lot of it's going to be defined.
Well, I suppose he doesn't necessarily, even if he does decide to go for this Mirage setup early on, as instead it's 2 Alawi's, interesting enough, that drop. We'll see what these first augments end up being true to. It's got to be tempting. Swift Shot Crest, of course. We know the Swift Shots are everywhere. Cluttered Mind we haven't seen a ton of, but certainly a ton of value there.
The issue with Cluttered Mind here, right? Cluttered Mind is very good when you get to hold a lot of very different things in the early game. Okay, Aatrox Jinx from True 2, so it might just be a sell angle for the Jinx, to be completely honest. You don't have the time catch. It could just be playing strong units here. You could sell a couple of Alawi's level, go and just play the, free 2-stars plus Guardian, which is also never really a bad idea. Had this been like a Nunu 2, for example, which it cannot be because Nunu's a 3-star. Very good leader. Yone too. Yone 2 obviously would have been the one I would be angling for there. You could have slammed, let's say, a Bloodthirst on the Yone, and then you could have just chilled with the Yone being the primary carry until you were able to move into a different setup further down the road.
This kind of small aside from what we're talking about there. This kind of brings up one of the aspects of tournament play which we haven't gotten into is when we've got these augments like True Twos and things which are somewhat of a gamble. Are you of a preference? Would you prefer a player to try higher risk, higher reward kind of plays like Zabroton just did, where you could end up with something amazing, or do you feel like it's better to try and stick to what you know you're going to have and you know it's going to be good, but maybe not great?
I think like True Twos is never really like a gamble per se. I think it's one of the better augments at this stage of the game because they do get direction, or you just take the gold and you run with it instead. And then you hit a breakpoint, right? I think that it's. The other options are Clouded Mind. Clouded Mind would have been the gamble, but he didn't have the setup for Clouded Mind. And he's holding on to this Alawi pair because it could be something that's going to be game-defining for him as well. Not hitting the two costs that you would want to hit right now, but again, finds the Rebel here, which is going to be relatively big in terms of getting that Bruiser and Rebel in now. And it's very funny that this kind of speaks levels to the power level of just Rebel as trait. So yeah, interesting enough.
All right, let's check in with Droid. So do remember, Droid finishing out 4th before with a Varus reroll. Seems like they'll be switching things up. 2nd win and a good selection of Dragon Masters and Jades means this is the board that will take a very long time to die. But I do have my concerns with her about whether or not it's actually going to kill too much or anything.
Coming in, which was going to kill so much? Sorry, coming in.
Sorry, Droid's come. We don't have any offensive itemization at all.
I mean, yes, the Dragon Mancer, which in of itself is an offensive item to a certain extent, right? You can see right now it is making quick work off the setup. He also has the early level 5, which, again, here makes sense to a certain extent, I would say. I'm not sure I'm super, super high on it. But again, we see he gets a Jade, Dragon Mancer, and Shapeshifter, which means his board on a trait level, on a unit quality level, is insane right now. Should lay the foundations for a very solid situation. You can also see like some of the players who are taking massive losses and taking a huge spike. Scrambles finding another early 2-star here in the Ash as well on the side of the board.
Well, talk to me about this early level 5 then. What are the concerns here for Droid? Why would they have done this? What are they getting and what are they giving up?
I mean, they're giving up economy breakpoints, right? Even like it's not necessarily so much about economy breakpoints themselves. It's more so about those pseudo breakpoints you can end up reaching at points in time where the passive income that you're going to get is going to put you over the next economic breakpoint. And also, he's not really holding any pairs. He's hit the Tarek and he's hit the set already. He's not really holding any other pairs he would like to be at a lower level for. He has a Nar pair, for example, that he's much more likely to find at level 5 than he is at level 4, which is a massive defining factor as well. Nothing that's also worth noting here is that just, again, the Dragon Lottery is in full effect. You could just high roll a 4 cost, and you could get a Dragon from that. So that is just what can happen at these stages of the game here. Travis going for a very, very defensive opening here, just going, you know what, I'm just gonna open for it, take my richer, get my gold, and try to make a comeback.
So it seems like something that's worth reiterating for any of our players who are coming in, who maybe aren't as familiar with TFT as we are here. Kind of where we are in terms of this set right now. You talked about the Dragon meta coming in. In terms of strength, what kind of difference is it between a player or one of these players in lobbies who find the dragons early and the ones that don't?
So the biggest one for me actually is the HP differential that they can create, because again, at the end of the day, you're just taking like much bigger losses. You get 2-unit losses very often because the dragon's the only one that survives. That is the big deciding factor. Okay, it's going to be another needlessly big gem game here, and I think that is probably going to be a bit of a slap in the face for Lalana. I don't think necessarily he took it to get specifically Shimmer Scale. I think like taking a glove here is also fine, but he could have taken like a belt, for example, to get a Sunfire here. Took a risk that didn't pay off. These are the risks that you're talking about, right? You want to see the players take here. Had that been a Draven's Axe, for example, this would have been a much more high value play than this one. And, that is what he's going to be doing. He has to go to level 5 here, trying to save some HP, trying to work from this. Has a pretty okay setup in general when you look at it at the end of the day here. Could just make a Gargoyle Stoneplate, which is what we're going to be doing here. I want to highlight something about Dalism here as well right now. We saw this yesterday as well with him. Gets an early trainer in on the board here, trying to prioritize that, and you get the Nomsy going. Nomsy is incredibly strong, and the sooner you get her to that 3-star, 4-star breakpoint, the better.
And it's going to be even faster with Dalism. They've got Trade Sec to be able to get in the early 2 costs, or the early 2-star versions of the trainers. I do know that something that's been happening recently is, traditionally people have been bringing in 2 of the 3 trainers to activate Nomsy, but leaving the 3rd trainer out because of, that generally doesn't add a huge amount to your composition. But we're seeing more and more people bring in 3 trainers and keeping them in to maximize how quickly Nomsy gets grown up.
Yeah, it also comes to sometimes because it's going to subtract from your board quality most of the time. Again, it's an investment into the later stage of the game, but sometimes it can be an investment into the future. And Grambus took that early spat from the carousel here, has that Spatula grab back, the Earth grab back here as well, so is still looking to angle for a bit of a Swain setup. It seems like here has that static shift slammed as well on top of everything going on right now, so a strong position to be in right now if you're Oscar Rambus, but again, it's not really ideal. Has been, she took the first 2 losses, not really being able to streak fully back here now, but Noel has a Sin Emblem, Peter.
Oh boy, I think we've got an Olaf comp in our future, at least that, or perhaps more Siphon Assassin action. I guess the further idea of sort of treating our players as somewhat gambling here in our last day, it feels like taking the Spatula from the carousel and ending up with the Earth's grab back to get that second Spatula to turn them all into a Tactician's Crown. That's a gamble paying off huge.
It is. That's just the power of the Earth Grabback. The Earth Grabback is one of the strongest augments if you get to play actively around it. There's a lot of things, when mages were a little bit stronger, getting a mage emblem could be a game deciding factor. Assassin emblem, again, the Olaf that you were talking about, also a game deciding factor. Just having an open spat to take a spat off of a carousel for a Tactician's Crown, also massive. And speaking of dragons on stage too, Salvi has a Siphon with an Infinity Force and Rage Blade, and what is most likely going to be a BT.
Oh my gosh. Thank you folks in the chat as well for letting us know about this, because this is absolutely ridiculous. One more whisper in there. It's going to get even stronger. An unbroken win streak. A good bench as well of bruisers. Salvi is setting themselves up real well to come back from the 6th place in game 1.
It's the Kiana 2 on top of everything as well, early level 6 here. And I really want to look at the losses that he's going to be dealing to players, and look at the HP that most likely are going to be bleeding if he gets to face some of the more weaker players on the board here. Is going to go for the 4 Whistle 4 Bruiser angle rather than going for the Tempest instead, most likely. Again, he's trying to figure out which board is actually the strongest right now for himself. And again, the level 7 here, he's also in a good spot for that already. And I know this might sound weird, it might seem a little bit over the top to talk about that right now, but if he just keeps this Ezreal on the bench, he can push level 7, granted his witchery continues. On free 5, just put the Ezreal in and get the Tempest going as well.
Oh, for sure. Having another damage source ticking away from the backline is never a bad thing. Up against the Bryson, of course, who is feeling the hurt quite a lot. Their Aatrox not quite handstanding up to the Siphon in terms of raw power. I imagine the Bryson can be a little grumpy about that one, to say, yeah, we've got a Siphon at home. It just looks a lot more one cost.
And again, look like this, right? So Bryson, 92 HP, feeling relatively safe in the game, right? Bam! 12 HP loss on free 1. It just accelerates the lobby so much when you have these players that hit these Siphons and stuff like that so early on here. Could even go for component grab back just to get an even bigger spike right here, right now.
I mean, it would be an awful lot of power. We know that component bag has historically been the augment to go for nearly all the time. Just so much flexibility there. We have got level 6s coming in across most of the field. I think exactly right. The lobby is responding to how strong Salvi is right now. They know they need to draw their own lines. Caesar Bryson popping into the top of the screen just to look at what they have to deal with for the rest of the game.
And again, going for the electric charge here as well makes a lot of sense. You have a very tanky unit set with a lot of HP, so they are going to be taking a lot of hits. And again, with the likelihood of receiving crits being relatively high, 1 in every 4, more or less, if I recall correctly, right? So you are looking quite okay here if you are Salvi. Again, you're looking for maximum combat power, and again, the component grab back could kind of miss it. You're not looking for bows, you're not looking for swords, and you would look for primarily defensive components. So again, the high roll is not necessarily guaranteed even. Look at this now, the positioning here from Alana. He's going to be taking a huge beating here as well. Look at the Kiana coming from the backline now, and a charge coming through as well from that Siphon here. Has an early Sire though, which might be a bit of a saving grace to a certain extent here, but it's not going to be dealing out a ton of damage as of right now.
No, just purely damage items and really relying on getting into the Rage Ring state to be able to get any good of attack speed. You can see it's just glancing off the hide of the Siphon. I think while Humish has definitely hit a lot earlier than before, they are in trouble, as is Travis and Delsum. We've got our 3 players separated from the pack and starting to plummet in HP. As you said, the lobby is picking up here in round 2. There is no room for weakness.
There is no room for weakness at all here. And again, Surprising being relatively strong right now. Again, Scarambus still cannot really find the fully 6 Dragonmancer angle. Like, he finds it here right now instead. Even has the Shiryu on the bench with a BT available, but has taken Scorch, which is one of the best augments for Swain. Like, getting that additional layer of true damage to your composition just can help accelerate you so much in terms of just the pure power level here. And now with that 6 Dragonmancer, and it's still on Swain 1 only. Had he had Swain 2, it'd be a much different perspective, but right now this is still a very strong position to be in.
They're going up a very similar composition with Droid, though, as you said, we're seeing a lot of time these sets being used as a way to set up later on for Shiryu to enter the fray. Up against our friend Swain in the backline. Set is doing a pretty good job of denying most of that damage and healing up thanks to Dragon's Claw. It's looking like we're going to be seeing Scarambus going for a little bit more of a loss streak in the early going.
I mean, it's not so much about the loss rate, just like the boys have been hitting here back-to-back now have been incredibly strong boys that has just been taking a toll on him. Fully defensive carousel here, and I consider more or less fully. Yeah, that's like one glove and a rod, right? Like, you have tears and sword and bells and stuff. Not ideal if you're looking for getting like that attack speed item, for example. And Lalana here, again, going to be running it back with the same composition he was running last game, most likely here. Taking a Nico with a belt means that he's already has his front line on lock, which is going to be a nice stabilization point. We saw like how hard he stabilized last game when he found that side to that Nico too, but now he's maybe in a position where he doesn't take, like, go down to 9 HP before he stabilizes. I think that's going to be the deciding factor to see here.
Oh, for sure. I think it's a huge sigh of relief for Humish here that they've got, a front line to hide behind. As we check across the board, we can see, of course, our different components coming through. We'll be seeing a couple of odd items sneak in, as we always do. Anything jumping out at you, Witter?
I mean, Savage Bin from Lalana here as well, I think, is an interesting one because it allows him to redefine his game. You can see he actually ended up selling away the Nico and not going to put it in right now just to prioritize making that Sunfire Cape. And a Declaw now, just seeing that's going to be what's going to be stabilizing me the most. Surprising has found himself a Siphon. It is going to be charging away from the backline right now. I mean, there's going to be more time bought here for Lalana's board to do at least a little more damage here. But again, there's another Rage Wing angle in right now. You're talking about like how important that is. There's no Rage Wing right now, so it's going to be a bit of a big loss still. It's going to jump away the Syac and 3 unit loss, 5 unit loss, whatever you want to call it here. We'll be taking him down to around the 50 mark. So has a bit more HP to work with this time around. Is no longer on like 9 HP. I think that is the big deciding factor right now here. Travis also kind of starting to find his way. Looking at the bench, that's a Yasuo, Ornn, and a Shiryu. So there's a ton of angles to play from here.
I was going to say, we are seeing a little bit what you're talking about before with the big separation between top 4 and bottom 4. I think we might be able to even tie that to the people who found their dragons and the ones that didn't. But Travis actually getting a win over one of the top table players means that maybe they've got something in store for us here which we weren't expecting.
Yeah, maybe again, this is going to be one to follow here. Again, this point, when we look at the backline here, it's actually very strong. I was talking a lot about Tristana too and the power level of her as a unit. Like, she can hold pretty much any sort of offensive components in the game here. Get to see the Bryson board yet again. And I also want to highlight something that's worth noting here. The Rocket Propelled Fist is a very strong item because if people haven't scouted probably in the lobby, they are not going to be aware of that. And that can end up killing off a carry, giving you like a free fight, for example, like, and saving you a lot of HP. And right now, every HP saved when you are in Travis's position is a massive, massive win. Being at 46 at this point in the game, you are far from stable. And Rocket Propelled Fist is one of the items that really helps you save a lot of HP in this part of the game.
I suppose it's the Rocket Propelled Fist presumably would be really, really amazing in a lobby where your main concern was backline carries. But it feels like in this lobby with 2 different players, or possibly even more than that, running strong siphons already, it feels like backlines are the last thing on your list of problems.
That is just kind of what the state of the meta is, right? But even in some specific compositions, right? Let's say Varus reroll, for example, right? The backline carry still plays a huge part, even though there's a siphon in the front line. In the Shiryu compositions, there's still going to be something like an Anivia in the backline you want to deal with, or like a Soraka later stage of the game. These type of units that, are just being hidden away in the corners most of the time here. are going to be important to look out for. And these items are interesting for sure to look out for. Again, you can see Runan's Hurricane, not a horrible item, but at this point in the game has kind of already served its purpose. And after that, you're lacking any sort of offensive items here. Setting on a Xiaoyu pair now. Is he going to give up the Siphon? I don't think that Travis is. He's just going to be continuously rolling down. He skips the Shen 2 because he needs the gold to roll with. Needs to find one of these game-defining units right here, right now. Finds the Nivea 2, not necessarily game-defining enough. Is going to make it, but doesn't find a Xiaoyu, doesn't find that Siphon. This was just going to be a little bit more sketchy than you would have expected to be potentially here. He's going to hold the Siphon on the bench, potentially, because, again, he's going to be rolling down on the following turn. He'll see Noel going for this Assassin Xiaoyu, Peter.
Oh my gosh, we're going to get every flavor of Xiaoyu and Siphon across this competition. Fantastic stuff. It does mean we got two Xiaoyus brawling with each other, but I think the last second setup here for Travis is always going to have room for optimization. And with what they've got right now, surely they would still get the win. No, maybe. The Xiaoyu survives, is healing up. The Hand of Justice is doing a lot of work, and miraculously, they're able to hold on without taking the L, despite their positioning being pretty scuffed.
I mean, positioning wasn't scuffed. Positioning was fine, right? You protect the Xiaoyu as a carry here. I think that was fine. Again, this position is not easy to pull off. Now, Pandora's bench here. You're already holding the Siphon on the bench here. You can get it in one turn. Maybe you'll get the Xiaoyu 2, but it's going to be going for the component grab back instead, just trying to get some items more so, or this Earth grab back, I think, obviously, but again, it's more so for the component, I think. Because the dispatch you're making right now...
I don't know if I like this for Travis, though, because you're right, eventually you can end up with the dragon you want, but I don't know how many eventuallys Travis actually has.
He finds the 6 Jade. That is another eventually added to the mix, right? We saw like how much work he was able to do with just a singular free Jade setup. Now getting the extra Jade in here is going to be a massive one here again. There is so much to do on this bench here. Sunfire Cape, obviously fantastic item. Rugged Fulfill Fist is going to save him a lot as well here. It actually has a very decent set of base stats on top of everything, which I think is pretty interesting to note.
But the thing you did point out before was that what Travis doesn't have are optimal items for the Xiaoyu. It's going to instead be the double slam of the bow coming in. So we've got at least a slightly safer Xiaoyu who'll keep their distance. But in terms of raw damage, they might find themselves, raw damage and survivability, they might find themselves a little lacking.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen an RC Xiaoyu before in my life, so I'm interested to see whether or not the knockup part, like the blow does go to the target still, but again, it's not necessarily ideal. Like Xiaoyu really wants to be up close and personal most of the time. We do see here now Lalana's going for a bit of a different setup here now. He's going with a Titans Resolve build with the. He also has a Gadget Expert, so bit of a messy setup here right now. But again, he can repurpose everything. Right, again, that's worth noting here. He is on salvage bin, so the items you're looking at right now may or may not be the final items.
Oh gosh, so yeah, Travis in a little bit of peril, to put it mildly, as we check in with our top performer, Salvi, who's been win streaking since the very beginning of the game. That's what a Siphon 2 will do for you. And right now, with this setup here, it seems like the only real concern is that Siphon. Whispers 6. I guess eventually Pike's going to do something, but Siphon is carrying this comp almost by themselves.
It's a Siphon 1 as well. I think that is worth noting here. It doesn't even have the investment of the Siphon 2, but hasn't felt the need to roll. Again, the item setup here is absolutely magnificent. Has the Sin setup going as well, with the Pike being found here, 6 Whispers. So it's a very, very strong unit in of his own right now. At 1 star here, he continues to just fully streaking. The setup is very, very good. Celestial Blessing, Electro Charge. Very strong combat augments as well here. Trying to go for the fast 9 angle, which I think is going to be very much doable right now. Again, you see Droid here. Not a bad setup for themselves, but nowhere near enough to really power through this and destroy, hands out a massive loss here. Like, Salvi is just, putting the hurt into the entire lobby.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you look at the drop-off between Salvi and Zabroiton. Nearly half of the HP dropping down as the rest of the lobby are swept along in Salvi's wake. Travis is, of course, the one in most peril. We saw them panicking. Well, I don't say panic slam, maybe a little unfair, but certainly knowing that they have to make some kind of turnaround before things get too far out of control. Most of the rest of the lobby are around 40 and 50 HP at most as a Bryson, but I mean, I don't even know what our players are going to try here to take Salvi off their perch, or if indeed they'll give up on that and just try and fight each other.
Yeah, so again, Speaking of taking off first, Dalsum running it back. We saw him do this a lot yesterday with that early trainer angle, looking for that early upgrade Nomsy here. He was stuck on 1-star trainers for a while. We can see right now he's also stuck on a 1-star to stun. And right, I mean, this Nomsy should have been around 3-star, probably halfway to 4-star now if he'd had a very, very, very good opener for the trainers. But I think he is still in a decent spot to work from here right now. Has the Cockatoo, very good items, has the Idas, relatively tanky as well, has a gem on the Yasuo, even though stays alive for a long time. But now look at the angle here from the Assassin Xiaoyu here. It's going to be pulled out by the Yasuo actually, so it means that Corgi stays safe for now.
And that's so important. It's not the same kind of tenacity of offense you see from the Cypher who'll be chasing down it again and again. This, well, we talked about it before. You said the feast or famine of the Corki composition there. Corki making it out of that round completely untouched and destroying everything.
Destroying everything, indeed. I think that is just the power of the Corgi. When you get the really strong setup for the Corgi, you have the Lulu there to ensure that again protection for the assassins. Again, very cleverly done with the Yasuo. If that was intentional, pulling away the assassin of the Xiaoyu. So again, hit is on some pretty interesting spikes here. Finds it down at 2, which means that this Nomsy is gonna, start stacking into that 4 stage a little bit quicker. Even has the additional potential here, putting in the Braum for the Guardian just to make sure that the Ida stays alive for a little bit longer, with it currently being a 1-star thing that you can sack one Cannoneer just to ensure that you at least have a little bit more protection for this Corki. I think buying Corki time is going to be the major name of the game right now.
Let's see how they do here against Skarnbay. The Corki not taking any aggro in the other gun. Of course, this is going to be much more a front-to-back team fight kind of setup, where of course Corki will do very well. We have got on the top right of the screen though, Swain is stacking up to become an absolute monster. Beyond a certain point, he may be almost unkillable, but he's not focusing Corki at all, and so will fall. This is down at the bottom, Travis, who has hit the 2-star Xiaoyu. Even if their itemization isn't quite what we expected, it's apparently good enough to take a big L to Humish and maybe claw the way up. Look at the bottom 3 players. They're all almost identical HP.
They are, and that's why this round is going to be so important here. Can you see Lalana again? He's been stuck in his position, just as similar to last game. Now he does have a 6 Rage Ring angle instead to work with, however. He's just stuck in a position where he's been forced to roll on level 7 because he's not been able to get a stable enough early game to carry him on and push through that. So that's obviously going to be a bit of an unfortunate situation. We've seen this twice now. Last game, very much the same type of setup here, going for that early Sire. He even had the Sire at stage 3. At 3-2 he had a Sire, and he was unable to stabilize. So he is going to be changing around some stuff here. And again, that static shift that is now possible to make here. Okay, it's going to be a redemption instead, but would be a little bit, would provide some extra power with that Get It Expert, but it's not going to be the case. Only has the Ionic Spark being, amplified by
Let's take a look
that
at some
Get
of
It
these
Expert.
streaks, though, while we've got the chance. 15 streak for Salvi. Droid, though, interestingly, 7-round loss streak for them. So they may be the same as the bottom 3 players in terms of health, but in terms of gold income, they are actually looking pretty good.
They are. Everyone here, again, strong on the gold, and again, win streaks, they generally speaking tend to make you put yourself in a very strong position here. What are you making of Droid's board here, right? Because he has the first aid kill, he has triple healing organs plus triple healing item on the Xiaoyu. Is this going to be an issue? Because I feel like he just doesn't have the damage to back things up here.
Yeah, the two-handed justice is nice, but you're right. I think it may be over going after this healing, especially Humish with the Shyvana coming through should be able to tear some pretty big holes in, especially with having the Sunfire cape as well. That's going to really cut out a lot of the strength of Droid's board with all of the healing. Fortunately, Shyvana stays away from Xiaoyu for quite a long part of the round. Keep your eye out for Zyra as well on the backside, pouring out the damage over time, but I don't see good things in this Xiaoyu's future. Does do a good amount of crowd control, and Shyvana's getting hops up and down again and again, but it may still not be enough. The Zyra, with mostly defensive itemization, finishes off the round and pushes Droid down, but Travis has been pushed out.
He is fully down and out. Now again, the RFC on the Xiaoyu too, we're talking about how it might not be ideal, and well, sure enough, it ended up not really being ideal enough to at least stabilize him into a position that wasn't the 8th here against Karambas. Now also going down to those lower echelons of HP. Now Droid finding that 2-star Nico, which might help him stabilize. Hasn't been able to find a replacement of the Tarek, meaning that he cannot stick with the current Jade setup and have the items onto the Nico. I think if you get those 10 guns onto Nico, you're going to be in a much different position here and now. But again, look at these fights here again. This board coming through from Skarambas now should also be able to do a ton of work.
And this Swain is up to full itemization, so we're pouring in the firepower. Xiaoyu not getting straight onto the main carry in the same way we'd expect a Siphon to do, means that this isn't even a remotely close fight. Swain totally untouched. Droid is still fighting right now at the bottom of the table as Salvi takes their first loss of this round 2.
Yeah, and Droid now out as well, so again, big deciding factor for the entirety of the game now. Salvi, he's not above the 50 gold breakpoint here, so he's not going to be able to streak. Okay, sometimes when you lose a streak, you're like, okay, I'm above 50 gold regardless, it doesn't matter. And now look at this board from Dalsum as well. It's found that 2-star frontline upgrade has a 2-star, so this board is incredibly strong from Dalsum. Again, we understand why it's 5 streaking. Skarambas on the Yasuo 2P. These boards are just starting to take off completely right now.
Oh boy, well then this is what we'd expect. I think Salvi threw down the gauntlet to the rest of the lobby and said, I have got the most obscene board imaginable from the early going. You better put something comparable into play. So Bryson, I believe the player who took the win streak off of Salvi. Of course, it's all going to be about the siphons all the way down, but look at the Swain. They are not taking aggro until very late in the round. They're so close to going off. They stay alive through the siphon. The hook from the Thresh is good, but still, Skarambe does it and manages to hold on even longer.
Lalana with a very, very big loss here as well, but still alive at 1 HP, still in it to win it potentially as well, but now every single place matters. Again, we've been talking about this for the entirety of the day here, and the big downfall of these Swain comps is that very often when you take these wins, they are going to be exclusively, though, like the Swain, taking the 1 unit win. So that is something that is worth noting as well, that while Swain is a very good comp in the early game, can streak a lot, they don't tend to do a lot of damage to the opponents because the rest of the board is not very strong now. And boy, oh boy, Stage 5 Carousel has come and gone, and a Shroud being picked up right now. Stock on to level 7, has a side 2 now, but you still have to work with this, and it's like, again, level 8 seems very far away here, Peter.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, this is the kind of desperation situation that players can get into, just clawing and scrambling their way up. Do you remember that Humish came in 7th last time round? At least they'll have bettered their performance from game number 1. It's worth noting, particularly in terms of the pricing for today, hitting the top 8 is when you start to really get in for the big prizes and make all of this work worthwhile, coming in through the open qualifiers, being from all the other places as well, coming through the ladder snapshots and things. There's been so much work being put in by our players to even get to this point, and it can all come down to this round. The Zaya is going to get aggro from the Yasuo, and as soon as they're the last one standing, this round is done, and so are they.
Yeah, Noel here now, at least holding on to a better result this time around than in the previous game now, but also looks like he is going to be on the receiving end of a lot of losses here, so that is going to be an interesting one to follow here. Has a, he's holding on for the Pike pair, doesn't want to move the item. I feel like at this point in time, when you're 10 HP, do you not just want to get that Runan's Hurricane onto a unit like the Talon that has a pretty decent amount of AD, just to try to have a better performance? Like, I feel like, yes, the Pike 2 might spike you very hard, but are you even realistically speaking getting to Pike 2 here?
It does feel extremely unlikely, and Noel apparently does consider the possibility of Pike 3 worth it. Will sell up in the end, so getting that little tiny amount of extra power onto the board. It is Assassin Xiaoyu versus a full power Siphon. The Giant Slayer as well, going to make this Dragon versus Dragon matchup trivially easy to tear through. And it's all over. Noel doesn't quite make it through the top 4, but at least a much better performance than the first round.
We did not. Okay, I feel this is like the first time that we're not seeing a free item trial of Valor, Peter. I feel like we've seeing nothing but free star trials of Valor all weekend. Like, I don't know if it's by confirmation bias, just like being way too big, but I feel like that has been the case so far.
You certainly remember the 3 item ones, don't you? because of how much of a difference it makes in the whole game.
Yeah, most definitely you do here now. Again, Edge of Night is a very good item to get at this point in the stage as well. You know, can just be a little bit more of a defensive component for some of these other secondary carries in this Siphon comp we've been talking a little bit about. Salvi getting an Infinity Edge. Again, are you playing the Talon? He's not playing the Talon, but he's playing a Kiana, for example. Also has a Pike on board, which can get the IE turn to the Pike if you make a Pike 2. That would, for example, be a very, very big one again. With Noel being out of the pool, Pikes are open.
Yeah, got a chance to actually find a... Oh my gosh, really? Right, I love it here. So the combination leaves us with a Giant Slayer, an Infinity Edge, and a Quicksilver. We do finally have a second major damage concern in here for Salvi, who is at level 9. This round 2 of day 3, has been Salvi's definition from beginning to end. And they look so strong. I'm almost certain nobody can beat them.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the position here at Dallas. Yes, he has, you know, he's 11 HP, going to be guaranteed top 4 here. But the Kiana with the Frozen Heart and that Spirit Shojin is doing a ton of work as well. So, again, I think Dallas can be quite happy with another top 4 here. Has been playing decently well so far for the entirety of the weekend. Now, Scarambus now somehow managing to redeem their performance from the previous game now this time around, not bleeding into a bottom 4, but staying in that top 4 here. Cannot find the Swain free, sadly, so this is more or less about where it expects to end up here. Again, having the Zephyr on the Yasuo is also going to be a bit of a not ideal situation. Right? Again, Yasuo, you can move around a lot. It's not necessarily super depending on positioning, but you don't necessarily want to frontline your Yasuo for no apparent reason here, and that's kind of what you have to do because of the Zephyr.
Alright, Scramby, we'll see if you can push things any further. Coming up 5th in the previous round, now at least guaranteed top 3. Scramby, our top 1 finisher from day 2, so looking to try and create their name in this tour, the Golden Spatula Cup #1. Swain is pouring out the damage, not going to take too much aggros. We do have Siphon landing right beside, though. The Pike is doing their work. There's just too much damage, and Scarambe will have to settle for 3rd.
Yeah, now it's going to be Subroisen and Salvage, 2 of our household names in the competitive scene in EMEA, now battling it out for this round 2 victory. Backdown positioning here from Subroisen with that Nico is a bit of an interesting one for sure. Again, you need to pull in the opponent's board when you are playing Sins, which is right now is a pretty Sin. You have a couple of Sins, right? I think that is worth noting. But now, again, looking at this situation here, it's a Siphon v Siphon matchup to the surprise of, well, just about absolutely nobody. Subroisen doesn't have...
Talk to me about the positioning here, because, right, you know, we don't have a backline to worry about, so we don't have the Siphon charging that. But when you've got a Siphon versus a Siphon, how do you want this Dance of Dragons to go?
I mean, you want to ensure that it's not your Siphon taking the chumps from the positioning in the first place, because, again, it can be a bit of a coin flip at times because of the fact that when one player has the Pike 2, which is what's going to happen right now, you're going to have fights looking like this, and Salvi, much to the joy, I would say, of our friend Murnio here, taking a lobby victory. Very, very strong performance here. And again, we kind of saw what happens when you hit those early Siphons, like 2-5 Siphon, had the Infinity Force, had the Rage Blade already as well. Like, the itemization was on point, and then that just kind of, took a toll from there. What felt like an infinitely long winning streak there, Peter.
I mean, it basically was. That was just absolutely obscene. I mean, it's what we kind of expected based on that start. And well, I guess one of the interesting things to kind of come out from this first lobby is in the first game 1 and 2, is we had such a wide variety of performances across the same players playing against the same players, which of course means that as we go forward for the other 4 games today, it opens up so many more opportunities for to see the top players switch and flip around places. If we have one player come in first twice, for instance, then they might even have an insurmountable lead already.
They might have had an insurmountable lead already. And again, we don't have the results of the other lobby ready to go. We are going to be having a full standings update for you at some point during this while we set up for game number 3, number 4 here. I mean, we're just seeing a lot of variety, and then I feel like this is the first time this weekend we've seen this, this double Siphon just doing their thing, right? Like, it feels like, we've been kind of avoiding this double Siphon setup, but I feel like we should take a quick break and then let our big brain analysts get to work and break down those 2 games.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Most know me as Salvi. I'm from Germany. I've been playing TFT since set 1, more or less. Been rocking the scene. Yeah, that's it, I guess. It's actually from World of Warcraft. When I was a younger guy, I played an undead priest named Salvation, which just became Salvi because it's shorter. And then since that was taken on most sides, I just added 2 more Ys at the end. And yeah, always get that name on most sides now. Yeah, sure. Kind of reminds me of set 4 a bit, the Chosen set, which I didn't really like. Just because like dragons as a unit are very, very similar to just Chosen. So far, I don't really mind it as much as Chosen, because Chosen basically affected every single unit and made like balancing a nightmare for every single unit, and now it's just the few dragons that are basically a trouble to balance. So I think it's pretty light as a set mechanic, and I think that's one of the reasons why I actually enjoy the set so far. I mean, I would probably give shout out to my like the OG guys I played the most with, and like way back when there was also team tournaments, which were like Hydra and Fluffy, and obviously Daisy, who's still playing. I guess if I had to give a shout out to like one active player, it would obviously be Daisy, still rank 1, still probably best European active player right now. So probably just Daisy, yeah, still grinding, still probably the most competitive EU player. Give a shout out to him, I guess.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here to break down that first lobby. Game number 2 just finished. Salvi taking that first. My name is Niberia, joined here by Murnio and Impetuous Panda. And guys, I feel like we just got to come out and say it. We've been avoiding it all weekend. The key feature is Siphon for Salvi.
I mean, it's obvious. If you get Siphon in stage 2 and win streak till 5-1, you have to take Siphon as a key feature. And I think if you're playing that greedy as a Siphon, as Salvi, you have to be highlighted in this game. I mean, he took this Siphon and knew, okay, I'm so strong. I've got so much damage. I have 4 bruisers in the early game and late game, 6 whispers, and I'm getting pretty easy into the late game.
Not just that, but when you have a very good unit like Siphon, you're going to put a lot of resources into making this unit the key thing in your comp. Trying to pull everything into this unit, it's going to 1v9. That's the whole point of Siphon in many comps. If you have an Infinity Force on it, that's kind of, instead of 3 items, that's maybe 3.5 items in terms of the power level. So it becomes even stronger, able to highlight that strength even more. And I think that's why Salvi got, instead of just a top 4, a first, alongside getting the Siphon so early.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, unless he was actually rolling for like a Siphon 3 at one point, he only got Siphon 2 at stage 4. I was watching the side and I saw Siphon 2. I was like, oh, I guess because he's been win streaking so long, he's going for Siphon 3. And then the next time we were on his board, no Siphons on bench. So something was going on that game that we didn't get the chance to catch out. But of course, you know, that was Salvi's game to lose at that point when you have such a strong start. And I think the big thing that I want to bring out for that game overall was that it decided the pace of the lobby, as was mentioned in the game. It exerted so much downward pressure that if you're going for one of those compositions that has to take an open fort, has to take those risks like Travis's Rich Get Richer, you're suddenly 20 HP, you've got nothing on the board, nothing on the bench, and you're taking one of those fast 8s.
Even a comp like Cannoneers, Dallas was playing it in this case. He didn't have that kind of win streak start that we talk about with Gadget Expert or Shiv that really allows you to have a top core performance. I was looking at his board and his position, and I'm like, this guy's gonna be in trouble because anytime he faces Salvi, that's, you know, minus 15, maybe minus 10. In the end, he hit the Itis 2 with perfect items and hit the 2-star Corki fairly early because he was uncontested, and that allowed him to still make it into a top 4. But the mid game looked very sketchy. I thought he wouldn't be able to pilot that into a top 4.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth noting the strategies that we're seeing come out. We mentioned it a little bit at the beginning of the day. It was mentioned on the cast as well. These are the games where people are going to be saying, okay, how do I want to qualify for the finals? How do I want to get there? Do I want to get there by just having a bunch of Golden Spatula Cup points? Or do I want to just win the whole thing? And we're seeing strategies that befit the people who are trying to win the whole thing. We see people going for open forts, which we haven't seen at all so far in this cup. And we're seeing people take those risky strats, take that Rich Get Richer. And I know Murnio yesterday on Desk, we were talking about this. We have not really seen economic augments until this game, essentially.
I think many players are really afraid of getting those economy augments because it is really a fast-paced game at this moment. In high elo, people are just pushing levels, getting level 7, getting level 9, and level 8, and just spend all their money to get a Siphon 2-star or a Shiryu 2-star. And I think just being too slow for the game, you're just too fast out. I mean, you're getting in stage 3 punches, 10 damage from Salvi, 15 damage maybe from Salvi, and then you are almost out in stage 4.
Yeah, a little bit too vulnerable. I think picking Econ Augments, you're just, the pressure of the lobby goes up a little bit too much compared to in the past with kind of a slower fast 8 kind of meta, and you're a little bit too vulnerable going for Econ Augments. One thing to mention though, we saw in game 1 in Italy, both on stream and off stream, Revan got top 2, Zbroyson got top 1, Sharimi played it in game 2 in the off stream lobby, and he went 8th. He was playing it in, he wasn't familiar with how the combos play. I think he just saw the results, said I can do this too. He wasn't rolling at the right level for Italy and ended up going 8th. So it goes to show it's a comp that can work very well, but it is kind of a very niche and you have to really know all the ins and outs to propel it into a first, a second, or a top 4.
We saw it work for Zbroyson as well. Earlier on in that first game of the lobby, he essentially used that Nidalee as the main carry all the way until the end of the game. Even though he had bigger units, even though he had dragons on the board, it really was the Nidalee that was bringing his way through that lobby. But it seems to have pretty high variance. I don't know if that's what you guys have been experiencing, but not only is it a matter of execution and a matter of how well you know the composition, but in certain lobbies, it feels like Nidalee just doesn't do anything. I remember yesterday, we had a Nidalee 3 losing to a Nidalee 2. Things like that versus Zbroyson's game, where the Nidalee 3 just conquered entire boards full of 2-stars.
To untrained eyes, it looks like it's just inconsistent or it's kind of RNG. But if you know what you have to be doing and what the differences are, you can, completely change the performance of an Italy comp. Revan was playing in the first game off stream with Thresh, the second hook on Thresh, hitting the kind of the main backline carry of the opponent 2 times to get like this perfect split second win that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise. There's so many minute things that you can make different decisions, and that completely changes the outcome. So it's not inconsistent. It may look like it, on paper, but I think it's more just knowing exactly what to do and what decisions to make throughout the game. It's not just a degenerate, just force this roll here and that's it. There's a little bit more to it, and that's what separates players like Gunmei, players like Revan in this case, from other players who are trying to force it and don't know exactly what to do.
I also think that in this game, the previous game, where Salvi went easy first place, many people just think, okay, it's an easy first after you are getting in stage 2 this Siphon for free. But it's not like this. He could just go level 8 and just roll down all the time to get the Siphon 2-star, but he doesn't know am I going to get this Siphon 2-star early, or am I just donkey rolling till I'm not having any money and not hit Siphon? He just chilled, he just went level 9, he knew, okay, my second carry is going to be Pike. He has really good items. In the end, this Pike had 3 insane items, QSS, Infinity Edge, and the third item. And by playing for this level 9, being greedy, not just rolling down for this Siphon 2-star, he went for the first, and it wasn't just luck only.
And off the back of that game, let's take a look at the overall standings. We do have both of our lobbies concluded at this point, and not going to be a whole lot of surprises here. Sproyson, we saw take that first and that second, but Philalix also in the second lobby has been having a ton of success. And I know, David, you were watching over onto that lobby. What's he been up to? How's he found all of these wins?
He was actually playing Cannoneers in the last game, had a very good start for it, and was able to have a really good game. There weren't many Siphon players. I think we talked about the Dragons, Xiaoyu being a bit of a better matchup for Cannoneers than Siphon is because of how Siphon just delete your Cannoneer right away. And that was fortunate. There was many Xiaoyu players that were all contesting each other. Actually, the rest of the top 4 in this last game too was all Jade flex with Xiaoyu carry. So it kind of all worked out for him. He got first place in game 1 as well off stream. So only one French player, but at least this French player is doing what French players usually do, and that is win out and start off the day with 2 wins here.
And at the bottom, I mean, we're looking at players like Arsene who came in the other days and did incredibly well. Arrow, Shirimi as well. I know, Murnir, you were looking at Shirimi as one of those players that you were highlighting, but he's been struggling here. Took an 8th in the very last game. Sweller as well. These are the people who really need to push themselves in this next set of games in order to make it up back into that top 8, get those Golden Spatula Cup points.
I think at those times, Shirimi has really unlucky games. It could be also bad played, but in the end, it's TFT. You have some odds that you can't really miss or just take. And in the end, Shirimi could tilt now or just come back and get the first places and get the first at this day. But we have to see it. There are only 2 games played and 4 are coming now.
Just to go a bit more into Shirimi's perspective, I wasn't watching his exact perspective, but my guess is that he was trying to play Varus reroll. He just hit naturals a lot more Nidalees when he was already leveling up for the Varus roll down instead of the Nidalee roll down, and then maybe found a Xiaoyu as well. He said, oh, I'm going to play Jade with Nidalee because of this, and that kind of made him dizzy, and he was kind of caught between both reroll comps, one that he knows very well, Varus, and one that he was maybe more unfamiliar with Nidalee, and that's why I ended up being an 8th. I think a lot of the time in TFT, when you get an 8th, it's because something goes so wrong that makes you so confused that you end up just losing your footing, especially at this level. I think that might explain why Shirimi had a bad score, and hopefully can bounce back in game 3.
We're going to look forward as we get into game number 3. We're going to head over to a quick break, but when we get back, games number 3 and 4 are going to be coming at you in quick succession. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Lelouch. I'm one of the top challenger players in the US and in Poland. Started playing since set 1 and achieving more successes and being the top of the ladder, hitting rank 1 consecutively and set 5, 6 and 7, and of course the house of the set. Origin is pretty simple. I'm a weeb, I won't hide it. And this comes from my previous favorite anime, Code Geass, and the main character's name is Lelouch, and it's one of my top characters, so I just thought about it first time I thought about my nick. Pretty positive. Of course, I don't like designs of some units, some traits. I think there's some fixing to be done, some reworks, as we talked with other players. I think the most important thing is to have urge to click play again. So I want to play more and I'm having fun even if I'm tilted or having bad impression on some traits like mages, for example. I think of course Travis, which I mentioned before, Sproyson, we talk a lot. And simply Wojtek, and probably now we play a lot with TSW also. So like those 4 players I would think of.
Surprise! The analyst desk are now the casters. Welcome back, everyone. My name's Naviria, joined here by Murnio and Impetuous Panda, and we are going to get into round 3 as soon as possible. Our players are raring to go, but before we do, guys, we just came out of our first 2 rounds of games. This is where these tournaments tend to be decided. Coming out of round 4, we know who's going to be coming out on top. We know who's most usually out of contention. We're down to our top 8 usually by that point. Are you still feeling good about your predictions that you had coming into the day?
Well, go ahead, Murdio.
I'm feeling a little afraid of Salvi being a bit too hyped now. I just said that he's really tilt-proof, but now he just got a first place and now he have to commit to it. It's still doable for him after he's getting the 6th place, then now the first place. It's still possible to get the first place in this next match, but I hope so that he isn't overpumped now.
Well, and I think, Panda, we were looking at these lobbies during the break. We were looking at this, and you were just like, oh no, all 3 Spanish players are in the same lobby. How are you feeling coming into game number 3?
First world problem, suffering from success. The 3 Spanish players in the top 8, it kind of sucks, but that's how life is sometimes. Dalesom and Revan are the ones that have a bit of a better position here compared to Odessa. Dalesom top forward in the first 2 games as well. But we're going to be curious to see. They know each other very well. I think they're going to be able to, for example, I think Dalesom won't play in Italy if he knows Revan is looking to play and has a good start for it. So the interpersonal connections here might also affect what comps players go for and what the kind of lobby meta looks like as well.
Can we please point out that one person is using his cam?
Yeah! Woo!
Finally, let's go!
Let's go, cameras!
And he won 2 games in a row. Coincidence? Yeah. I think not.
Exactly. Players who have their cameras on tend to win games, guys. Look, chat, I know we have to encourage the players however we can. We got to get those cams on. We love those moments like you remember Revan getting up and screaming in victory. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff, man.
I mean, I hope he's going to hype this game after winning this. I mean, I don't know if he's going to win this. He won the first 2 rounds, and now if he wins it again, I want to see his hype. I want to see the good vibe in this game, and I am looking forward for it.
Well, guys, we played a game earlier on in the desk called Slammer Pass. These items are looking a little bit rough to my eyes.
Looking rough, especially for what could be an Italy angle here. You found the 3 Astrals in shop at this 3rd combat round, but you don't have the items for it. It's really not ideal. I guess Rage Blade is fine, the belt as well, but the tier not so much, maybe a Hodge. Combat training is fantastic for Italy though. This is a very good direction. If Philalix has any experience with this comp, this is a very good angle to play it.
But he also got Scorch. Scorch is actually the best augment you can pick when you are playing Swain. It's insanely strong. It's late game, almost first place guaranteed if he's getting Scorch plus Swain 3-star at this point. I mean, he's committing in the early game when he's taking it. The most flexible augment would be Electro Charge, but as I said, Scorch is insanely strong with late game Ragewing units.
And we've seen him play that Guild Xayah composition quite a bit additionally, so that's another Ragewing carry that you can look forward to this Scorch for. And that is what he's going to go for. So an early Ragewing direction locked in here for Philalix.
It was kind of the decision point between if you know these exact comp trees with Nidalee and with Swain, it's a very good direction for it. Maybe just doesn't have experience, hasn't played those comps enough, wants to stay open to comps he's familiar with, and goes for a very generic Electrocharge instead. But looks like a decision has been made there. And the early game here, not looking too strong, no items slam, so it might just be a loose streak start here for Philalix.
But look at the enemy. He has got 2 Sejuani 2-star and a Braum 2-star and a Lilia with Hand of Justice. This augment is in the early game just insanely strong 2s or true 2s.
Philalix was hovering the Nidalee, and Revan took that personally. He said, you know, I'm going to match up with you first round. I'm going to slam you with 6 Nidalees on this board and see what happens then.
Really strong start coming in from Revan. Philalix, it must be just using this Astral as an economic engine, take that loss streak all the way into the Krugs, right?
Hasn't leveled to 4. There's a chance he still sticks to the Nidalee. You can build a Rage Blade with the AP and not, it tends to just kill that Rod that is kind of useless otherwise. You can use the belt for some fire. The belt is still a very good component in any comp, really. The tier can be a Hodge. It's not a bad one. But yeah, the augment choice maybe not ideal for Nidalee, obviously.
Now, would you stick in this point to Nidalee, or would you swap to another comp? I mean, he got Scorch, and 6 Shapeshifter is with Shyvana and including Swain, but would you really play 6 Shapeshifter and Nidalee and Swain with Scorch at this point?
You would get the value from putting Shyvana way too late into the game, I think, to even maybe survive to that point. So I think it's probably not the case. I think the augment choice, he would have picked Electrocharge, which is more generic. He could leave himself open to it, but yeah, with the Scorch, I think you already picked your direction, and it will probably be Swain, as you mentioned, Vernio.
And rotating over here to Salvi's board, we see him with a very early Swift Shot angle. He's got double bow available to him, a Varus already on his board. So I feel like this one's pretty far committed. He's got that Astral on his bench as well for when he needs to roll. Oh god, it's the curse of the Nidalee.
Oh, I mean, everybody who's getting Nidalee early game, 3 Astral, getting 2-star Nidalee, and has at least a bow, a BF, a cloak, anything in this direction, everybody's going for Nidalee. Nidalee seems a bit too strong in this tournament. The players are going only for Nidalee if they are getting her. She's often taking first, second places in this tournament, so I think it's actually the right decision at this point to keep options open for him.
Scram is there on the press the attack. We can see another strong Swift Shot board. I'm wondering if this changes Salvi's direction. He's already got the Varus. He's got a good angle for it, but press the attack just does so much more. Skarambes can't go for anything else.
And Salvi here kind of also suffering from success. Any other comp, you get a Nidalee 2-star, stage 2, very strong unit by itself without even having to play that comp specifically. You slam it in, it's going to do well, has that kind of built-in lifesteal and attack speed. But in this case, already 2-star everywhere else on your board. There's not really a direct upgrade unless you go to 5, so almost too much to work with. And sometimes the case, it's a hard decision when you have to sometimes sell a 2-star unit to just do econ, and you're going to be strong enough to win streak anyway.
Jason picking up the Spatula there.
Yes. I just want to mention it.
Yeah. Great minds think alike, Murnio.
Taking early Spatula is insanely strong because you can play something like a Dragon, Siphon, or She or You and put this Assassin Spat on it. And in the late game, you are insanely strong. You can just demolish backlines. Corki doesn't have any chance against you. And now he has got the Olaf, has got an Assassin Spatula. And yesterday we have seen somebody was playing Olaf 3-star and won the whole lobby.
That was Odessa in Game 6, who's also in this lobby, and this is this is also a problem for any Italy players who actually went that route. I'm not sure if there is one. Having to defend your loss streak is also a very key thing at the end of stage 2, and seeing someone full open like this, essentially like Dasig is doing here, means that it's very tricky and could ruin someone's day if they're also trying to lose streak all 5 rounds.
I've never seen a more obvious Olaf angle in my life here from Dasik, picking up the spat, has the assassin spat ready on bench, and just open forting here for the maximum econ possible going into Krugs. Is there any way he pivots out of this?
I think if he gets a Siphon or a Shiryu early game, I think
like
he would
answer to any question. I feel like it's just like, yeah, Shiryu. I mean, Shiryu maybe could carry those AP items. We'll see what happens.
I mean, in the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He punches everybody in the backline with Assassin's Pad.
I think Dasik also was scouting, saw there's a Varus player. If there's any kind of a pretty large amount of backline carry players that are playing things like Xayah and Varus, then you have an even better reason to try and play Olaf, to be kind of a headache for everyone else, where they have to be positioning every round, using that mental energy to scout every single round because of how devastating it can be to just not scout for Olaf, have it jump on your carry and kill it, in the first few seconds of the fight.
And something not everybody is recognizing, playing Olaf carry isn't that bad, because in the late game many people are playing Shiryu or Siphon or Shyvana. We have seen her many times now. Scalescon is really strong against those comps because you have this extra damage against the dragons and less damage taken by the Scalescons. So Dasik is getting a good board here if he's playing Olaf carry in the late game and hits him 3-star.
Revan leveled to 6 at stage 2, really trying to push the tempo. This lobby push, his win streak that he started off with that True 2's augment pickup. We saw him have that explosive round 1 fight win, and now just pushing that tempo and trying to find those early dragons. So doing something proactive to get that result.
We've seen him do the exact same thing yesterday, right? He had that early win streak with the Shimmer Scale, I believe it was, and then he went for the same thing. Levels on 2-6, preserves that streak as much as possible, regardless of the cost to his economy, because he has faith that he's going to be able to carry it through into the following rounds and have that little slingshot back into the lead economically.
Dessa did the same thing. Also leveled to 6, has rewarded with a Nico, but he's kind of fully into the Cannoneers, which is what it looks like here, not playing super flex, which means that maybe it won't be the best option despite being a very strong unit.
It's a rough position as well with Better together, having to put that Skarner in the backline because you don't have anyone else to put it on. You don't have a better frontline unit at the moment. So missing out on that Nico, just, it feels rough because she's like almost the play. It's almost the solution, but it sets you behind so much to lose that Cannoneer composition, as you said, Panda.
What do you think about Rageblade slamming here in the case of Dystopia?
On the Skarner?
Probably not.
I mean, question. Listen, have you not heard the myths and legends of Skarner carry?
Look, listen, it could work. When he has that shield, he has increased attack speed. That's more Rageblade stacks, baby.
Oh my gosh, it's just this 5-head move.
It was in front of us the whole time. We've solved the meta.
I mean, I've read about Skarner 3-star in China. People are playing it. I mean, not in high elo, but in a bit lower elo. And getting it
in the faraway lands of Chinese bronze. We've heard tales of 3-star Skarner. Maybe we'll see it today, folks. Maybe we'll see Odessa go for it.
I mean, it's at least a little better than China low elo, but maybe.
Just a smidge here as we see Odessa's board, speaking of, starting to struggle against this. This is someone going to be losing their high power board, and it looks like it will be Odessa. But a great stun there from the Senna. I might be about to eat my words. Nonetheless, will be Revan maintaining that streak all the way into 3-2.
And this Livia, we didn't see her many times in this tournament, and he's playing her with 3 Cavaliers, really strong, and has so much damage after the buff she got last patch. I'm looking forward to see more Lilia in this in the few games we have ahead now.
They say going to 6, leveling, hoping to find maybe just some more bruisers to accompany this Olaf. Maybe just Shiryu. Already found that Nico has a Tarek, has the Ashe as well. So a bit of a mix and match of comps here. We're going to see after the roll down what he ends up settling on depending on what he hits here.
While Dasik rolls down, we got to pay attention. Someone else was rolling down on the other side of the board. Sproyson has hit that Nidalee 3, so going for that tried and true composition once again. And Panda, like you said earlier, it's a heavy execution composition, but we know that Sproyson can do it. We've seen him take a first with it, so he should be rocketing up in these standings as these rounds go on.
And this is a really high investment in Dasik's board. He lost all his gold, spent everything on rolling down and getting 4 bruisers, and now his board has to be insanely strong. I'm not sure if he's going to play Olaf in the late game, but now he spent a lot just to get some bruisers, getting a stable board, and I hope his board is now stable.
He's 50 HP, so I think he's going to definitely need that stability all throughout this stage 3 as well. We're going to see where exactly that goes. We were seeing Revan still win streaking there. That is one of the top as well. Salvi, I'm not sure what he's playing, but I'm curious to see what Salvi has committed to, that he's also win streaking alongside Revan.
State of the board, Revan has just lost that win streak that we were looking forward to. Dasik, of course, no longer on his loss streak, but Philalix, we were looking at earlier on in the game, we were like, this is a strong start. Philalix is looking good, coming into these games, looking incredibly strong. What could he possibly be doing at this point? We saw him with that Astral opener. Now, already 48 HP on 3-3. That's a rough start if I've ever seen one.
Looking at Salvi, though, did go into the Varus angle and did so with a very strong and stable board going into stage 3, which means that if you're stable with a Varus 2, once you hit Varus 3, that stability will usually continue as well. And I think this is not a guarantee to be a top 4, but a very, very good position for Salvi here.
The key point in this board is just Rageblade. Having Rageblade is a huge point. His key point is just like getting late fights, just getting this Rageblade stacked and then shred the enemies. Now he's playing against Olaf. That's a hard matchup. Dasik just went all in for this board, and obviously he is going to.
Olaf?
Is he going to win this?
No.
Oh no! The BC's not the Warmog slam!
Wow, that fight looked so over, but in the last 10 seconds, Varus barely survived, continued dishing damage, the Rageblade continues scaling up with the attack speed, and what a win. And Dasik, even more sad, he used up all his gold, he hit a board that he thought maybe he could win streak all of stage 3, which would give him even more gold. In this case, that loss kind of slows him down a lot in terms of econ especially.
We'll see if he's able to get anything off this carousel round. He will find the Infinity Edge by grabbing that Talon. He already has a Talon on his board, though, so maybe opting into saving for the Talon too versus getting the Eye Edge early on the Olaf. But it is early in the game, so I'm suspecting that Infinity Edge slam.
And there's Philalix. As you mentioned, Murnio, perfect prediction, goes into the Swain, and maybe now is when he starts to stabilize if he's able to roll down here. Finds an early Yasuo as well. It's pretty big in having 6 Dragonmancers.
I mean, that is really insane. He got early Yasuo, and early Yasuo is just like, okay, I have so many items open. I can get in the dragon event some items. I can get in the next neutral round, in the next carousel some items. So he will be able to equip this Yasuo properly.
A lot of stability added to that board. Oh, look at Sproyson. We were talking about it. Panda, your favorite composition, coming in here from Sproyson.
Where this Nidalee can walk into, going to be already targeted by the Swain. That's definitely not a good sign. You want to usually have either the Nidalee attacking the backline carry immediately, or having her on the opposite side so she doesn't get targeted like Varus or by Swain. But it looks like it's not going to matter. The Thresh does stop Swain's DPS a little bit, and that might just be enough with the extra healing from Phil the Hunt as well. Nidalee takes the win, and Sproyson continues his win streak.
I mean, in the end of the day, it was still Swain 1-star, so he will be stronger next fight when he's he's 2-star.
Yeah, we were talking about how strong Scorch is. Ascension off the back of that as well is going to empower that Swain greatly. And I mean, even on Sproyson's board, we're seeing some excellent augment choices. It was Thrill of the Hunt, as you mentioned, Panda, and Second Wind on top of it. That's going to go great for Sproyson's composition that he prefers here, which is the 6 Shapeshifter angle.
And this is kind of why I don't like Scorch as a first augment pick. We saw with the roll down for Philalix, he had a chance for a Shio-Yu, he has a Nico already, he had the chance to go Jade, but he's forced to stick to this comp because of the augment pick, which is why I think, even if an augment is very strong, if the other augments that you're able to pick up are more generic or more open to other comps, I think it's slightly better in that case. You have more flexibility in the mid game.
Comparing the boards of Dulcim and Philalix, it's insanely strong now. I mean, he has a Swain with really good items. He has a Yasuo with Vomox, and the backline of Dawson is just like, I'm gone.
I'm impressed by Salvi as well. Coming into this, you kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, Murnio, how Salvi had a reputation as being one of those players who comes out from ladder really strong, gets into a tournament, and if something goes wrong, he's not able to recover. Had a little bit of a tilt factor, but coming into this tournament, this Golden Spatula Cup, that reputation should be dead and gone by now. Salvi has shown how consistent he can be in the face of adversity and has been coming out with these insanely strong early games. Look at that 8-win streak coming out, 44 gold. He's off to another incredible start.
It was a last-minute Ashe pickup there on the bench by Alex, when you can play now 3 Jade, Shapeshifter as well, the Nico coming in and have 6 Dragon Masters still.
And look how much gold Salvi still got. He has 8 Varus left, 1 only. Okay, he's really strong now. He only needs a few more bruisers, and then he's insanely strong. I'm not sure if he's going to roll for this frontline again, because he has 2-star Elaoi, and 3-star Elaoi would be the normal case, but I think he won't go for it because he has only 4 Elaois now and got Varus 3-star already.
This is the same angle that he had, I think, with the Siphon 2 very early, or the very strong Siphon Infinity Force game, where he knows he's very strong. He doesn't need to commit more gold to get stronger. He's going to be strong enough. He can coast off of this inertia for all of stage 4, go to 8 instead, play for that fast 9, and play for that first instead of a top 4. I think it's Salvi. It's the same exact position, a different comp, but in terms of the tempo and the play pattern, it's exactly the same.
It's a really crucial round coming out here, and this is going to be final augment choices. We've seen Salvi's augments so far are going to be great once he gets that Siphon. He's got the Titanic Strength. Obviously, his first augment was just there to get him some units, get him some econ. But now, strong options here as well between Second Wind and Thrill of the Hunt. Murnio, we were talking just yesterday about how strong Second Wind is, and that will be the choice.
I mean, always when we see people are going to get Second Wind offered, they always take it. It's so strong. You think the fight is done. The own units are just dead, and in 1 second, you're all healed up. Your team is back in game, and you destroy the enemy.
Before any Olaf stands get excited, this is definitely not going to be an Olaf angle for Salvi. That Olaf is just a placeholder for Siphon, of course. The items are clearly indicating that. And just the fact that Varus has really popped off when you include Siphon as well, and having 2 different damage carries that can both kind of get their own 1v9s in kind of their each different ways.
Interesting here, seeing this Cannoneer board once again here from Odessa has kept to that committal early. Finally finds a Lulu, so we're no longer going to see the Skarner angle, much to our chagrin. But it's going to be struggling a little bit here against this Shio Yu. Not a lot of damage coming out from just the Tristana.
I mean, look, he's in the backline. He's trying a lot, but the damage of this Tristana is getting down on him. Can he survive and destroy this Tristana? She's still alive and now kills him with her bomb.
And that's going to be the big win streak from Revan, playing Cavaliers, playing kind of the strongest board kind of strategy. Obviously, the Lilia was not going to come into his late game comp, but had enough gold, had enough HP now to get into Jade, get into an actually strong top 4 comp. And I think a very good position for Revan as well. Already has a Lulu 2-star as well. And was a bit weird that we saw the dummies as one of the augment pickups. I guess one of his choices was just incredibly bad, and he had to roll and still didn't find anything, I'm assuming. So that is maybe a small disability going to the late game.
I think we're seeing full Alex on his last legs here. Has not hit anything in that Varus area. Got the Dragonmancer spat, but it's not really doing a whole lot for the state of this board. Running into a Shio U2 here from Revan as well. That's a rough matchup.
I said Revan had his number from that first fight. Looks like Revan might actually knock him out of the game. This is what you do. What happens if you start even hovering that Nidalee and taking it away from Revan here. We'll see if Swain can do enough. We'll see if this Nico can do enough. Great items, Frozen Heart and the Warmogs. It looks like it might just be enough here. Nico surviving and Swain still dishing out the damage.
It was insane. His early opener was really strong. He saved a lot of HP, but in stage 4-1, after he tried to get a second Swain, he rolled down all his gold, had like nothing in his bank account, and didn't hit Swain 2-star in stage middle stage 4-4 and stage 4-3 about he got the Swain 2-star, and in this point he got the turning point. But will be 7 HP enough to get back into this game?
Watch this spat here. Odessa does have an open spat from that party favors. If he picks this up, that's a tactician's crown. Fantastic pickup for him.
Huge spike, something that you can only kind of hope for but not guarantee. So kind of a big high roll for him. Also the kind of idea to keep it open, to leave that possibility, to even become a possibility is a big deal as well. So we'll see if that will help him stabilize here with Cannoneers. Not too many siphons that we saw on the board, unless Salvi already picked one up with his Bruisers comp, or maybe Dasik as well. So that might be a good angle here for this Cannoneer comp to do well.
It's really
looking across the boards as well. I do want to point out that we have 2 people going for Varus 3 who have both hit it. Skarambez also picked up the Varus 3 a couple rounds ago, so we are going to have 2 of that composition fighting around, which may make it harder for Salvi to hit those rolls.
It's really interesting to see Dystopia playing this augment and don't commit for it, and playing only the Solari that he got from it, and saying, okay, I'm taking it for the early win streak, but don't commit on more Solaris or Seekers or more Chalice. And at this point we can see a second Solari would be good for his comp against this Assassin comp of Dasik.
And Dasik must be happy. Win streaking now, hopefully recovering his econ. Looking at the comps across the board, 2 Varus players, 1 Cannoneers player at the very least, maybe a few more backline carry comps that he's going to do well in the late game. Just the matchup spread is looking pretty good for Dasik. And again, could it be a good position for him? We'll see the rest of the players though. Sproyson dropping down to 24 HP playing that in Italy, uncontested, so something must be going wrong there as well. It's going to be a close one at the bottom end here with Flalix, the player that's obviously most in danger now, unless he can stabilize with Swain.
I don't know how he gets to the late game, though, at this point. It feels like Flalix is, at best, playing for 6 from this angle. You had less than 10 gold and just a Swain, too. And we're going to see him in this matchup here. Hopefully he can stay alive.
And this Swain have to pump up and destroy the front line. As you can see, he's doing so much damage, destroying this Bruisers super fast, getting into the backline. Now Swain is directly destroying this Varus, and it was pretty easy for him. It wasn't a big deal to win this fight.
You talk about Swain, but I think Nico is a star there. The Varus targeting it for the first 10-15 seconds of the fight and still standing strong, able to tank up so much damage with the Warmogs as well.
Sproyson with that Nidalee commit, we were talking about how that's going to be a really high top end for him. He knows how to play this composition. Not been finding the success we were expecting, but with that Shyvana on board, if he finds some good items for her here, I think he's going to be in a better position by far.
Second game in a row that Sproyson's playing Nidalee. Second game in a row he's playing it with Shyvana. I have never seen Revan play Nidalee with Shyvana, so that just goes to show how there are different variations of Nidalee that can work out well, and Sproyson seems to be very happy with Shyvana. It might just be a small sample size of just hitting Shyvana twice on level 7 and saying, hey, I'm going to play it before hitting Xiaoyu, but very interesting to see kind of the differences.
One of the German players, Fin Tao, also says if you get early something like Siphon, you can play Siphon. If you get Xiaoyu, it's insanely strong. But if you can get in the late game something like a Shyvana 2-star, it's much better than any other decision. Because you got this 10 cost unit that is much tankier than every other dragon. But I think for the mid game, Xiaoyu or Siphon are much better. But he didn't get it right now.
Biggest enabler though as well, he had Thrill of the Hunt and second win. So the lifesteal from Jade maybe not as necessary, and which is why you can play other variations that don't include Jade as well.
Now, with this Xiaoyu being picked up here for Dalasum, could stabilize this board. We talked about how strong Nico as a frontline can be. With that Warmogs, Dragon's Claw, and Gargoyle Stoneplate, that is a beefy little lizard. And with the backup of Xiaoyu and Anivia, I think it's looking good.
Oh, Swain have to directly auto take this Dragon Claw. Nico doesn't get like any damage, and this Anivia can just throw one ultimate after the next. Then she's getting into the backline. Nico doesn't die. She's too tanky now. Swain is just breaking the rules of attack speed and just destroying this backline. Siphon, or Shiryu is getting into the backline, knocking the Swain up, and he's still CC'd, just trying to get the damage in the backline, and Swain just destroying the backline of Dalsum and wins this fight.
The chain is CC.
Beautiful job there, even with just the Swain 2-star.
Was just insane. I mean, how close was this fight? Shiryu is getting into this backline, knocking up the Swain, getting CC'd by Bard as well, and this Anivia is just not doing enough damage.
This is maybe a 3-star as well. This might look like a bad spot from Dalason. Looks like Shiryu 1. Looks like he's still on 7, of course, but it's an maybe a 3-star. Should be stronger than it looks overall. Even these bottom comps, you know, Royson with nearly 3-star, they should be stronger than they're currently performing at. I think this is quite a high roll lobby where everyone just has very strong boards, and even when you think you're very strong, you're still losing HP time after time.
Incredibly strong lobby here, and this CC chain from the board of Dalsum may not be enough. So we see that Siphon ripping and tearing through the backline, Varus uncontested. Dalsum will take an L this round, but still in it, but single digits.
Philalix gets eliminated. Swain goes down. 8th place for him is Broyson also goes down in this round. 2 players already out, 6 players remain. Dalason, we saw him yesterday at 2 HP, having that crazy comeback with Cannoneers from a 7th to a 2nd. This could be the same here. It's still at 3 HP, very, very scary place for him. Skarambe's on Varus also at 6 HP, and then a bigger gap to the top 4. Dasik, Odessa, Revan, and Salvi.
And we've seen what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah. We've seen what's going on here on Skarambe's board previously as well. You get that 3-star upgrade, and yes, you're at 6 out of 7 units, but it gives you so much more board power just to have that 3-star. We'll see if it's enough.
I mean, the Varus positioning is insanely good. He's on the opposite side of the Shiryu. Shiryu doesn't get into the backline, and his QSS is also almost done now, but Varus doesn't get enough attack speed into the backline. Siphon is trying to dash in the backline, and Varus is trying to get enough damage and gets enough damage, destroying the backline and wins this round against Revan.
Dalason gets taken down. All of those Jade units back into the pool for his Spanish compatriot to maybe take and try and make the best out of them. Revan and Dalason are playing the exact same comp, but Revan, of course, with 44 HP and has a chance to now find those Anivias, find all those upgrades he needed.
Now on the carousel, we are down to our top 5 players. This could make the difference for them. I don't believe Dasik has even hit that Olaf 3 yet. We haven't checked in on him in a while, so it's possible that I missed the update. But if he still doesn't have it, it's going to be a hard win for him.
Well,
he sold it?
It looks like Olaf was yeeted off the board the moment Siphon was found. And to be honest, I'm not too surprised.
I think getting Siphon 2-star or Shiryu 2-star is just like, it's meta. Just play meta. Don't try to play other comps or other options. Just play the safe top 4 in this tournament. And you are doing well, Dasik, so nothing wrong done.
It was probably a bigger key maybe was that he just didn't find more Olafs when he was rolling down. He found Siphon instead and said, okay, if I'm not going to hit Olaf 3, then I better play Siphon 2 instead with the Assassin Spat. Siphon against Cannoneers can be very good. We'll see the positioning will matter here. Tristana, the main damage carry still with 3 items. Targeted but not killed just yet by Siphon. In this case now, the second bite does do the trick. Siphon still tearing up everything and anything in his path, and it's going to be an easy win for Dasik, continuing to stay stable and maintain himself in the top 4.
And I mean, I think it comes down to that cutthroat augment. It's doing so much work. Mana Reaving, the first target the Assassins hit, is going to completely disable that backline. You've got a Soraka. She needs to get those ultimates off to keep your front line alive. She's at half mana. You have to get twice the amount of auto attacks. She's in trouble. There's no way she gets that ult off before most of your team is already dead.
That's it's a very good spot for Revan especially. He's the only one still playing Jade in this top 5. You have 1 Cannoneer player, 2 Varus reroll players, and 1 Siphon Assassin player. So Revan in a very good spot to hit all his upgrades without even having to roll and maybe go for a fast line instead. We're seeing him here at level 8. No gold to roll with, so he's already used it up all, but still looking very strong here.
Siphon is getting hit really hard against this Shroud, but can get the first ultimate out. This Xiaoyu doesn't have really good items, but can free auto attack against this Siphon. Can the Siphon one-shot him? Yes! She can one-shot him, and now she's in the 1v1 against this Corki. Corki doesn't get any ulti out, and the Jade statue can't resist.
It's that Assassin Siphon, man. It's terrifying. You know, the positioning can be a little bit rough with it, but with the Infinity Edge off the back, the additional crit damage, the healing coming out as well, for Assassin, that is one beefy dragon that will one-shot anything on the board. Zephyr here for Skarambes. Huge pickup.
Could have been maybe a tank item for Alawi, would have been the ideal, but outside of that, much better to have a Zephyr, a really good utility item than maybe another damage item that can't be used as effectively. I guess on Siphon it would be also fine, like a Titans, for example. But Zephyr can be good because so many comps now are relying on one key unit. We're seeing all the different dragons being played, so Zephyr, if you're able to hit the right unit, could be, maybe a game-winning, decision-making.
Odessa's pickup there as well was absolutely insane. Getting a locket when you're playing better together, juicy.
It's really good. I mean, now in the late game, all is about just how do I position. Xiaoyu needs to be in the left or right corner so he can just get around this front line and just destroy backlines. Siphon have to be on the backline damage dealer and on this Varus, who doesn't have something like Edge of Night, isn't protected, and players like Skarambé or Salvi are having a really hard time. As you can see, Siphon's just in the backline trying to get the ult out, and now just destroying this Varus. Varus can't resist, just standing there and dies.
Varus just killed, the fight should be over. Siphon with no damage items is not really the main carry, and Skarambes gets taken down. Salvi now alone on Varus reroll. If he was needing any more upgrades, those champions also go out into the pool. Odessa with Cannoneers fourth, and I think is not going to have a good time trying to get better than this result.
Yeah, I think you're happy with the fourth at this point with your board. It is down to our top four. Salvi, Revan, Dasik, and Odessa. There's the push to level 9. Has lost a unit. Actually going to just put the Tristana back in. Finds the Corki.
Sells the Tristana hoping to find the Corki too, but doesn't with an extra roll. He was just so desperate trying to do anything he could to upgrade his board, but doesn't quite find it.
Ugh. Brutal rolls here.
It's really tough now.
And this comes down to Revan playing Corki for some reason in his Jade comp instead, taking 3 of those out of the pool as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's slightly griefing. In the late game, you have to see, watch out for your enemies and buy the units they need. And this Xiaoyu is trying to get into the backline, triple Solari with a huge augment, but it's not enough. This Xiaoyu is just too strong, too tanky, and have too much damage.
At this kind of tournament, with high-level TFT, I'm not surprised if Revan did this on purpose. If he had the Corki 2 on his roll down, he saw someone else was playing and said, I can take away these 3 Corkis and also have an okay standalone unit that can just dish out secondary damage behind Xiaoyu.
Once you get that Corki 2, it's pretty much over. You're just like, okay, cool, worked out. I both deny it, like you said, and then you have a strong one. There, Bar 2 could be a useful pickup here for Salvi, positioning against Dasik, because that is going to be the guaranteed 1 versus 1. One of the advantages of getting to top 3 is you start knowing exactly who you're going to be facing. Positioning gets a little bit easier.
Easier and maybe a bit more odd as well.
Yes, he's putting the Varus in the front line, so he knows this Siphon doesn't get too hard pressure on this Varus. Varus starting to auto-take the enemy, but this 4 assassins are so strong, getting so much damage. This Varus can just get 1 CC more on the enemy, and the Siphon just getting the last ulti, and Salvi can't really win this fight.
I think Salvi played his game pretty well with the early advantage he had with that various reroll comp, but it's just the kind of the nature of the lobby itself that he just had some bad matchups that he could not win despite how high roll he went, despite going 9 quickly. I think still a third is going to be a great result for him.
What can it's important to point out as well, if you're looking at this board here for Salvi, like you were saying, Panda, the positioning is awkward. Because you're on that swift shot composition, you want to be as far away from the enemy as possible. Against Assassins, you have to be frontlining that Varus. Someone's going to be in his face no matter where you put him now. And that's going to mean you're losing so much attack speed.
since last patch, the assassins got a little changed. Their positioning or their jump is just a little different and weird. They're jumping first, and then the units in the backline are stepping forward. So I think Salvi could just put everything in the corner and chill and wait till Siphon just dashes away from this Varus. I think he could just try it. I'm not sure if it can happen, if it would change the case, but in this fight, he's trying to get at least the second place. This Varus is trying to get some auto takes to over it.
Xiaoyu charging into the backline there, going to be able to find one more assassination. Salvi just with the Varus left over. He's going to go down. Salvi takes a third, and we're down to just Dasic and Revan in the lobby.
And there was a decision there of swapping out the Lulu, losing Mystic, and putting in the Sona instead, getting Revlon Cannoneer. Seemed to work out there for Revan. That last CC from the Sona onto the Varus, able to get the win and guarantee a second place for him. Whereas Dasic, with the great transition from Olaf into Siphon, the great read into the entire lobby that he saw, he had so many great matchups. I think not surprising to see him in this top 2 as well.
It's going to come down to this last positioning here for what could be the final fight if it goes poorly enough, but we may make it all the way to that Herald and get an additional item to change this up. Good Shroud coming in there, but the Cutthroat is going to slow down that backline. Corki so far uncontested. In comes the Talon, does not find the hit, but Talon, the AoE is huge, falls down to the Anivia and the Corki barrages. There goes Siphon. Day6 board has been routed down to just a sliver. This item could change everything.
And this is not, a surprising board to be seeing Revan playing. Game 6 yesterday. Everything on the line. He had to get a top 4 to make it to this day 3. He played a Shimmer skill start, and he transitioned into exactly this comp. Jade with Corki and Sona added in. Seems to be working out for him in this game 3 today as well.
And this was actually the positioning I was talking about. Just putting everything in the corner. Don't let Siphon get the first dash on your backline, and you are pretty much fine. This Xiaoyu got instant focus on the Siphon and just destroyed her. But as you know, Siphon is almost just like a game in a game, dashing wherever she wants. But I think cornering was the right choice at this point. I'm not sure why he's putting the whole backline into the front line. We will see.
And no QSS as well in Siphon is a big deal when you have Xiaoyu in that 1v1, when you have Sona as well. It does matter a lot, and it does really slow down the DPS from the Siphon.
All right, final fight of the game coming in here. Dasic with the Assassin comp versus that classic Xiaoyu Jade. That frontline Corki could decide it all. Siphon finds a good angle. The charge could be huge, but the stun, like you said, no QSS, biting him in the back, and Siphon finds the Xiaoyu. Corki doing his level best to find it. The dash forward, not enough. Revan finds the victory on 7-1.
And how close was this fight? It was absolutely insane. This dash just destroyed one unit, and Anivia still alive.
It's not in Italy, but it does not matter. Revan can win with Jade as well, and with a comp that we don't see players trying to force or to kind of go into by default. Jade with Corki and Sona as flex, damage, and CC. They can work in Cannoneers. They can also work with Jade, especially with how strong Xiaoyu is as a Dragon overall, and with Nico as well with a frontline with great items there, stalling for time for Corki to do his thing, deal out damage, and just have that good kind of AoE burst damage as well.
I don't know about you guys, but I kind of felt that going into this game, we saw a lot of best in slot augments for a lot of these compositions. We weren't seeing a lot of, oh god, I'm stuck, maybe I take a Dragonmancer emblem here. It was just like, okay, I'm going Ragewing. I got Scorch, I got Ascension. My Swain's happy. Oh, I'm going Varus, I've got Press the Attack. And yes, those were the initial augments, but everyone in this game, by the time they got to the late game, had these fantastic augments, and it felt like just sped up the game too much for players like Sproyson with that in Italy.
I think the final result there with Dasic getting top 2 does make a lot of sense. I think Assassins and the way Dasic played it is a very good comp to prey on the lobby, to increase the tempo in the mid game, to have a very good mid and a very good early late game. But the late game in a 1v1 like this one, where someone can just completely position around you, as we're seeing there, both fights were won because Corki was safe the entire time, made it so that top 2 is a great result, because top 1, winning this game out would be difficult because you can get so countered when you're playing Assassins as well.
And basically, the combination of the most broken emblem and the most broken unit in the game makes everything just like too strong and destroying backlines. But at this point, she or you knock-upping this Siphon, and she can't do like anything.
And Xiaoyu is the better dragon. I think, Revan especially was saying it. He was complaining in game 1 because he was trying to find Xiaoyu, found a Siphon instead, and was complaining because the AI was just not working out for him. So I think especially in the 1v1s, in the case where it's dragon versus dragon, yes. Xiaoyu and the knockup, it does matter so much. And Siphon is a little bit more RNG. You can manipulate the RNG a little bit, but overall, it can just troll you in some fights and end up having a much worse result because of this.
Well, as we get ready to go into game number 4, of course, that was a pretty strong lobby once again. Our last 2 lobbies have felt pretty accelerated. What kind of adaptations would you like to see from those players that are in that bottom echelon of this, who need to start fighting harder, going for riskier compositions to get into that top 1? Are the people who are going out currently doing the right thing and just getting unlucky with their gambles?
I hope more people are going to just build this Edge of Night on backline units. I mean, the Corki, Varys, and Zaya, they're pretty much almost just playing this QSS or carrying this QSS. And I feel like Edge of Night is so underrated. It's insanely strong in this meta. As I said, the Assassin emblem was one of the strongest emblems. And playing this Edge of Night where Assassin can't just burst you down and lose the aggro and just go to other units. It's insanely strong in this meta, but I see no one is playing it. Almost.
And I think that's one of the things as well when we get into those last 1v1s. It's down to the wire. These games are played on the knife's edge. Remember, everyone, this is our top 16 players. We've boiled it down from 512 in the open qualifiers. So these games are played on the knife's edge. It's down to every little advantage you can get. If you hit like that Nidalee a little bit too late, sorry, you're no longer in contention for top 1 or 2. You're maybe playing for a top 4. And that's what happened to Zbroyson. We're going to see that kind of thing continue as we get later into the games as well. So we're going to be seeing some real Hail Marys in the next game, and I'm kind of excited for that, honestly.
Talking about Nidalee, the 2 biggest Nidalee forcers in this tournament in terms of how much they play and how good the results usually are, Zbroyson and Revan. Zbroyson had his turn. He won 7th. Usually in a game of TFT, when you go bad with a comp, you don't feel like playing the comp again the next game. There's kind of this mental aspect of, oh no, I can't play this again. I'm going to do badly. Does this open up that lane for Revan to maybe show if he's a better Nidalee player, if he plays it with Jade, for example? He comes off of 1st right now, so he's feeling pretty good as well about playing his favorite comp and doing well with it. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of micro meta decision between these 2 players that are very comfortable with Nidalee, and we'll see if any of them has a good start for it.
Coming in off the back of that, though, I do want to mention, while we have the time, we're going to get into the game as soon as possible. That's why you're seeing all of these lobby players again. But we'll give you guys an update from the other lobby across games. And I think Murnio is going to be very excited. Sweller Tiger did take a 1st there, Shirmi taking a 4th. So if you guys want to check that out, we do have the score sheet in chat, !scores. And as we get into game number 4, this one's starting to get for all the marbles. This is where the top 8 is going to start taking shape.
See, Revan, well, I talked about it. I didn't want to feel like I was reading off of the script a little bit too much, but there is the Nidalee start for Revan with a sword. You can build a Death Blade, you can build a Giant Slayer, both compatible items with a Nidalee. We'll see what the rest of these shops look like if he's able to get the Astral as soon as he can get 3 units onto the board, and especially if he's able to get a good augment that can really allow him to reach that extremely high cap. Nidalee with something like a Double Trouble, something like combat training early on, even the Beast Den, for example, can make this comp work so much better.
I feel like everybody's just like playing Nidalee with Giant Slayer, and as you said, you can play it with Deathblade, Giant Slayer, or other AD items. But what are your thoughts? Should you always build this Giant Slayer against those dragons in the late game, or is this Deathblade insanely strong against squishies and you should always go for it because your Nidalee is always 3-star in terms of Nidalee 3-star?
Especially with the recent nerfs to Giant Slayer, I think it makes it a little bit more equal between Deathblade, and it's going to revolve around what you have open for Xiaoyu carry and what you can work if it's Deathblade better for Nidalee and you have that bow open for Titans, for example, that's completely fine as well. The main thing is having anti-CC. QSS, I think, is essential on Nidalee if you don't have augments helping you, like Verdant Veil. Having Rageblade is extremely important as well. And then either a damage item like Deathblade or Giant Slayer, especially if you already have healing off of Thrill of the Hunt or Second Wind in the augment slots.
I would say the most.
Sorry,
most,
Maria.
No, it's all fine. The first augments are prismatic. Have we seen any prismatics as first augment today?
Nope.
I'm not sure we have. Electrocharge 3, generically a very good augment no matter what comp you're playing. Revan already has 3 Astral in, has 2 swords and a glove for this Nidalee. I'm not sure if you want to try and high roll anything bigger than this. Usually with prismatic augments, that is maybe the best to reroll because the variance can be so high between the absolute best and the absolute worst. But I think Electrocharge is maybe good enough as a prismatic to just slam it here and just win out in stage 3.
I mean, Binary Airdrop is actually the almost least good augment in the early game because you don't have that many augments, and he takes Electrocharge, as you said. It's an insanely good augment in the early, mid, and late game. You are getting free damage, and every comp needs free damage. You don't complain about it.
He's going to stick to that, and we see... All right, Guild Emblem, we know what's happening here. Xayah Guild going to be popping up later on in the game.
One thing to note, though, the only downside of picking Electrocharge here for Revan, a very minute thing, but these are the kind of things that matter for Nidalee players. If someone else is playing for a lose streak, if someone else is not leveling to 4 and they don't have a combat augment, that might be the decision that makes you win that round and messes up your lose streak and your econ going into the roll down for Nidalee 3 at stage 3. So could be relevant depending on if there are any other weak players that are purposely trying to lose 5 rounds in a row.
I think at this point, Zebroisen got almost one of the best late game augments you can take. I mean, you are getting the Giant Slayer for free, you are getting a Guild Emblem for free, and in the late game you can play something like Yasuo with Guild Emblem, you can play the Xayah comp, and this comp is insanely flexible because every stat of those guild stats is insanely good for every unit. You need attack speed, you need mana reduction, you need AP, and so on. So guild is insanely flexible and insanely strong, and you are getting a Giant Slayer on top.
Guys, I'm a little bit worried. I see a Living Forge over there for Skarambes, and we've seen how that went last time. The Triple Zonius Paradox. Obviously, that's a very low roll one, but it feels dangerous to be depending on that for your win. Is that just how risky you've got to go for these last couple of games?
Well, the risk here in Iberia is a caster curse. The fact that you just mentioned this might just have it happen again, as unlikely as it is. I think it's an augment maybe comparable to Binary Airdrop and how it plays out, where it's extremely strong. Once you scale into it into the late game, you're going to be weaker in general in the early game, but the payoff, especially if you hit the right Living Forge items, can be incredibly good and can propel you from maybe just a top 4 potential to first place.
A little fun fact with this augment, you can get twice the same on item.
Or 3 times.
Yeah.
which we saw in day 1.
Like, really?
Really?
Okay, I didn't see it. I mean, 3 times the same augment, the same item.
It wasn't even the best item. Like, if you get triple Randuin's, you're happy about that one. It was triple Zonius Paradox, and he'd already built an Edge of Night. So it's just like, half the board was just disappearing. So... Lots of fun there. I do want to point out as well, speaking about the prismatic augments, not to harp on it, but this is going to shape a lot of our early game. We have 4 different people going Electrocharge 3.
Iberia, you said you like electricity. The players have heard you. The TFT gods have heard you, and they're giving you what you want. This is what I'm talking about. The caster curse and blessing is very strong in Iberia. Use your powers responsibly.
I'll do my best. I got to be careful about talking about Living Forge. Anything that has variance, I got to just shut up on.
And as we can see, this lobby is really strong. People are just like, I'm hardcore leveling in this board. As we can see, Zebroisen is level 4, but we have Scarambe, who's level 5. And Dalsum also got level 5. So the players want to win streak, want to get a lot of money out of the winning streak, and want to stay healthy.
Quick to note, Revan picks up the bow. Despite having sword, glove, having a chance to pick up a cloak and build QSS, he knows that he needs bows more for Shio items as well, and is going to pick that up, kind of not just looking at the next item to slam, but the overall picture of playing Nidalee all the way into the late game.
I feel like I know what Philalix has to be going for. We've already seen him play this into the top 4. He's got that Revel emblem. It's got to be the Revel Deja. You play towards that. Yes. She does so much damage. Her auto attacks, for anyone who doesn't know, each apply a Revel missile themselves, plus the wave gives you all of the missiles across the AoE. So this is going to be a really strong composition later on if he can hit it.
I mean, you have to hit it because Deja... I don't know what the Mirage trait is, but Deja isn't really that tanky. She needs level 2 to get a little bit tankiness to not just shut down by a Diana, a Kiana, a Talon. And after getting level 2 and having a Revel spat, she just destroys backlines in 2 seconds.
Mirage is Warlords for this game, just to keep it in mind. So at least it's not Pirate's Creed. It's at least one that does add something in terms of combat strength to the board. And as Niberia mentioned, Philalix did play Revel Deja yesterday in game 2 and top 4 with it. Revan also played the top 4 with Deja with the Revel variation. That again, it's not something you can force. You have to have specifically that Revel emblem that even allows the comp to exist. But when it does exist, it does usually pretty well because it's a very strong combination.
And that was one of the strongest Mirage trade. We have seen much Dawnbringer, which was also really strong, but Warlord gives you so much AP and so much HP. So this Deja is, even at level 1, really tanky.
Dalsum is going to be going for this Mirage to get him a couple little win streaks. Once you've got those in, that Warlord stacks up pretty well and it's going to do a lot for you early. Speaking of earlies, Broyson already has a Nico? No, sorry, wrong board. That's Dalsum.
And Dalsum is a player who plays flexibly, but he is best, and he really has such great results with Jade. Obviously, I think everyone does. It's a very strong comp, obviously, to play, very flexible comp. Yes. But he plays it very, very often, and he's very, very good at top 4ing with this. And I imagine with an early Nico with Gargoyles, I don't want to say it's a guaranteed top 4, but he's in such a good spot just because of the power of maybe the best tank in the game already at stage 2.
I just talked about people are just like insanely strong in the prismatic lobby and leveling high. We got players who are level 6 like Skarambe, and Dalsum is win streaking as well, and Dystopia 2. So we have 3 players who are win streaking at this moment.
Checking out the board.
The roll down for Revan coming in soon as well. After this Krog round, we're going to have to see. Hopefully we can spectate and check out what that roll down looks like, and if we see the Nidalee 3 start coming in when it should, and especially what the next augment choice will be for Revan. That can really decide how strong the Nidalee comp can really cap out at.
Slam the Deathblade, you guys were talking about that earlier, is going to give him a lot of AD if and when he's able to hit this Nidalee 3. Level 4 roll down.
Looking for Nars, Teryx, Ilawis, Skarners for that Skarner 3-star to take out the units from the pool for that 1-star roll down. But especially, of course, the Nidalee 3-star, what you really want now, even higher chances of finding it in those Astral shops with no more Skarners available for Revan here. Vlad as well, not trying to play, just trying to take them out of the shop, trying to roll down as quickly as possible here. Ideally, I think he will end up locking the shop and not buying the Nidalee, as I mentioned yesterday so many times, because of the chance for that double trouble as a second augment choice.
He's actually going to stop the roll down entirely, not going to keep rolling below 20. Never mind. Caster Curse, once again, happening right in front of our eyes. Hopefully we'll see that lock.
Okay,
there's a Nidalee.
He got it. Will he take her, or will he just wait for the augment?
He'll wait, 100%.
And lock it?
Yeah, he always does the exact same thing. Thankfully, with Nidalee, it's a comp that you can get pretty much the same result every time, and that is something he is very familiar doing because he knows the power of double trouble as a second augment. It really, I don't want to say it just gives you the first place right away, but there's a close to something like that. You'll see, I mean, the excitement from Revan if he hits this would be fantastic. Not here, he could roll though. These are pretty bad augments at this point in the game.
Yeah, already has the Nidalee 3, so that preparation, not going to do much. Ugh.
I mean, first aid kit isn't that bad if you're playing Jade, but it's really not the best augment.
The other two are absolutely useless.
and that is sometimes a problem. The variation between augment strength, if you hit the absolute best or you hit kind of a lot of middling or bad ones, can again say this is going to be a top 4 finish, or the expectation of a first possibly. So I think more of a top 4 angle for Revit in this game, but having the first last game means that maybe he has a bit of a buffer where he can just get a top 4 and still be very, very happy.
Basic utilizing this level up pretty effectively. Already found that Xiao Yu, going to be keeping Silas on as a front line, but he's going to be able to pull out ahead of the pack in terms of tempo as the game goes on. He's got components ready. If he wants to go Quicksilver, maybe he finds a Siphon, but also has the option to just turn this into a very nice, BTIE combo or something like that, keeping his options open as he runs into someone else going for Xiao Yu.
It's already spells trouble.
Death's Define is actually insanely strong playing against him, and he can't get bursted down. Xiao Yu is trying to kill the other Xiao Yu, and Death's Define Xiao Yu, as I said, is insanely strong, can't get bursted, and getting the Xiao Yu off Daisy down. Zaya's trying to get some damage out against this backline and can win this round.
The tempo of this lobby is going to get out of control for anyone that has been low rolling. Dalisom had the Nico early on and was streaking. Skaramis has been streaking the entire game. Revan has Nidalee 3, which is one of the biggest tempo comps in stage 3, going to win usually most of his fights, and 2 Xiao Yus as well. So anyone that hasn't hit a dragon or hasn't really hit a very stable comp is going to start losing a lot of HP throughout the stage.
Skaramba, you can see at the top of your board, has already hit that level 7 incredibly high tempo lobby. Now we'll be putting in whatever, because at this point he's got that Xiao Yu with the Death's Defiance. Any unit you put in at this point is going to be probably enough to tilt you over, unless Odessa's board is much stronger than I'm expecting. Double Guild Emblem here from Sproyson.
Royson, what will he play? He slammed Jeweled Gauntlet. Yesterday we talked about it. It's actually the best augment in this game. What do you think? What will he play with this strong Jeweled Gauntlet?
It's hard to really. I mean, Guild is a very, let's say, open emblem where you can just splash it in. It's a very splashable trait. I'm not sure if you go vertical with Guild. Obviously, we've seen Guild emblem and Guild overall just play with Xayah, but with JG, that makes it very unlikely. It's not really a great item for that Xayah, despite the Giants there being quite good. Deja with JG is maybe a possibility. Warlords is not terrible for Mirage. I'm not sure. It's quite, I think, quite a confusing spot, I think, for Sproyson.
JG without IE as well always just seems to feel bad for a lot of compositions that want it. Anything like, not going to be a problem this game, but if you were going something like an Elise, like that's always going to feel bad. If you're depending on those crits for your damage, as you often are, you want them to be as reliable as possible. Without that reliability, your DPS is going to vary a lot from round to round, and that can make the difference between win streaking and getting those back and forth win-loss chains.
Yes.
Ooh. Surprise, surprise. Salvi is also playing Nidalee. Oh, never mind. Salvi looks like this is his board, actually. Okay.
Darn.
I was about to get a little bit nervous there for Revit.
I mean, he's kind of fun. You ain't got him 2-star now with the duplicator in stage 3-5. We have seen 2 other people playing Xiao Yu as well. So it's going to be hard for the other people getting this Xiao Yu 2-star. And we talked a lot about this Eternal Winter. It's insanely strong, and it can change games.
I'm going to be very careful about how I phrase this, because, David, you've pointed out the power of the Caster Curse. Odessa has gone for Dragon Alliance, which has been a very high variance augment so far this tournament.
Especially high variance when you start scouting and you see Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. All of a sudden, if you do the math, and you can be from NA to do this math. It's not very much. You just have to count up to maybe 10 or 12. You're going to be in trouble finding not just dragons.
I only got 10 fingers, David.
I understand, but I think even you can do this math, Nibiru. It's not too hard to get there. And having to try and fight for all these dragons, if you don't already have a massive econ lead, is going to be difficult for him.
And I think Salvi is in a position where he's really happy. I mean, getting the Nico will be insanely important to let her carry this item spot. And this spot, when you have got in stage 3-6, this Xiao Yu 2-star, you should be really fine.
Well, if Salvi continues to get these win streaks, if he continues on this path and maybe finishes like top 1 or 2, there's a very real chance that he's going to take home his first Golden Spatula Cup victory. And I think that would be so great
The Rebel Spat now on the Swain, waiting to find that Deja to slot that in instead. Bad news for Sproyson if he is going for the Deja carry, because that means someone else is already trying to play some variation of a Mirage comp as well. Going to be a little bit harder to hit a dragon that usually is easier to hit than things like Shio-Yu or Siphon. In this lobby, maybe not so much the case.
And we just talked about Salvi getting the first or getting a golden Spatula cup. I think he would deserve it. Because, as I said, he's playing a lot TFT since season 1, and every season where you can qualify for Worlds, he didn't make it. And this year, a golden Spatula win could be a huge step for him.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here casting every single one of these EMEA finals since they began in set 3. Every single time, Salvi has been one of the players in discussion, either around how much of a shame it is that he didn't make it, or how well he's expected to perform. And seeing him have the chance to finally get that title that he's been working for so long would mean the world to him, and it would be great for the scene to see all of that effort rewarded. So I'm rooting for him.
The Deja has been found. The Swain has been thrown out the window. He's done his job for now, but Deja is the real all-star of this comp. We'll see if he can, get enough 2-stars to really stabilize here. Doesn't have much gold to roll with, or even if you want to go to level 8 to have higher odds at finding the Deja. I'm not sure if it's going to be stable enough right now.
So guys, I got a question for you. I'm seeing an Archangel's staff over there on the bench for Philalix. Would that not be a great slam here? Is there a better item that I'm not considering?
Because more damage comes from the Revel Spat interaction more than Deja himself, you want to try and get more attack speed over just direct damage with Archangels, for example. So it wouldn't be bad. It's still Deja. He does still benefit from Archangels, of course. But ideally, attack speed is what would work best, I think, in this combination exactly.
The next opportunity would be also playing Quecksilver Sash, because many players are playing something like something like Siphon, who can knock up this Deja, or something like a Hecarim, and Quecksilver Sash is also a really good item on Deja, so he doesn't want to go full damage, full ballsy, and just getting a safe item or more attack speed, as you said.
And this is, I think, one of the emblems that, Mortalk mentioned going into this set. He wanted to make emblems feel exciting, wanted to make them kind of transformative for some comps and some units specifically. I think this is the best example where usually if you don't think about this exact interaction, you wouldn't, consider this comp to be playable. But because Deja just transformed into a completely different unit in terms of what he can do from a damage output perspective, it's just really exciting to see players obviously identify this at a high level and try and force it the moment he got the Rebel Spat, go right into this direction.
I want to look across at the health totals as well. There is a pretty big gulf between first and second that can be closed pretty quickly. But looking at Odessa there, Dystopia in game, looking a little bit rough after picking up that Dragon Augment.
As I said, I'm not the biggest fan of this Dragon Augment. Only one person in this whole tournament could get a higher rank with it, and now Philalix.
Evoker emblem on the Shio-Yu, a lot of extra cast. Very interesting build here from Dalisum. Seems to be working out for him with double shiv as well. So slamming items, making sure to stay strong. In a lobby that we talked about was going to be very dangerous. Very strong lobby overall. As the pressure, you're forced to slam items. You're forced to play more of a win streak kind of angle, a desperate angle, rolling down gold as well to stay strong and match the tempo of the lobby.
Sproyson will be picking up that Talon as well. He's going to be going full into that guild. And it looks like Revan going for Shimmer Scale Nidalee 3.
Well, this is temporary. This is the Shio-Yu placeholder, as we saw with Olaf and Siphon last game. He just lost his streak, so he's been win streaking most of Stage 3 and most of Stage 4, so I still think it's a pretty good spot, especially considering he hasn't hit his actual comp. He's just playing the Idis as a placeholder for now with Guardian, with the Taric synergy as well.
But you really, really, really want this Quecksilver on your Nidalee, because he's a melee carry, and getting into something like I said, Hecarim or On, you really don't want to do this. But now in this fight, it's actually fine. He got some bruisers. The bruisers don't have any CC. This Deja trying to get so much damage into the paint, and it nearly dies. Hecarim against, not Hecarim, Skarner against this Deja.
But you almost got there. I mean, we're laughing about Skarner, but I'm telling you, Skarner's a pretty damn good unit in those 1v1s with the shielding as well. Beast Den was picked up by Revan, so fantastic third augment, maybe helping out the kind of less than ideal second choice with first aid kit. And he's gonna, again, like you're mentioning, Murnio, once he's able to find that Nico Shou, upgrade that Ida, sell that Skarner, put the QSS on the Nidalee, popping off the Gambler's Blade, he's gonna be much stronger, and that will be kind of the final board that I think is gonna guarantee a top 4.
No open spats across the board here, but Scrubbis nonetheless is going to be picking up that Spatula. I'll be interested in seeing what he does with that coming out of this round.
And as we can see, Salvi was in the last stage like almost the last or the 8th, and now he's just like win streaking since he's got his Shiryu 2-star. 47 HP is really decent and has got a win streak, insanely much gold out of the win streak, and now we have to look forward to keep it up.
Basic, the only player that has placed in the top 4 every game today. Not looking like it'll be the case in this game. 12 HP, currently 8th, currently in a pretty tough spot. Playing a comp that everyone else is also trying to play, which means that, you know, less upgraded units, you might be in trouble. We're seeing it here. Shiryu 2 versus Shiryu 1, not a great spot to be in for Dasik.
And Salvi, of course, has picked up that Sona, who's putting out so many stuns. No Quicksilvers on the side of Dasik. This may be a quick loss for him as that Shiryu 2 popping off tons of healing between the BT and the Hand of Justice. The Lulu polymorph comes in too little, too late. Bardolt comes down, and Dasik follows 8th place for this round.
I mean, it's so much damage. He has got the Spear of Shoten and Rage Blade on Sona. He has got a Shiryu 2-star. The whole comp, not only Shiryu 2-star, is really strong.
And Alex in a spot where he could be very strong, but still needs to get the Deja 2, still needs to find that Sona for 5 Revel, and he only has 15 HP to work with. This is the kind of position where you would love to have more HP, you would love to have that buffer to let you get to level 8, to give you a little bit more time to roll and find your upgrades, because this can be an extremely strong comp in terms of where it caps out, but it can be hard to reach that cap from a position like this one.
You can see the nerves on his face as he's considering desperately this position. Zbroyson, you were wondering where that guild emblem was going to go, and it looks like it's landed on the Deja. Deja v Deja.
I mean, Deja was with those extra traits with 5 or 6 guild, 4 guild is insanely strong. She's getting just insanely... wow, it was so close. Deja's getting so much AD, AP, and attack speed, mana, and so on. It's really strong on her.
Would be really good news for Alex to get eliminated, to not have someone else, not just the Deja that he currently has on the board, but the future Dejas he could be picking up as well that would be get taken out of Zbroyson's shops as well. So Zbroyson definitely going to be scouting and watching very closely if Alex gets taken down in the next few fights.
And guys, I was talking about it. I'm calling it. Just build this Edge of Night. It's not on a carry, on a backline carry. It's on Shiryu. He's really tanky, but still, just build this item.
This would be interesting. We've not seen a Shyvana played in this composition at all.
Surely not.
Would you sell this backline dragon? Okay, no.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Tragic.
The question no longer exists. The answer has been given. Siphon 2 is that answer. Is this going to be a strong enough front line to allow Aoshin to pop off? Does Aoshin even need to pop off when you have a Siphon that looks so strong?
I think Siphon is pretty strong, and I think he can carry the following fights. The only problem is that Nico is 1-star. As I previously said, Vomox is insanely strong on this unit. She can tank like about 10, 15, 20 seconds, but on 1-star it's really hard.
Now, looking at this board, we've been concerned a little bit about this Dragon Augment. So we see the Shyvana tempting fate there. And this is going to be if Alex potentially getting eliminated, has gone for level 8, but did not find the Deja 2.
Massive Shroud there as well on almost the entirety of that comp. If Siphon goes towards that Deja, though, it could be game over. Goes to the right first, but now has a bite to the left. Is he going to take it? Can he kill off? No, he runs away. The Deja stays alive and wins that fight. Alex stays alive as well. 6 HP for him, and now Odessa. As we mentioned, a very high variance augment pick. If you don't stabilize, you're going to start losing so much HP at the end of stage 4 and start of stage 5.
balancing Siphon was just like, okay, how to balance her? Just delete her brain, and then she's actually insanely fine in this game.
That's what it feels like in some fights. Other fights feels like she has multiple brains to work with, where she, just directly tries and target those big carries like Corki and like Varus.
I mean, she's scaling with the amount of brains in her head.
Multiple brain cells necessary in order to win with that composition. It looks like, is that a Taric frontline still? Yep.
It is a Taric frontline.
It sure is, guys.
We've seen so many players playing Jade. I'm not surprised that Nikos are limited. There's a finite amount in the champion pool, and some players, if you aren't able to find it, you have to play with what you have until now. And Taric 2 isn't the worst of tanks, especially with a great item like Eternal Winter. But in this case, it looks like it's not quite enough. Salvi will take a big hit here against the HP leader and the win streaker, Skarambez.
We were wondering about this. We've seen Living Forge not do great previously in this tournament, but these items are really good. You've got Death's Defiance there for the Xiao Yu, and out of the back is that Obsidian Cleaver on a Xayah of all units. That's just going to shred all of the armor and MR on the opponent's team and allow that Xiao Yu and the Xayah herself to just tear through them.
I talked to many players who just say, okay, Death's Defiance is almost the most broken item in this game. At least the most broken offensive, defensive item. What are your thoughts on this item, on Xiao Yu or Siphon?
Not ideal, but it can work. I think it definitely, pretty much both of these dragons can use almost any AD item, but also almost any tank item effectively, because they're kind of in the thick of things. They're fighting, in melee range with everything. So I think all the items can work. Some are less ideal than others, but I think with how strong these dragons are, they can make them work.
There's going to be a concern here. Siphon gets a huge charge into the backline, and it looks like Ao Shin popping off, finally doing the damage. And Odessa survives another round, as does Dalisum on a single point of HP.
And that's the extra damage you're taking from dragons compared to normal units. You would think it would be less of a big loss there, but down to 1 HP. That is the player that we've seen many times before, getting these very low HP totals and trying to come back into the top 4. Going to be difficult in this case, though. I don't think he had the strongest variation of Jade. He had Jade that was kind of flexing into Gadget Expert with Shiv and an Evoker for Anivia instead. And I think that won't be as strong as the more traditional variation. I'm curious to see Revan, though. Currently top 3. I hope we can spectate what the end of his game looks like. We haven't seen him at all in this mid and early late game.
And we talked a lot about Salvi in the early game, just getting this not that good start with 47 HP in stage 3-5, hitting this Xiao Yu 2-star, getting a huge win streak, getting into the late game, getting some strong upgrades in his board, but we have seen his frontline. He doesn't have any Nico, and Nico is your frontline. You need this unit to really stay in shape, and we have to look forward for Salvi to just get at least one Nico to stay in this game. We've seen 2 rounds in a row lost by him.
Feels
Nidalee
like
versus the Dragons.
Yep.
We'll see what this fight looks like. Ao Shin, if he'll have time to cast, if Nidalee can wrap around. Looks like no, she's going to go the wrong way, going to go into Siphon instead. And Siphon takes a bite out of Nidalee in this case. But Nidalee barely stays alive, wraps around. But Siphon with a second chomp does finally take her down. Most of the damage is now gone. Ao Shin and Siphon versus a single lonely Soraka healing a statue. Not quite the game plan Revan was hoping for.
No, and it feels a little bit like this lobby has become the Xiao Yu waiting room for everyone who hasn't hit it. So we see Dalisum falling out, as is Philalix. So that may open up a little bit more easy hits there for everyone else in the lobby who's looking for that Xiao Yu.
The Nico's the biggest thing here, as Murnio was mentioning. That's the biggest upgrade that Revan has to hope for here. Doesn't have gold to work with now either.
And now I can see in the late game, the most important is the positioning. Can you put this Xiao Yu on a spot where he can just slam this Siphon, destroy her in the CC, and he's just like scouting every second, just positioning every second new, and now the fight begins.
He's up against Revan with a Nidalee once again, depending where she runs to with her movement speed. This is why Thresh is played. Now Thresh all of a sudden gives Nidalee that route into the right, and then she'll wrap around, possibly into the backline, possibly just right into the tanks we're seeing here, but has a little bit more access to Xayah this way. Revan at 10 HP needs to get a big win here. Doesn't do so. Will this be a big enough loss to get eliminated? I think it might. Soraka again left alive by herself with just a Shiv, and Revan gets taken down in 5th in the end, with Dystopia, the other Spanish player, taking 4th.
There goes a lot of dragons back into the pool as well. I'm wondering what Salvi and Sproyson need to cap out their boards at this point. Skarame is on a great pace to be able to do that as well. Just looking for those 2-star legendaries as he gets another Ornn item that will be the hook. A problem for the positioning of the other players in the lobby.
I think the hook isn't that bad because you are getting a positioning point. The enemies have to respect this Blitzcrank hook, and it's giving you 500 HP. Giving that to Nico is insane. She's having the shapeshifter buff, so it's relying on high HP stats, and she's getting high HP stats now since she doesn't have any.
Xayah 3. This is a chance for Xayah 3, which is an incredibly strong 4-cost carry. Xayah no longer the star of the show in this new patch. The dragons have taken over, but still, you have to respect the Xayah. You have to respect her with great item build here with Rage Blade and the Giant Slayer. And at 3-star, that could be the defining moment and what can guarantee the win for an 82 HP Skarambes.
We've seen Dasik do this exact thing as well. Nobody at risk of being knocked out just yet. Salvi, the lowest HP. Looks like this will be a ghost heading out here. So Skarame going to have a fairly easy time with this board, even with the Frozen Heart. As we move over to Salvi's board at risk of elimination potentially, Sona will be able to find the stun, but misses onto that Deja with the guild emblem. Xiaoyu versus Deja, the 1v1 will decided. Xiaoyu, no! Goes on the wrong target. And Deja, even despite the Bard ult, will take Salvi down into that one-hit range.
How close was this fight? This talent just jumping into the backline, just reducing all the attack speed of Xiaoyu. He can't do anything, and this Deja just destroying Xiaoyu. One auto attack after the next, and he doesn't have any HP in the end.
And that came down to Sproyson moving that Deja to the middle of the backline instead of that side where he was on, dodging all the Sona ults. A Deja that doesn't have QSS, usually you want to build QSS on the Deja, but you have the guild emblem instead. You have to make up for it with ideal positioning, and that was the case. And I think what really decided that fight for Sproyson.
This could be Salvi's last round in the game, facing up against Skarame as the health leader of the lobby, who's looking for that Xayah 3 1-off now. Hook will be directly onto the Sona, and Sona whiffs the Xayah in the backline, pounding away at the front line of Salvi, while his backline is not going to be able to do a whole lot. Xiaoyu trying to tear through that Nico in the front line, won't be able to find her in time. Xayah still firing away into the backline. Bard and Salvi can do nothing, and it's down to our last 2 players.
Sproyson once again in the top 2. Last game was a terrible result for him. Got 7th with that Nidalee reroll. Now once again find himself where he did find himself in the first 2 games of today. Was one of the leaders coming into that game 3 we started casting. And now again, could be a second, could be a first. I think if that Xayah 3 is found, probably a second. Still a lot of gold to work with. Skarambes, because he has so much HP, he knows he can greed out until a point where he knows he has enough gold no matter what to hit the Xayah 3, and that's what he's doing here. I think until he loses, he's not going to roll for it.
Going to be a lot of gold in his pocket, like you said. These rounds, you're going to be playing for the minutia. You want to win or lose just by a little bit. If you're here for Skarambes, you're waiting for that Xayah 3, but he might not even need it. Look at this. Deja in the backline, still safe for the time being, but so is that Xayah. Nunu does so much with the guild emblem. Xayah left on her lonesome as Deja will finally take her out in the backline.
Very small
time to roll.
Only 2 units. I think he wants to go to 9, probably to just have higher costs at hitting 4 costs in general. But as we mentioned, I think you kind of need that trigger. Once you lose a fight, then you're like, okay, now I'm weaker possibly. I have to start getting stronger. I have to start capping out this board to its maximum level.
And late game Yasuo is really insane, so Sproyson is just taking it. He doesn't know doesn't want the Solari, doesn't need it, but he knows, okay, this Yasuo, I have to deny it. He's a really strong carry in a guild comp, so he just took it and is rolling for the Xayah. He only needs 1 more, is level 8, does have 63 gold, so I think if he's rolling down now, he hits her for E.
He might be looking to go 9 after the creep round and kind of lose 2 more fights, or at least leave it up to, leave it in the air in terms of who wins these fights, not guarantee the win just yet. We'll see now if the Xayah can do enough. She's now been moved a little bit more towards the center, try and dodge. So that talent, for example, we see they're killing off that Bard instead. But now Xayah is being targeted. Frozen Heart is on her as well, reducing that attack speed, making her do just a little bit less damage. And Deja, uncontested, untouched, in that backline, smashing absolutely everything. And now these losses are getting bigger and bigger for Skarambes. He has to start thinking about getting the Xayah 3, finding that last upgrade he needs.
It's not going to full spend, though. Look at this. He's still... Oh, never mind. Caster Curse once again. 3 gold left. We'll find that Soraka 2. It's not enough to roll for that Xayah 3 anymore.
See if he wants to sell this Ornn or this Bard for Econ or for just those few extra rolls.
I'm not sure if this is really the best play he could have done, because rolling at level 8 with a higher chance for forecast units or more gold for forecast units would be insane. And now the fight.
Now Xayah in the back line, still safe for the time being, starting to shred away at that front line, but Deja also safe as can be. We've seen how strong she can pop up, but only 3 frontliners left on the side of Sproisen's board. The healing coming down from that Soraka 2 that Skarambes rolled down for, able to find a lot of stall. There goes the knockup from Xiao Yu. Half health on the Deja. Xayah survives. Sproisen takes a big loss, and we're getting ready to head into stage 7, where it's so much higher player damage.
And that Frozen Heart went onto that Xayah a little bit later than the last fight. Might have been what ended up changing the outcome of that fight, letting Xayah kill off more units early on.
In the end, it's gonna be so close. This talent has to be on the Xayah, so she doesn't get all her auto attacks out, and her attack speed gets reduced. At this point, he didn't get it, and I think by swapping in last second, I think he can't win this now in the long term.
Bernio, going into this last round, never mind,
he
no
got
more
it.
questions. It's the Xayah 3.
Will it be enough? There's 2 Zephyrs on the side of Sproisen. He has ways to manipulate these extremely strong carry units. He has a talent that can reduce the attack speed as well. It really comes down to burst. Can you burst kill the Xayah before she pops off? Oh,
it's gonna be huge. I mean, Xayah 3-star isn't the absolutely highest forecast unit 3-star, but she is 3-star forecast, so she's going to do so much damage at this point, and Xayah doesn't get Zephyred.
But the Aoshin 2 might be the backline access you need with his damage when his ult goes off. You have enough stall as well with second win with a very beefy front line. Can Xayah kill this front line quick enough? Aoshin popping off. Xayah still alive, just barely. And that might just be it. I don't think Aoshin can cast a second time. That's going to be a massive loss here for Sproisen. Not enough to get eliminated, but still going to go down to 2 HP.
This is the last one. Last fight here. That will be the Yasuo 2, so things could change up.
Both actually just got Yasuo 2-star, one with Mirage Warlord and one just randomly thrown in. And I think Xayah 3-star is just like one step too much for him, and Sproisen could take the first.
We'll see where the Zephyrs go. That's going to be the key thing in Iberia for us to watch for.
Watching out for these Zephyrs as we start off the round. Skarambes has hit that Xayah, but versus an Aoshin 2, it may not be enough. Zephyr onto the front lines there, will lift up the Nico, and Xayah nowhere to be found, not able to fire away. Aoshin up to half mana, looking for the cast. There it goes, damage into the backline. Xayah stunned once more, half health, quarter health, not going to be killed just yet. There she goes, she's down. Aoshin pops off in the backline. Last one standing there for Skarambes will be that Xiao Yu. It's a ton of damage here for Sproisen, but Skarambes still has 2 losses to go before he's out of this game.
It's a hype moment until you realize that Skarambes has 60 HP to work with, and that Xayah is not always going to get Zephyred. You have that buffer. You have that chance to make a mistake, to lose that fight RNG or maybe that Zephyr RNG, and still come back in these next few fights.
And how close was this fight? Xayah got Zephyred, she got Frozen Hearted, She couldn't just get one auto take out. This Talon killed her. Asian also. And she couldn't do anything. Now she's in the front line and no one can get her.
Sells a unit to pop off the Zephyr and does end up getting the Bard instead up in the air. Xayah frontline taking damage, but maybe is it going to be enough with just the Talon? The heals come through. Xayah's still alive, popping off on her damage. Aoshin finally kills her. Xiaoyu versus Aoshin. Can Aoshin cast again before Xiaoyu comes at him? It's going to be a very close one. The CZ comes in, and Broyson gets taken down. Skarmbez able to do the impossible, kills off that Aoshin too.
Beautiful, beautiful play there. And that Aoshin, so close, nearly saved the game. It's Xayah 3, such a big pickup there. The patience coming in from Skarmbez was the key. That early game strength, the ability to win streak and stay 82 HP for so long, gave him the time to go for those 2-star 5 costs, and the 3-star Xayah that was the big difference maker.
Lovely to see as well the kind of the journey for Broyson, first having that Swain Revel, then having the Deja Revel, then having the Aoshin Revel. So kind of or Guild Emblem rather, the escalating from 3 costs to 4 costs to 5 costs as the game progresses, trying to get stronger and stronger and cap out your board as you move along. I think it's great to see.
And I went into this cast, I was just like, okay, I'm looking forward for comps that I usually don't see. And by playing Guild, Deja, I was really, really embarrassed of this huge comp. It was really strong. It didn't make it for the first, but at least a comp that we don't see every day.
And Broyson was very focused on going that angle. He built the JG very early on, and that's not a slammable item unless you know exactly what you're going for. And in this case, I think it was a Deja into the Aoshin late game.
It paid off, and I think it's important to remember, of course, Broyson came in first, then second, now another top 2. He's looking strong to be a Golden Spatula Cup winner once again. When we get back, our analyst desk is going to break down Game 4 and get us ready for the final 2 games of our first Golden Spatula Cup. Stick around.
Hi, I'm Skip. I'm 26 years old from Czechia, and I am a professional TFT player. There is a story to it. When I was 9 years old, I was reading Roman history books, as 9-year-olds typically do, and I wanted something that sounded vaguely Roman, but also wasn't a name of anyone specific, because then it would seem like I think that specific historical person is better than me, which at 9 years old I definitely thought no one is. So I went with Scipius, which is kind of like Scipio Africanus, but, a bit wrong. I had a good impression with one thing specifically, and that's rerolling augments. I think that was an amazing systemic change. The first impression of the units, though, I think it is a really bold choice by Mordog with a lot of things he's done, such as putting in 4 large AoE CC units at 4 and 5 cost, and putting no AP carries at 4 cost. I don't think we have really had a great patch so far, and I don't really see how Mordog is going to achieve one, but I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will surprise me. I was definitely helped massively by both Frey and Kapaku. Without them, I definitely wouldn't have gotten to Worlds. This set is still cooperate a tiny bit, but there is definitely a lot more rivalry going on, rather than just straight cooperation.
Welcome back everyone to the Golden Spatula Cup #1. We are on the brink of our final 2 games of the day. But before we get there, we're here to break down what happened in our last 2 games on the path to glory. These were some pretty intense games, I think it's fair to say.
I mean, we had some really cool games, some cool transitioning moments as well, right? Go back to game 1, we had the Daisy that was playing Sin Olaf for a while, and then transitioned into the Sin Siphon, stuff like that. Game number 2, though, game number 4, technically speaking, of the day, right, was a bit all over the place, I think, right? We have the Dragon Alliance player ended up in 4th in the top 4. In this house, we have Rival Dacia ending up in 6th because it was a contested Dacia that ended up being transitioned into an Aoshin 2 with multiple guild emblems, right? It's like adding that additional vertical. Like, there was just so many different things just, playing a massive part these games.
And every time we think our players haven't got anything new to show us, especially in a set like this where people I think are quite rightfully thinking, we kind of know what's going to be happening on any given game. People have really narrowed into a few things. We're still seeing things like the Guild Emblems coming through and enabling comps that just wouldn't otherwise exist. And as you said, the Revel as well. There's still so many possibilities to explore for games 5 and 6.
Yeah, and Rebel as a composition, when we have the Rebel Dacia, tends to do quite well. But again, with them being another Dacia player in the lobby, contesting you, making it a hard time for you to really find the Dacians. Now, that made a bit of an issue here. Again, talking about the key feature of the last game, I think we can really talk about the redemption story of Living Forge. The space and time continuum has been remade. It's stable again, and it's now giving out decent items, like a variety of items. Most importantly, as well, we saw the Obsidian Cleaver, we saw the Blitzcrank Hook. Again, just getting good, solid items all around here was very, very nice to see.
Well, I mean, certainly from what we've seen from our game so far, we have a lot of games going very long. And really being decided by the end. So it makes sense to have a augment that's going to keep on giving you incredible value the whole way through the game. She said, we were certainly, the Zonia's Paradox coming in multiple times when we first saw it was not great. But let's take a look at some of our keys from this last game in particular, last round. I mean, we did see a lot of Scrammers, in particular, or Scrammers, going for that early win streak, doing incredible work in the early game.
Yeah, we saw that as well. I think a pretty important moment we also saw in the first game of game 3 here in this specific round was that we saw how Dystopia does a level 2, level 6 versus the other during stage 2, and then got broken by Salvi's insane opener with the Varus, for example, right? So we've seen some of these people get really punished by their some of their early game decisions all the time. We also saw Swain carry come through and do a ton of work as well for a short moment in time with a Scourge opener. We've seen Swain in overtime, with the power level that Swain brings to a composition. If you look onto the board here as well, we can see the Sin Siphon that Basic was rocking around with in the first game of these couple of games here. And we saw a lot of variety to a certain extent. I liked how Daisy ended up playing. He had to go very, very deep on 3-2, right? I remember the cast were pointing that out. He had to go all the way down to 0 almost and had to find a stabilization, but he did, however, manage to stabilize for a good solid chunk, if I recall correctly, finishing 2nd in that game. We also saw this one from Rebel, I thought was very interesting. Putting the flex into the Jade Flex tree here. A lot of people will not prioritize putting Corki into their composition, which I think to a certain extent is probably correct a lot of the time. But one of the biggest strengths of this Jade setup is just how strong it is at playing pretty much any carry. We've seen people play Talon 2 in their segment carry. We've seen the Saya tree. We've also seen the Corki tree come to life. There are just so many different ways of rounding out the composition depending on what you need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly we was expecting to see a few more of the assassins coming in as we check in with our, of course, best friend ever, which is going to be Revel Dacia. It's something, one of those things on paper that seems like it should be beyond obscene, but it didn't necessarily perform fully up to what people might have hoped for.
I mean, it was also just because of the fact that it didn't really reach that 2-star stage, really, right? Again, when you're not getting that 2-star stage, many was talking about how Dacia tends to get blown up, doesn't have the sustainability to, get these longer dragged out fights that you really need to put in the work here. And again, also a very potentially even tournament deciding moment here we see on the screen right now with the 1 HP difference between Odessa and Revan going into that like 4th and 5th position here. So, you know, these minor things might end up being incredibly defining here. Again, we just see the power of the Death Defiance buff as a combination here for the board of Scramble. It ended up being the game deciding moment in terms of like what we saw here in game number 4. And again, like this Deja 2 here. What I really liked was the open self from Bryson when he had the pair of AO Shins, knowing that his Deja 2 was not going to be doing enough work, and then selling off to try to find that AO Shin transition to try to see that. And he won a single fight, but because of how strong the early game was with Scramble, you know, like we just saw like he was just not unable to close out the game.
And just a small note here, of course, on the 3-star Xayah gracing our screens. You know, certainly we've seen a few different times, you know, people I've certainly seen people posting clips of Xayah 3 online and not necessarily finding her as world-endingly strong as they maybe would have hoped either.
Yeah, definitely. That's something we need to keep in mind as well here. So, again, we just got a nice little recap here. I love the fact that we have these highlights now to keep us on top of the games, right? Again, we just get a little bit of a look back here again at Basic with the early moments as we get to see both of our lovely faces here, Peter. They are quite lovely indeed. I think also one thing that's worth noting here is that we've seen Revan, again, obviously he's streaming his own perspective, is currently rocking an obscene amount of viewers. Right? The support for, you know, from this Spanish community to Revan is just beyond insane.
Yeah, apparently peaking up to 90,000. That's absolutely bonkers. I mean, this is one of the things we've been really hoping to see from, you know, these circuits coming together, is finding ways to kind of like to bring together the different communities, give them something to specifically work towards and kind of build towards, to have these stories for these players that, you know, cut through their day-to-day streaming from the open, you know, to ladder to open qualifiers, to these summits, to the EMEA finals, and to, you know, the championship that lies beyond. It's a huge journey to be on, and we're only, you know, in the beginning stages of it for these players, you know, some of which are certainly going to go very far. Let's take a look at our overall standings.
And we can see right now, so Bryson back on top where he belongs, at least where he sees himself. I think every single player right now in the tournament will see himself in first place. But Bryson, again, currently the reigning Golden Spatula Cup champion after winning the GSC number 3 back in Gizmos and Gadgets. Also qualified for the World Championship, if I recall correctly. So again, a player that has had quite a strong competitive run most recently here. Revan in second place. Didn't have the strongest of games. Again, he's only 1 point behind Bryson. That 1 HP difference between him and Odessa in that previous game is currently what separates him from the first place.
It's worth noting as well, with the kind of Swiss system we're working up here, the players in the top 8 have got the best chance of taking the first place. You can see the points drop off pretty sharply as we go further down. So for our players in the bottom 8, they'll mostly be trying to break into that top 8 and improve their prize standings in the last couple of rounds. For our top 8 players, though, of course, they'll be looking to try and claim the crown for themselves. There may be prizes for everyone who hits top 16, but there is only one guaranteed spot in the EMEA finals up for grabs.
Yeah, but it's worth noting, if you go back to a previous set and you look at the qualification points, even being at the top 16 alone right now is going to give you a massive boost to going towards that final here. And, you know, if you can, you know, make your way into a top 12 position, for example, instead of like a top 16, you get those 5 extra points, which can be a very huge deciding factor in whether or not you're going to be feeling pressure come around that last Golden Spatula Cup set potentially.
Alright guys, so we have 2 more games to come up live on the stream. We'll of course be bringing you the very top lobby where we'll be seeing probably quite a few familiar faces from the previous round joining in there. Look to find ourselves a champion and determine the makeup of our top 8. We will take one final break before those big games come in, so do not go anywhere. We will be back. Games 5 and 6 coming up.
My name is Luca. I'm 27 years old and I'm from Italy. I'm streaming TFT since it started, and I'm really enjoying the game. And yeah, that's me. I mean, my in-game name is Luque, which is similar to my name, I guess. The real origin is like a footballer. whose name is Albert Luque, but yeah, it's like my name, so Luca. I really like the set, especially because I think it's a big improvement of the last set. I really like the fact that you can roll the augments. I really like the new armory. The dragons are really fancy, and yeah, it's really fun. It has been gone, I think, really good at the start. Then, like, I was, I think, top 10. I even reached like rank 7 lately. But like, I lost some games, but I think I'll be back in a few days. At first, I think I want to play like all the tournaments, so I want to take part in all the Spatula Cups. Then I want to probably win some Italian tournaments because I think I can win there. And I for sure want to play the European qualifier, and then we'll see how it goes. Shout out to Italian community and my brother Balotelli. Italian Blender Mafia is ready, I guess.
Welcome back, one and all, to Golden Spatula Cup #1, and to the end of things. We have our top 8. We have 2 games to determine who our champion will be. My name is Canopit, joined by Panda and by Witter for these last 2 games. And guys, it couldn't really be too much closer to Bryson on 24, down to Travis on 20. This lobby is ridiculously close.
Also, Revan second right now with 23 points. My favorite player right now with the comp he's playing as well. And also so great for TFT. He was peaking at 90,000 viewers, now sitting at 50,000 viewers. Double what Soju usually pulls in NA. I mean, this is just a very good sign for TFT in Europe. And a very good sign for the Spanish community as well.
Just gotta get the other.
You know, it's relativity. You're allowing other people to understand why it's so important, Luya. Nothing, no flame for Soju.
I mean, that we can, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think that is just fantastic seeing like what these events can do for the broader community as well. I think it's just amazing to see, right, again, all the eyeballs that you know come on to these players, and by extension also the players in Revan's lobby. Let's talk about those for a second, right? Because the Bryson, Salvi, as well as Tigers, Rambus, Dasik, Felix, and Travis, right? Again, Travis is a player that I think everyone, you know, familiar with Ladder knows a lot about, but like for me, Felix, this is almost the first time that I have seen this name in like relation to anything really.
I think Scarambas
did really well to start off the day, but had a really big dip in the second, the third and fourth round, the second lobby.
Not surprising, he was playing comps that maybe he wasn't as familiar with. He played the Swain reroll in game 3, the Deja in game 4 with Revel, and just wasn't able to stabilize in the mid game. But as Guido was mentioning, I think the two names that maybe stand out as names that aren't usually seen at the top level in tournaments and on ladder are both Garambez and Philalix. I think they did, huge props to them for making it this far, but it does seem like the rest of the names are the household names that we've been watching out for, not just in this set, but pretty much in every single set since we started off, especially with players like Dasik and Salvi.
All right, guys, let us know in the chat who you are here to support. 2 more games. So Bryson is currently in pole position, but only by a single point ahead of Salvi and the Revan. So it could easily flip around. We could even see an upset, though it's a little bit less likely because the points are still carrying on from earlier today.
At the start of the game, as with most times that I'm casting the Spanish player Revan, I want to see what the Nidalee meta looks like, if anyone is going that direction, if anyone has astral possibilities, as we're seeing here with Garambez, has a Skarner, has double Vlad as well. And I'm sure, like me, Revan is doing the same thing, scouting around, checking to see if he has an angle for it. Garambez says, I'm gonna posture, I'm gonna position, I'm gonna make Revan at least a little bit nervous that I might be going down this route.
I just imagine like every single like Spanish player out there all of a sudden like a CCTV-esque style room with like 8 monitors, one on like each player, just like feeding information like player 1 is going for Italy, pivot, right?
And an alarm goes off, just red lights start blasting if anyone else buys Italy. That's that's a good idea, Guido. I'm gonna pass the message along.
I mean, they have the resource with the boot camps and stuff, right? Like surely somewhere they can code that,
I genuinely think that could even end up legitimately happening down the line. One thing I want to bring up before we get too deep into things is we do have the Mirage for this game, Duelist Dexterity. So all the duelists will effectively get, more or less a built-in Gwyncy's Rage Blade. Is this, I assume this is something that is going to be attracting at least a little bit of attention from our players.
Cannoneer angle possibly for Scrambas ends up selling the Vlad, just getting completely out of the idea of playing Nidalee, and now has a fairly good start for these Cannoneers. Not the strongest board, but a potential to get a Tahm Kench too, potential for a Heimer too if he finds Trainer with a Lulu or a Tristana and get that Trainer going as well. This is kind of the spot where you feel like you're already positioned for Cannoneers, but you didn't hit the 2 stars. You feel a little bit weak. You don't have Trainer in yet. Not really the greatest spot. Do you agree, Wida?
Yeah, I kind of agree, right? So, okay, I was about to say Scrambles here. We saw this earlier as well, right? Where he had a very, akin opening to this one, where he ended up going for something like, where in this natural, the Tahm Kench free, right? We saw this in game number 2 of the day, if I recall correctly. Where I think there are some players that might here be like, okay, cool. If they have, the Tristana here, and they have the Hammering 2 and start working toward the train angle, they might go into, okay, I'm going to slam a Gunblade, and then I have Sunfight Cape open here. Killing a belt is always weird to me, because Sunfire is so important, especially when you are on the field of the Hunt opener as well. Like that imbalance of HP can become super clear.
Killing a sword as well, where Giant Slayer and Deathblade work so well with Corki and with Cannoneers in general.
Interesting, it starts up here from Economista though. Using our friend Lilia, who has been recently buffed as an item carrier. That's a lot of punch behind her.
He did the same in game 3, the game that he ended up winning. He did so by having a very strong early game with a Cavalier Lilia start. In this case, it doesn't seem like quite the same strong start for him, just trying to do his best with what he's been given.
Yeah, thinking about it out here as well, also you can look at the Archon, right? He got, I think that blue buff must have come from the grab back, right? Because again, you don't necessarily want that all the time either. Like, your standing blue buff is always controversial. Lilia is probably one of the best holders off that in the mid game dishes. It just falls off so heavily. There are people out there that have been toying and testing the idea of a reroll Lilia composition, but it still really hasn't really found its feet yet.
Dasik, a much better Cannoneer start. A lot of 2 stars in comparison to Skarambaz's board. And this is what you want with Cannoneers. A strong win streak angle to have enough econ, enough gold, enough stability to reach level 8, hit the Idas 2-star, hit the Corki 2-star, and really, try and top 4.
Yeah, but no Tristana.
Yeah, well, Philalix, I like the interesting item set up here. The Merilonomicon, of course, not the high priority item that may have been in TFT's past. Going to be used early on, at least as a decent amount of hit across, but it's a little spicy, but it gets the job done.
Bit of a low roll start, it seems like, across the board. No one's looking too incredibly strong compared to or no one seems to have that super clear direction we've seen in many other lobbies before.
Talking about direction.
Oh, well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe Dasik is being put into this Cannoneers start with 2 Tristanas, another Senna. Although Senna 3-star really not an angle that anyone really goes for nowadays.
I think something that's worth noting here about the fact that you already have a Tristana 2 or Senna 2 to work with here is that you don't have to use your Tristana as the item holder and have to remake that and try to find the 6 Tristana. You can be happy with the 3 Tristanas and then you just can transition into Corki much more naturally. Like it just presents such a nicer play pattern.
Up against Salvi, who is undefeated so far. So they have decided to go down the Mirage route, to mention before, the Duelist Dexterity. Got themselves that completed holds on the back and a good amount of damage in the front. Looks like Dasik won't be able to start turning things around anytime soon.
Big loss there, actually, 4 units. The Deathblade slammed on the Senna is great for this early stage. Selling the Skarner there, hoping to get the upgrade on either the Tristana or the Tahm Kench and then get much more stable. And really hoping to put in a Bruiser, I think, is the biggest thing. Tahm Kench by itself, not quite enough frontline just yet.
Looking across the scoreboard, we can see Sweller Tiger down at the bottom. So this is a concern we'll have going forward. It's seeing some of our players, if you're in the middle of the pack, looking maybe to just keep your results there and try and shoot for the top. Particularly concerned about Phil Alex and Travis down on 20 points respectively, a clear 4 points behind Zebroyson. They're going to need to pull off an incredible game from either of them to try and sneak away first.
And Solar Target has the Jade emblem. Not super relevant just yet. Could cap you out with 9 Jade in the late game. That really isn't achievable otherwise. But for now, it's going to be kind of iffy because with Jade, the jump from 3 to 6 is such a big one that you really only get to it with Shio Yu. So the Jade emblem doesn't really do that much. It's really more about the late game.
It just provides you with so many more different flex angles of play, right? Because you can start cutting off some of the, like let's say the Karma, for example, you can start cutting the Ash, like some of those units that you might not want to play at times, just to get in like better synergies here. And well, Zebroyson has a very clear angling here with the Pandora's items, Panda.
And is it a coincidence that the top 2 players right now are 2 Nidalee reroll players, Zebroyson and Revan, essentially taking turns playing Nidalee reroll in their lobbies?
Do you think they're just like rock, paper, scissoring it out like in like a Discord chat before each game? Be like...
like just 2 upstanding gentlemen like, no, please, you go now. Please, sir. Take the Nidalee this time.
Well, it's been working pretty damn well for quite a while. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing more people actively contesting it. Travis, 3rd from bottom at the moment. Going to be one of our 20-point players come in, so that not only will they need to do very, very well in this game, but from where they're sitting, Zebroyson has to fall down, Salvi has to fall down, and Revan really needs to fall down as well if they've got any chance of hitting first.
Fairly strong board here for Travis, but incredibly weak front line in comparison to the back line, which might be a problem in stage 2, but won't be a problem against Broyson, who is very clearly doing his best to loss streak. Only 3 units on the board here. Buys a Nidalee and a Taric after the fight started off. So despite the triple item on Nidalee, this is how Broyson wants to guarantee he loses, and in this case, he will do just that.
Yeah, very nice maintenance of the streak here, right? I think that is just one of those things that, again, you have to know when to spot these things. And much like the thing with holding a Nidalee free if you don't hit it to try to get a double trouble type situation going on here as well. Well, this position is interesting, right? Yeah, win streak 100, good spot here, Peter, right? Like Salvi 100 HP, very strong here. Again, another strong streak coming out from him.
I can see the gold in the pockets as well. Steve Zebroyson, you guys mentioned, of course, the lost streak coming out pretty well. They will be our gold leader. Salvi, even with a 5-win streak, has had to spend a little bit more of that gold to make sure they stayed streaking coming into stage 3.
But the exciting thing coming out after Krug's usually not the most exciting round in the game, but for a Nidalee reroll player, it can be the do or die moment. If you don't hit that Nidalee, if you have to roll down too much gold, if you can't level to 6 for Jade on 3-2, it could be very problematic. So Zebroyson, uncontested right now on Nidalee, hoping to find... Oh, Travis says, my Polish compatriot, even if you're my country, I'm still going to buy these Nidalees and hold them on my bench just in case.
Not even country, teammate as well. Both of these players are assigned to AGO, right? So There's like every little single bit here matters here. And again, this roll down again seems a little. Okay, never mind. It's time to pick up the pace now, right? Sometimes again, there are some people that just sprint it down during the roll down, and they don't miss anything. And also some players that might be a little bit.
Ace Nidalee have the Taric 2, have the Gnar as well. Does Royston buy? He does. If he gets double trouble, he's going to shoot himself in the foot by buying this Nidalee before the round goes in. Will he still win this fight and start the win streak one round earlier, though? That might be enough in terms of how unlikely it is to find exactly double trouble in your augment choices.
Do you know what the secret tech is, though, David? You just take Nidalee off next carousel with a component.
Ingenious. So, Panda, as our resident expert on the kitty cat, rolling down, hitting the Nidalee with about 20 gold left.
Oh, it's a good spot.
It's a very good spot. That's pretty far ahead of where you could be.
Oh, and Beast Den is an even better spot. An augment tailored for this comp.
How much of a boost is Beast Den going to be?
It's not double trouble. It's not the absolute best, but it's definitely among the top tier options for this Shapeshifter's Nidalee comp.
It's also Gnar 2 on top of it as well, meaning that you don't really have to roll. He can even stay level 5. I think the spike in of its own right should be strong enough to stay on for a second here. And another one of these games of the Dragon Alliance and Horde. I don't know, man. Basic here playing the Varus. You can see Varus 2 is not being hit here. I mean, Salvi, he's in a good position to try to play off of this, right? 100 HP, full streaking. He will be down on augment to a certain extent, right? But his boy, he knows that it's very strong. He knows he can play from this. That must have been better options, though.
Such a good Cannoneer start as well. It always feels bad when you're trying to do something, you commit to something with an augment choice, and the game gives you a really good angle in a different direction. It feels even worse. We'll see what Salvi ends up choosing. Obviously now, already stuck with these dragons.
This is something a little bit different, though. Well, for the time being, at least, we've got the Karma, which we saw a little bit of creeping into day number 2. There certainly doesn't seem like the kind of item set that suggests we're going to be seeing this long term. But this is from Travis, who is, again, currently one of our lowest scoring players in this final lobby, looking to try and make up ground. Unfortunately, taking a kick to the face is not going to help things and will actually punt them into last place overall.
Salvi in a good spot, has good damage with the Corki, has a great frontline with the early game Zephyr as well. For most of those solo frontline tanks, going to have a really good time having the Corki push damage into the backline maybe a bit earlier as well. Ooh, Shio Yu naturally at level 6. Bye-bye Corki, bye-bye Cannoneers. The Dragons have arrived.
I was going to ask you guys where we're going to see the Deathblade making its presence. Presumably, while it might not be ideal, it would be pretty solid on our friend Shio Yu.
Oh no. Oh no. Revan, why did you do it? He's going mages in game 5 of the final day of Golden Spatula Cup. He's currently sitting at 66 HP. Hopefully he doesn't live to regret this. Hopefully he proves us wrong, but absolutely no mages were in any of the top 4s yesterday for our 16 top players.
So looking at the spot here, it's not horrible. He doesn't really have that strong early Nomsy build around that you would normally play for. He's even holding on to potential Corki angles. Well, has a Siphon though, which can help elevate some of these mage comps. Every now and again, I feel like Siphon elevates everything that it touches, right? I think that is something that needs to be kept in mind. But I do agree with the skepticism here because it's not been the strongest angle to play for so far.
Well, so what do you guys? We've got the Mage Emblem coming in, but what would drive a player to go down a road like this when they're currently, they're in second place overall in the competition, to choose a comp which has been lambasted again and again?
I can't answer that question. If I was in Revan's shoes, I would just immediately sell any mages I ever saw in my shop. I'm not entirely sure what he was given with augments or why he would find that this is the only path he can take in this game, in a game that's so decisive and in a position where he is in the rankings, second place with a chance to win it all.
I mean, Mages has a very high top and can, end up having some insane boards with some of those good old-fashioned Shin boards towards the end of the game here. And it is Draven active. I think it's the first one we've seen all weekend as the first one here. This might be the saving grace for Scarambus after that. I'm not going to call it shaky slam off the Seeks. It has paid off in space now. He's been able to streak off here. Level 7 has the Idas, has a very strong setup in general. But this is going to be a very nice one. Free trainer as well. He's just going to be turbo stacking that Nomsy.
and that Zeke's Herald built into a Better Together as second augment, so getting some extra value from that early slam as well.
We do have our friend Volibear returning from before in the Swiller Tiger, who we can already see is pretty heavily committed in for the Jade angle, so we expect to be seeing a whole lot more Shioyu coming through. The Draven's Axe is strong, but it's not strong enough to deny this Shioyu in waiting. The Volibear tears through despite the level disadvantage.
I feel like if you are Skarambas, you're fine with losing rounds, because towards the back end of this stage here, you should just be very, very happy you're going to be able to position for this creep round as well in a way that's going to allow yourself to get as many attacks off as possible with this axe here. 49 means that around 4-2 you're going to be getting an extra component. Most people would assume here by now. Might be 4-1 depending on some of the fight RNG here. If whether or not this is going to be a 2-star Jinx. Like, the options right now are endless here, and with open components that can go into any direction, it's going to be a very fun spot to follow.
How much of a difference here is it going to make if we get a Corki dropping for Skarambe in the near future?
Oh, it's a big deal. It's a big spike still. Jinx obviously not the best carrier of Rageblade. Not really. You don't want to itemize at all. The unit you do want to itemize, though, is going to be in Italy. Into the backline. Delete your Sasana before I can even blink. Jinx now gone as well. The stacks are not currently proccing up for the Draven's Axe. And a big win for Sbroyson, who seems to know exactly how to play in Italy, streaking all throughout Stage 3, hoping to streak the start of Stage 4 as well, especially if he's able to hit that Shioyu and that Nico, or maybe even the Shyvana. We saw 2 games already where Sbroyson played the Shyvana variant instead.
I think you will have the money to work towards the Shyvana angle here as well, right? Like, you are 66 HP, you've been full streaking out since hitting 3-1, you have very good augments, so you can even, to a certain extent, sort of greed towards getting very good Shyvana with the Pandora's bench, and I like this thing as well. So what I was talking about, trying to maximize the auto attacks from the Jinx.
Yeah, will be a whole, I suppose this is one of the things that should be most interesting about the set, or like a sort of a little point of interest, that there are these little optimizations that come in. Yes, the Corki 2 will land, and the Corki and the Tristana 2 in the same shop. Skarambe must be feeling pretty good about their chances.
As we mentioned, the Jinx immediately thrown out, sold, and Corki gets the Draven's Axe, gets that Rageblade instead. Going to try and stack those, and pretty good attack speed on the Corki overall, so going to be a great unit to do so.
Look at the gold totals on the side, though. Our top 4 are all around 40-50 gold. Everybody else is hurting for cash.
I would like to feel bad about Revan's spot right now, but I mean, I don't know how you go mages in a game fight like this one. I'm sorry to say it. You have to be flex sometimes, but he saw this in day 2 as well. The same thing happened.
Yeah, I feel like I want to talk about Daisy's position here. It's actually pretty strong when you consider, like, he didn't hit the Varus free, he's one-offs, or like a finger, if I can count correctly, which is far from ideal. But again, he's going to be beating out Skarambas here, even with that Cork here, with like infinite stacks of the Draven's Axe here. So I think it's going to be fine now. 4-2 augment choices here are going to be big. We've seen a lot of open spats here. Swiftshot Quest or Booster Quest. If you are playing for this angle, which one do you prefer? Okay, he prefers neither.
Another one.
Looks like Cybernetic Implants is going to be the decision here. 2 more Varishes in that shop. 2 away now from the 3-star. You don't have that much gold to work with. Find the Lowy as well if you're trying to go for the Lowy 3 angle. Tom Kench now sold to try and just get a little bit of extra gold to get to that next Astral shop. But all these upgrades matter here. You want to get this Talon 2-star. You want to ideally build towards the Lowy 3-star as well, especially if she's your main tank, as we're seeing here.
All right, let's just check in on the overall standing. So nobody maintaining their win streak in towards the midpoint of stage 2. Salvi up at the top, but a heavy field of contenders just behind them. It's only Economista who is, and well, the Travis to a lesser extent, who are looking like they're in danger of any kind of early elimination.
This is a weird spot, David. What do you think about the mage cap on the Idas?
It allows you to cast twice. You get bigger shields. AP kind of worked on Idas because it makes those shields bigger as well with its skills with AP, if I'm not mistaken. Not ideal, obviously. It can be played, but it's mages, right? I mean, there's nothing ideal about this comp and about this tree right now in the current patch. So I would not be surprised to see Revan taking an 8th. You know, it pains me as someone that loves Revan as a player and loves what he's done in this tournament, but again, he chose his decision. He at some point had other angles, and he decided to go mages again, despite it having such poor results in every single lobby we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, going to plummet down to sub 30 health. I guess my big question to you guys, is there some kind of exit avenue here for Economista, for Revan? You know, if they say, okay, this was a horrible mistake, is there a way they can try and claw their way back to a more regular setup?
With no goal 7, unlikely. He's rolled down already. He's really already pressed that emergency button, and he didn't really get anywhere.
I very much agree with that take as well. I think that is the situation that you're finding yourself in right now. Is a bit of a spot above her, to be completely honest. Your 6 Jade Siphon angle is also something that has been opened by the double Jade augments. Most people here will be like, okay, well, we're going to be playing Shio Yu, 9 Jade. Well, Swell Tiger, he disagrees here, has very good items for this Siphon now, and in combination with that 6 Jade, it's going to do a ton of damage.
Oh my gosh, straight onto the backline as well to take out the rides. At least we do have Nami still alive, who's faithfully trying to stack the Draven's Axe, but at least saved by... No, never mind, not saved by the Siphon charging away. Economista, oh my gosh, not only losing, but losing in almost record time.
Another massive loss there, down to 12 HP for him. Big gap between 8th and 7th as well. Alex down at 36 HP, continuing his bad streak. Game 3 and 4 bad results, as Counterfeit mentioned at the start of this Game 5, and still continues to have a same, kind of poor early and mid game, it seems like.
So one thing that is leaping out to me here, guys, is Economista, look at the amount of items they've got on the bench unslammed. I don't even know what to make of that, considering how poorly things are going for them, that they haven't used them.
I'm not sure if all 6 of these components are unslammed. I think that might be a mistake with the graphic itself, but it could also just be Draven's Axe is giving him a lot of extra components, which is why he has a lot more unslammed.
Alright, let's check and see. Oh, it could have... Okay, I think that might have just been a little bit bugged there. So, okay. Let's pie in the sky this one. Economista comes back, takes the whole lobby. Just imagine with me how that could possibly happen.
You have Guardian Spat available for this Vlad. Can get Guardian for the Itis as well, which allows him to just survive a little bit longer. But there's not really that much damage. That's the bigger problem. You have okay tankiness here, but you don't quite have the damage.
There's the lack of the Nami freestyle here as well. You kind of need Nami free just to stabilize yourself for just a moment in time, and that is not going to be the case here. And look at Phil's position here on this zone. I got to be completely shutting down the entirety of the backline with that Morellonomicon as well. So this is just one of those positions where you're looking at it and thinking it's just a rough spot, even though you'd be like, hey, pretty okay start, all these type of situations. But I think we might just be looking at elimination very shortly here.
The Itis gets taken down.
Okay, no, never mind. I thought for a second he might just about do it. Silas, though, is still alive, and while the proc from the Draven's Axe is going to be big, Tristana will very, very slowly try and work her way through Siphon side. I think it might just do it. Economista down to 5. Things are not looking up.
Needs to find Itis 2 or Nami 3 for sure to have any chance at winning the next fight as well. Then you'll have a bit of a breathing room with the next PvE round, maybe a chance to have that extra gold to find both of those upgrades, but not looking like a great spot for him. Dasik on the other side playing the Astral reroll, still hasn't found that last Varus, also is looking for that big spike.
Yeah, again, you can see right now he's not donkey rolling it down here because he needs to have some gold to roll with on the dragon stage here as well. And if it was like the old stage in terms of like you just had the Ratha stage here, you'll probably see Daisy be rolling. But now because he needs to have the additional gold to find out the items he needs to run as a combi, still looking at offensive item for Varus, still lacking at a defensive item for his frontline. So he'll again, this Dragon Alliance board here, hot board, sorry, for Salvi, is slowly but sure starting to take shape.
Yeah, we can see we've got the Coincidence Rage Bay on the backline. Bear in mind again, the Mirage is the duelist, so that's going to be doubling up on the attack speed coming in. Even with, Deja taking some pretty major hits to the base attack speed, by the end of the round, she is attacking like absolute crazy.
Look at the HP totals, top of the lobby, still win streaking. That is Zbroyson, and that is Revan being eliminated. 8th place for him, currently 2nd in the standings. And this opens up the path for Zbroyson to possibly be our champion. Currently 1st in the standings, his closest competitor takes an 8th, and he's the one that's win streaking. He's the one that's playing in Italy and doing a very good job with it.
Salvi is the other player who's just behind Zebroisen by a single point. But you're right, Econometer has absolutely opened the door, not just for Zebroisen to potentially just run through, take a first place, or maybe two, and win the whole thing, but for someone else like Swiller Tiger or Scrabez to claw up and challenge Zebroisen themselves. Coming into stage 5, guys, what would you like to see from our players going forward? You know, where are the big changes coming?
I think Salvi's stabilizing here, but I think he's done a pretty good job. A lot of upgrades already on these dragons. At Deja's 2-star, really just looking for the Shio U2 is the biggest thing to upgrade here. Sproisen looked incredibly strong as well with Pandora's items. Perfect items essentially almost on the Nidalee and on the Shio U as well. Idas comes in now instead. Salvi identifying that Draven's Axe is a Shimmer skill item, wants to have this in if possible.
Yeah, and look at these items. The items are also going to be quite nice to have that traditional, just straight up frontline dragon there. And again, the board itself now is just pretty locked into what needs to be here. And Basic, he found the Allowing free, but he's still not going to be. He still doesn't have the Varus. And he can't start selling some of these like Shen, because he needs a Shen pair as well. Like, again, this more also transforms into like a sort of like talent, like get me out of jail card here, like to a certain extent, right? Because the talent just needs to do a lot of work, like softening off these targets so the Varus can start like dealing the damage here and closing the fights out.
Not having found the Varus 3 at this point in stage 5 already is definitely not a good sign. You're also still level 7 of your Daisy, so if you use a lot of your gold to roll, even if you hit Varus 3, you still won't be a level 8. You'll have to econ back up once again, but it looks like it's still going to be enough to win it here, possibly, or is this Corki going to be able to do enough damage? It's a close one, but Daisy ends up getting the win here.
It does kind of strike me that last round how different rounds can be when you've got these Omega level tanks in the front line. The Varus is spending nearly the entire round just hitting and hitting and hitting the same target over and over.
These itemization choice here is actually pretty interesting, because I was speaking with esports lord Bryce Bloom, as people also might know him as one of the casters in NA, a challenger player over there, and like they were talking about the fact that like Archangel staff might be best in slot on this Idas, which I can kind of understand, because you get your bigger shield, stuff like that, but it still just seems like a relatively weak frontline when you're looking at it from this perspective.
Especially when a Zephyr is on the opponent's Idas, but very good positioning there, putting this dummy instead to take that Zephyr hit and allowing your solo tank to, well, do his job in solo tank and try and take in a lot of this damage to leave Corki to do his thing and try and kill off the Siphon and kill off the Deja as well and get this win over Salvi. It's one that looked quite strong with a lot of 2-star dragons.
I suppose it's something of a, talking about the Archangel stuff a little bit more, it feels like it's a trade-off of if your Idas can survive through the round, you've got the bigger shields, the bigger heals coming through. But I believe in that last case, the Siphon actually didn't survive to the end of cast.
More than choosing Archangel, I think it's just the fact that he just didn't have a choice. If we saw all the items that were built in that comp, there was pretty much no tank items whatsoever all across the board. So you were just given too many AP items, too many AD items. You have to do what you could and have to try and build the best possible frontline items with the components you're given for the Idas.
Travis down on 9 HP. Bear in mind they're one of our lowest scoring players coming into the finals on 20 points. If they take an 8th, or well, rather in this case a 7th, which is now available, they have pretty much zeroed out their chances of winning the competition, and they might even get knocked out of the top 8 entirely. Gonna deal with Dasik and all of the Varus arrows. It's not looking good for their chances.
Now you've hit the spike, the Varus 3, the Illaoi 3. The fight is going to be going in Dasik's favor. He now should be much more stable. Even the losses that he was getting when he was, hadn't hit the Varus 3 yet were very small losses. So he still managed to stay quite healthy at 30 HP and among the top 4 right now. 2 players having been eliminated, Travis as well. And now, Philalix and Swallow Tiger are on the cutting board, both essentially 1 loss away if it's a big loss here on stage 5.
Yeah, interesting carousel here as well, right? Like again, you see like Gil's Bat being open, Cannoneer Emblem as well. Like there are a few different decisions you could make here. Even like in some situations, the Dragonman's Emblem at this point in the game would be very interesting to work with, but there's just going to be the 3 emblems being left open here. No one wants to play with them. And Idas 2 now being found here for Sal. It might be that additional level of front line that is needed here for the German, who is still looking to make his mark here again. Like he is in a pretty good spot. This composition, at the end of the day, you're stuck with just the single 5 units on the board, right? Like, it's a relatively barren board at the end of the day.
Well, guys, talk to me about these Dragon Alliance, Dragon Horde boards, because we have been seeing them show up relatively consistently. Our players are taking them. But I believe the last time we saw them when they're going into the top 4 was one of the best performances they'd actually managed up until this point.
So, the Zephyrs here, Zephyring each other. The battle of the Zephyrs. Ornn and Idis go up into the air. Deja versus Varus. Varus on the good side, not getting hit by the Deja ult in this case. Will it be enough, though? Which frontline is going to be stronger? Which frontline can withstand more of this damage before it ends up breaking? It looks like Deja is not quite strong enough. That'll be the battle of the carries. Varus versus Deja. Who can do it? Varus just barely. Salvi takes a hit, and Deja wins yet another round.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the weakness here, right? So again, a single Zephyr completely just neglects 20% of your composition for the amount of the duration of a Zephyr, right? Peter, I know you was kind of go ask about that going into that fight, and you kind of just saw that being impersonated by that just being how these fights tend to pan out from time to time, because quite simply, well, there was no frontline for a second there.
But it's a consequence of running those small amount of units. You have these unique weaknesses you might not see elsewhere. For Alex is gone, though. Much like Travis, they were in the lower bounds of the players coming in. So that is a big disaster for them. Again, pushing them out of contention for first place. We're really narrowing in on who could even potentially be our champion.
And Solar Tiger facing the HP leader, facing the big, scary player in this lobby, Sproyson, who's been streaking all the way since stage 3 at 66 HP still. And I think this will be yet another win unless Siphon has that challenger AI. Runs away from Nidalee. Maybe this is exactly what he needed. Will it be enough here? Siphon charges one more time, bites onto Nidalee, and does get the win and ruins the streak for Sproyson.
The Bryson still remains on top, but yes, no longer undefeatable up there. The rest of the field, though, are looking pretty shaky. And do remember again, is the Bryson currently our score leader? If they come in first in this lobby, it becomes a nightmare for anybody else to knock them out of the top spot in our final game to come after this.
Funny to see how many Idises we're seeing. The moment Draven's Axe is the first Shimmer skill item, all of a sudden Idis comes out and is played in pretty much every comp that can have him outside of just Cannoneers.
And we saw Skarambas, right, just being done, just sitting there chilling with 80 gold in the bank. Again, getting that, it's kind of a double-edged sword to a certain extent, right? Because of the fact that you need to have gold in the bank to get value from the item, but you also need to invest that gold to become stronger on the board here. So Dasik now has found that Siphon to fully flesh out the front line here, have been able to finally go level 8. I think this talent too has probably been a bit of a saving grace for him as well. Again, they got a lot of attack speed, a lot of the gunplay as well, just helping top up the front line. And this Zephyr has also, we saw that in the matchup against Sally, for example, been doing a ton of work.
See where it lands here against Swiller Tiger. Gonna take the Ornn out of commission, but not the Siphon. The Siphon's gonna be able to start building up that Quincy's rage bait. I'm going right on to the Varus. May not quite kill him in time. It's gonna be real close. The charge away is exactly at the wrong moment. That could turn the whole round.
We saw the challenger level Siphon, and now we're seeing maybe the bronze level Siphon, but maybe, no, actually it won't. It will matter very much. Jumps away from the Varus, and that allows the Varus to continue dealing DPS and ends up winning that round all from that small interaction.
Again, you say that, but on top of that, look at the augment choices from Dasik here. Cybernetic Shell and Cybernetic Implants. The amount of HP that Dasik's Varus have remaining in that fight was basically just due to those two augments, right? If that didn't have those two survivability augments, the Varus is dead and gone.
Oh, that's a really good point. It is a battle of inches right now. We have two players on barely any HP at all, scrambling to try and make it up there. Salvi in particular on 2 HP right now is 1 point behind Zabroyson overall. They need to finish in the top 4 if they're going to challenge reasonably for the crown.
And Siphon on Siphon action right now. One of them was Zephyr, though, ends up running away. Draven's Axe continues to procure one Siphon on Salvi's side, uncontested, but now going quite low in HP. Is Deja going to be enough as a secondary carry? It looks like it might be the case. Both Siphon and Deja still alive. Only Ornn and these secondary utility units left alive here. And Solar Tiger will be going down, taking extra damage from 2 dragons instead of just 2 normal units here.
And so is Dasik, right? Like, they're down now. There's a top 3 security for Salvi. While it won't help with his point differential to Bryson specifically right now, not having that gap widen significantly here by guaranteeing that top 3 placement is going to be absolutely huge.
He also has been found, could maybe swap out the Leona, but I think you still maybe want to keep the Guardian in for the Idis.
And also we see here Bryson switching back into the Shyvana frontline. And we were talking about this, Murray brought this up as well. There's a consensus that the Shyvana frontline tops up much higher than the than the COU setup that you've been talking so much about, Panda.
You have to have, again, the level 9, the chance to hit Shyvana 2. You can't do it every game. You have to have really the biggest high roll possible with Nidalee, and that was the case in this game where he was streaking for maybe like 15 fights in a row.
Alright, this will be the real deal. No ghosts to be found. Deja in the back line. Corki going down very, very low, but not quite enough. The wave does catch across. I think this could be a big win here for Salvi. Well, no, sorry, I overestimated that quite entirely because the Pike is still alive. I think this is going to be in the line. Salvi is out in third.
You saw how the Pike come through and kill all the Siphon from Salvi. That was so huge because I think that if the Pike doesn't have the ultimate ready to go, well, that is just going to be that fight going the way of Salvi instead here. So now 1v1 situation here. So Bryson and Scarambus, no scam items on this carousel, no Zephyr, no Shrouds.
And Zbroyson, first coming into this game 5, already secures the top 2 in such a good spot to win the whole thing. As we saw him win the last Golden Patcha Cup, the third one of set 6. What can't this man do? He came in from the open qualifiers, not from ladder. Not maybe in the hottest form to start off the set, but has now come in and is looking so good in this tournament.
So guys, coming into these final rounds, are there any weak spots in Zbryson's comps? Are there any places that can be exploited?
It's all about where this Nidalee goes and the positioning here to make her access that backline as quickly as possible to make sure she can hit that Corki, hit that Tristana before they get too much damage in.
It's the Nidalee rather running around the back of the fight for the time being. Corki is still stacking up. We'll get a payout from Draven's Axe. That's a whole bunch of extra attack damage. Gets pulled right into the center. Corki still has been pumping out DPS all fight long, and Zbryson takes a pretty big L.
And Nidalee got taken down, and she got sucked into that middle of the field where Corki's already firing, where there's a lot more AoE damage coming in as well, and where the Idis is, who has double gargles and has just great itemization to stay alive for as long as possible.
So Witter, talk to me here. What are these players doing? We just already talked a bit about the Nidalee positioning. What other concerns do they have coming into the next round?
I mean, the Frozen Heart is one of the things that we need to be looking out for, and also the permanent switching up the backline here just to guarantee trying to get away from the Pike is also going to be something that you need to be worried about here. As the Zephyr is no longer in play, right? Both Zephyrs have been eliminated from the game so far, and now, well, there's also the Fresh here. Again, the fight is going on here.
Once again, if Nidalee kills this Nom, he is able to go to Sona instead. She might wrap around the backline. That's exactly what Zbroyson would want here. Will it be enough though? Talon now also buying time, stalling out, and once again Nidalee gets stuck onto this Idis, gets fired down by Corki, another massive hit, and I don't think Zbroyson can do enough to stop this same sequence of events from happening in the next fight.
Yeah,
got a couple more items.
Yeah,
the same item.
They don't really change a whole lot. That's the thing. They feel. Last Whisper is quite nice when you're looking at the items with that infinite frontline and infinite resistance package there, right? Coming from when you look at the double. Why does that name miss me right now? Double Scarrow Stoneplate, right? Again, she's almost fully turning to stone in those moments, and the last one might help a little bit with that, but even then, you're still lacking a particularly strong holder. You have both of your carries fully itemized. You need to have a carry that is guaranteed hitting that Idis to guarantee because they're through, so I think it's going to be coming down to the positioning, but again, there's just so much gold to work with on the side of Scarambus.
Nico 2 finally
already has a Last Whisper on their Yasuo, one of the few units they still need to have itemized.
Nico 2 not having been found until now is very surprising and might explain why Zbroyson started losing some of these fights in stage 6. It's a big upgrade that you need to have very early on. We're going to see now if anything can change this next fight, but looking at the results of the last ones and how one-sided it seemed to be, it seems unlikely.
If Zbroyson can win out here, they have got a very good chance of being able to walk right into a Golden Spatula Cup victory. We do have another payout on our friend the Draven's Axe, an absolute mess of a fight. We have got Nico right in the center of it and a good knock-up as well. Corki is still alive, still pumping out the damage. Shyvana will cook the goose of the Corki. That's a huge damage source gone. but I think it might be too little too late. It will be. So Bryson goes down in second. Scarabez moves up into position to challenge for the throne.
And overall, a lot of that comes down to just, I think, a bad matchup. Playing Nidalee a little bit the last week, one of the comps that I definitely struggled the most against was Corki, was Cannoneers. If Nidalee can sneak into the backline right away, great. You can get into that Corki, that Sona, kill them off one by one in a horizontal row and end up winning those fights. But if she gets stuck on the Idas on that main tank, it becomes almost unwinnable, as we saw in these last 3 fights.
Yeah, that is a bit, and one of the reasons why we saw a lot of people prioritizing the Verdance Hurricane on Nidalee for a while, right? Because of the fact that Idas was so prevalent as a frontline, and these massive frontlines were so prevalent, because it allowed you to reach the backliners much more effectively, and that is no longer really being prioritized, at least not for this tournament right now. So again, that is something that can help with those matches, but not really present here.
So guys, coming into round 6, our last round, whatever happens, we've of course got the possibility of other players sneaking up from the from the other lobby, which is running right now, into potentially the top 8. But the fight for first place seems to be pretty darn tight right now. You know, what do you think are going to be the defining factors in this last round?
If no one plays Nidalee and Boyson has it open again, if you know Revan doesn't contest it, for example, I think that could be a big reason. I mean, he's had fantastic results with Nidalee today. He was able to get another top 2 performance, not a first, but still a very good performance altogether. And he's the one that currently depends on himself. If Boyson gets a good enough result, he can guarantee he will be our champion. There might be a few more players contesting. Revan, of course, has fallen off quite aggressively after that 8th place in this game 5. So I'm not sure who else is really in a position to contest the Bryson.
I mean, again, you start looking at the points totals here as well. Like there is like a 2-point difference between Salvi and Bryson, and that's for first for third now. So again, these like minor fights. Again, this moment I was talking about, like the positioning with we have with Odessa and Revan in game number 4. In game number 4, for example, right? Like the one single, like HP, like. The early game now is going to be so important, because every single point of HP you might lose to you being unattentive to a positioning change from your opponent last round, these like off-the-wall early levels as well, you're going to keep an eye out for them all the time as well. Like this last game is going to be incredibly intense.
And of course, the biggest part of this last game's understanding is going to be based around our standings. So bring those to the screen right now to look and see where everyone is in relation to each other, because this is going to directly be relevant for the games to come. So Bryson is still on top after 2 second places, but only by a single point. Everyone is clamoring at the gates, but right now it looks like it's between these top 3.
Yeah, there's a big enough gap. I mean, from 29 to 26 points with only 1 game left, especially. That is the difference between 3 different positions in a final lobby. That can matter so much. And again, the biggest thing as a competitor is knowing that you depend on yourself. You don't depend on other players to do badly, other players to low roll. It's all about yourself. And if Bryson can get a good start, can feel confident going into it, he might be in a really good position to win this whole thing. And as I mentioned before during that game, has anyone ever won, back-to-back tournaments of such importance like Golden Spatula Cups are here in EMEA?
Not that I can think of. There might be some in like the domestic French scene. There might be some players in that have been doing pretty well. We have players that, over a longer period of time have done, incredibly well in our regional events, like Double 61, for example, right? Double regional champion, or only double regional champion. But it is definitely a book of legend that could be opened right now, right? So Bryson, a player that has a great personality, is great in interviews as well, has performed, incredible. Didn't really have the greatest performances, World Championships and stuff like that in the past, but like, he is such a fantastic player to watch, and it's going to be super exciting to follow it.
And so it's a consequence of TFT being such a young esports scene, is people will get to make, first stops that will take a very long time for anybody else to even have the opportunity to try and match. So they'll get to enjoy those for a long time. Of course, guys, do let us know in the chat who you are here to try and support. Guys, I'd like to get predictions from you guys in terms of which specific comp do you think is going to win out here? What's going to take first place in the final lobby?
I don't want to repeat myself. I mean, I already mentioned it. I'll say it again. I don't know how many times I've said the word Nidalee in the cast in these 3 days, but Bryson seems to be one of those 2 players alongside Revan that if he finds it, if he's uncontested, if he can posture for it and has the 3 Astros early on and puts them in, scares away other players and is able to roll down and still have 20 gold after he hits it, he can be in a position to either get first or to get enough points with a top 3 maybe to still guarantee he's a winner.
And I think a lot of these comps, like anything but majors right now, I think really is what you're going to be seeing in terms of, these players angling for it. And I think that it actually is relatively unfortunate, especially for Revan, that, he had to be forced into that tree, but his initial grab back was not good enough, right? Getting a blue buff from grab back, you can see people just playing a Karma 2 for tempo and that route and stuff that was not really presented to him. So compositional-wise, I mean, Siphon is just the easy bet, right? In terms of being, that's a composition we're going to see doing well, guaranteed. And now we've also had our guaranteed Draven Axe high roll game, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Cannoneers really be the comp XLs here. I think that Siphon is probably just the go-to bet right now.
So are we fully expecting, if we don't see Nidalee kind of wading her way through the landscape, do you think we're going to end up in a Siphon Xiaoyo brawl to end out today, as we've seen in so many games before?
It depends on the start for some of these players. If players find a good, clear direction in the Cannoneers angle, we've seen a lot of players win with Cannoneers. Not always, because you have to have a good start, but you have to have the win streak, the trainer in very early, the 2-star Tristana ideally, the Shivs maybe with Gadget Expert. So you have to have a lot of other things fall into place for those high-capped comps to still work. In the case of Cannoneers, for example, in the case of Mirage with Deja, we've seen it top 4 quite a bit if the right circumstances are presented. So it goes into that, really. I think the game before this, game 4, was a very low roll stage 2, where it wasn't very clear who was going to come out ahead, whereas this last game, it seemed very high tempo, a lot of high, Draven's Axe all over the place, just accelerating the tempo of the lobby quite a bit more.
Yeah, now you can see the lobby here on our screen, which means we are ever so close to launching into the game here. Counterfeit, what is your final prediction for this game?
Oh boy, I mean, it's hard to bet against the Bryson. I would be kind of surprised at this point if at least one person doesn't try and grief them, given that they've really shown their hand repeatedly in terms of what their strategy is likely to be. But we just don't know for sure. All we do know for sure is there are no more games beyond this point. From come hell or high water, we will have ourselves our first Golden Spatula Cup #1 champion, and our only #1 champion. We'll of course have 2 more Golden Spatula Cups after this, but one player at the end of this game will guarantee themselves a spot in the EMEA finals.
One more reminder to make, though. There are points that are being given depending on your placement in this tournament. If you place high enough, if you're in the top 4, if you're in the top 8, and you do the same thing in the next tournament, that maybe also guarantees you a spot in the EMEA finals. A lot of players are going to go in through Golden Spatula points as well. So not just winning is really the only goal here. Placing well, being among the top 4 or top 8 is also extremely relevant for a lot of these players.
It definitely is, right? And I think that the 3 main players we need to keep an eye out for now is Salvi, Scarambus, and Zabroyson. Zabroyson, first place, 31 points. Scarambus, 30 points. Salvi, 29. Race rate opening here, essentially with a Nidalee pair, David.
Yeah, Nidalee pair, and even just, we'll have to see how, doesn't even go for the Nidalee. Is that Scarambus saying he doesn't have maybe enough? That was very strange. Doesn't buy the Nidalee pair with a Rage Blade, opening with Astral, now presented with a Skarner pair as well.
Is this what happens when you've got Zabroyson in the lobby?
It might just be him not being comfortable enough with this reroll comp. This is kind of the do-or-die moment for him. He's in contention for first place. If he's forced to play a comp he's never played before, despite how strong it can be, in the wrong hands, maybe it just won't be as effective.
It also could just be him not thinking it is like that, what he needs to play right now. It might not necessarily just be about the, him familiarity. It might just be about...
combat training as well, though. That is such a good start for Nidalee.
Yeah, so that's the option. Is everything is being presented to Scarambus here. They've got the chance to take Zabroyson's comp away from them, but they decide not to do it. The Sunfire is certainly the most, generic way to go, but it feels like Scarambus is making a mistake.
I don't think it's a mistake necessarily. If he's not familiar with the comp, it's the right thing to do. You don't have to play a comp just because it's strong. If you don't know how to play, if you don't feel familiar on Nidalee, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot in the very last game with everything on the line if you're not going to be comfortable playing that comp.
So Bryson going to level 4 here, so not playing Nidalee. I think that is going to be very evident from that. So again, there might have been some early context clues that we don't have right now. The players have. Salvi has double trouble. That might be the context clue that we have been missing, right? Because again, that doesn't necessarily is not a context clue until 2-1, but it might be something about Salvi's open up. Like, okay, I'm not going to try to go this route. I don't want to be playing contested Nidalee, for example. Here, so Bryson has to press the attack. He's going to be going with the early 2 start angling for Varus instead.
And we'll be seeing twin shots all day, every day, at least for all these Bryce and Nidalee enjoyers. We'll get the Nidalee to start things off, but very much seems like we've got Varus and Zaya in their future. So at least the Bryce and will get to show us some of their flexibility on the way to try and claim the crown.
We'll see if this Ezreal will be strong enough, scaling up the attack speed with the Rage Blade. I think it might just be enough. It looks like it'll be the case. Twitch gets taken down. Sproisen gets taken down. Scrambit starts off stage 2 with the win.
So let's sweep around and find out. Let's check in with the double trouble board from before. So interestingly, we're not seeing, well, we are seeing Bonskana, but we're not seeing the other components of that setup, which we had described as the perfect way to play this comp.
It's a weird one for sure. I like Dazik's approach to this though, because Dazik is one of those players on the outer skirts here, currently 5 points behind Bryson, so would need Bryson to go 8. And then would need every other placement in the game to fall in line here, but has that early Yone too, with that bevel together. This is going to be a very strong opening to play from, just in general, to try to play flexible. So very, very nice opening here coming through.
Especially for units that do so well with the extra shielding, extra survivability. Shen, of course, with his ability, seems to be almost broken in terms of how long he can stall out a fight.
And that's low as well. That, again, it's an electric overload coming in, so we'll see a little bit of power there from Mirages early on. We weren't expecting anybody to be prioritizing it as a path.
Yeah, and also Yone is one of the units that's kind of fallen a bit to the wayside in terms of the carry. At the start of the set, a lot of people were like, Yone free reroll is the best thing you can play right now. It's fantastic, it's great, it's good. Then kind of just people realized that the thing might have taken a nerf or two as well, but it wasn't necessarily ever going to be the biggest or the best way to play Mirage. But it's just very, very strong as an item carrier at the 2-star level, because again, it opens up for so many different paths. It's a warrior, which means you can lean into Olaf, you lean into Shen, as just singular units around your composition. The Mirage angle can also be very nice for those early games here as well. So it's just like when and where the transition is going to end up here for Dazik.
Boyson trying to just stay healthy with this Nidalee, having leveled to 4 already earlier in the game. We know he's not playing Nidalee reroll, just playing Nidalee 2-star is a very good early game unit that can just get a lot of kills, preserve HP. But it looks like it's going to be a round loss for Boyson once again. Dazik stays alive, stays at 10 econ as well, so able to get the extra gold here by selling off a lot of the units he's not really going to be playing in this current comp.
Konomisa taking some pretty heavy hits early on, along with Philax. Philax, of course, as I was kind of alluded to before, has dropped considerably from a very, very strong start to the day to more or less being out of contention for first place, but still able to cause some disruption if they can have a good game.
I'm now starting to think, is Revan trying to play Nidalee? We haven't seen his board. I think the item choices definitely seem to lead in that direction. The HP definitely seems to lead in that direction, considering he's down to 76 HP now after just 3 fights. That tells me he probably didn't level at 2-1. He stayed on 3. And, well, yeah, I guess the signs, if they're pointing so clearly in one direction, it must be that direction that we're going in. Nidalee is being played here by Revan. Skarambez had a very good start for it, decided not to go to it. Double trouble for Salvi. He also decided not to go for it. And that means that now Nidalee is maybe Revan's game to play.
But Dazik and Salvi both undefeated so far, coming close to the end of our second stage. Of course, all eyes are going to be on where the Bryson ends out here. Of course, so many doors open up for our, for our top 3, or rather the second and third place players, if the Bryson can be brought to heel early on.
Maybe the win streak start we were talking about with Cannoneers. A Shiv has already been slammed. You have a 2-star Skarner, a pretty good front line with Shen and the Namzi as well being picked up here. Not 100 HP, not win streaking necessarily, but some fireboard as well, I think is part of the equation for a pretty stable early and mid game. You can continue hitting those 2-stars.
Oh, that Ezreal missing there is actually going to be very huge for the outcome of the fight here. I think that Travis wins this fight if that Ezreal ends up connecting. So interesting opener as well for Swella. Like, what do you make of this opener, David?
It's a tough one. I mean, you don't have Trainer who are going to be playing Cannoneers. I think you're just trying to, do your best, play your strongest board, but you didn't level early on, so I'm not sure what exactly he's trying to aim for by playing such. It doesn't look at his econ as that good either, no, for not leveling to 5 after the carousel, still only 20 gold.
I would be expecting to see some trainers sneaking in there. even if they were going to be trying to play out things pretty passively. Economisa, though, will be our Nidalee player for the day. The Ascension
swaps out the Nidalee, doesn't buy the Skarner, knowing that he has to guarantee he goes for the 5 loss streak, inting as much as possible because that's all that matters, getting the 5 loss streak, getting the extra gold.
And he's also 6 in Nidalee, by the way, at 2-6. This is going to be an absolutely massive one to look out for here because of the fact that, like, he only needs to find 3 Nidalees. Like, that is so few Nidalees. Again, he's not at the 40 or the 50 gold point here. Some people sometimes are when you go into this stage of the game, but a single gold drop here from the Crocs, and he's going to be in a very, very strong financial situation, most likely after 3-1.
Skarner 3 as well, so it's close to, or not close, but closer to getting that 9, those 9 Skarners to get the 3-star and have a very stable Illaoi Skarner frontline for most of stages 3 and 4 as well.
All right, so checking in on our scoreboard. Dasik remains undefeated as of the end of round of stage number 2. Salvi just below them. The rest of the field looking relatively healthy, apart from, of course, the big 2 exception Economistas and Phil Alex down the bottom, down around 60 HP. I mean, in terms of what we've seen so far, guys, you know, it does seem like we're seeing more players kind of having trouble coming back from low HP totals early.
It's just the meta itself doesn't really open itself up to it as well most of the time, right? There's no like massive, there's no like, okay, that's 40 gold, Nidalee free. Okay, David.
QSS found from Krugs, able to build 2.5 items already on this Nidalee. I think he's going to wait to buy this because of the double trouble chance with the augment. He's not going to slam the QSS either for the same reasons I noted yesterday with the Verdant Veil. Actually, no, he's going to slam it. He's not too much of a degenerate. But he doesn't buy it. He's fine to loss streak one more time here. Staying at 4, not buying this, hoping to lose still, getting a little bit of extra gold, and then spiking and win streaking all the way out.
Yeah, but so also like our boards like this one for Phalalis you could run into, right? And there also might be some other players that are going to be going for that early level 6 here, where you might not still even win because you're still, you know, lacking a bit of combat power. So just to see like how this is going to go fully down the road here. If he gets a double trouble, well, that is going to be him being rewarded for his actions. That is definitely for sure here. And even right now, you see Nidalee 2 is still a bit of a crank hit, doing a good amount of damage. He's also going to break Philalix's losing streak, putting Revan to 54. Not the end of the world here, but now it is the moment of truth here. Will it be double trouble? Coming up in a second.
The shop has been locked. Revan is ready to go. Is he going to get rewarded? It doesn't seem to be the case. He has 3 very good choices, though. At least one is very good. Portable Forge can be so fantastic on Infinity Force for that Shioyu, Anima Visage for the Nico in the future. Both great choices. Even Infinity Force on Nidalee.
I like Fist a lot here as well, yeah. But not going to put the Nidalee... You can use the Magnetic Remover, but this is a bit of a misplay, actually. You could have kept the remover be alive here, right? But you just put the Infinity Force on one of the Nidalees on the bench, it auto combines the prioritize the completed item. So again, if it's going to be in a position where it's going to be lacking that remover in the later stage of the game here, bit of maybe some nerfs showing to a certain extent, right? Again, you a lot of eyes on you. Very, very important game as well. So just one of those smaller things you could have fixed here just to, you know, get off to an even better start.
For sure, this is the end of a very long road. 3 days of play, and of course, the open qualifiers before that. This is, the 6th game of the day, the one for all the marbles and for our players that can't reach first anymore, a chance to improve their prize and their golden spatula point standings. The Bryson, of course, the one that set to take it all if they can have a good game here. Right now, the Bryson is 3rd from last, but not in any peril of an early exit.
Looks to be playing the Varus reroll angle potentially. Could be a Xayah guild angle as well to press the attack, but I think Varus is maybe the more stable comp, especially for the mid game if he's able to hit.
It's working out pretty well right now. So the press the attack for Zabroyson, presumably that's going to make a massive difference with the maximum HP damage when it comes to these dragons later on.
Definitely is, but again, that's kind of the thing about Giant Slayer. While it's a very good item and a lot of carries, when you're slamming it in the early game, it doesn't really provide you with a lot of survivability here. Day6 still 100 streaking at the free mark with... Okay, this is not Day6, but this is Swell Tiger's board. Well, that is Titan's Bloodthirster Shioyu.
That is very scary. A player that's now going to be very stable has a Corki in the shop as well. We've seen Corki kind of work with, Shio Yu and Jade in the past few games as well today. But instead, going to go for Olaf, going to stay with that 4 bruiser frontline, some extra tankiness, knowing that he has pretty much all the damage he needs just with his Shio Yu 1 that has 2 items on him.
Look at the amount of work the Shen 2 did there because of the extra mana with the Shen 2, sorry, with the extra cast there, right? Like, it just tanked the entirety of the frontline for a second and just allowed the Shio Yu to do so much work.
We'll keep our eyes very closely on Skarambia as they look like they are headed for a reasonably substantial loss here. They are the other player, along with Salvi, who is able to challenge the Bryson for first place.
And Day6 still streaking 100 HP. He was, as Vito mentioned, a player that is not quite in the top 3, but has a chance to do quite well in this game, get a first, and if the other contenders don't do so hot, land in the bot 4, Day6 might still have a chance to win the whole thing. Sona with a rod is a pretty good pickup for anyone playing Cannoneers.
Just a good pickup for Surprising as well, apparently. Just wants that. Sona, level 6. So, like, some of these HP totals are starting to get relatively low, right, for some of the players in the focus right now. Again, Salvi in an okay spot, one would assume at least. We haven't seen this board in quite a while, so we still don't really know necessarily where he's at. Moving over to Day6, who... he's still streaking, finds the Shio Yu. The items are not necessarily fantastic for Shio Yu. I think Rageblade is probably not the best on her. Much better on something like Siphon instead. But again, could just be a placeholder for now.
I suppose this is something of a consequence from win streaking and not having access to the carousel in a remotely timely fashion.
The biggest thing, though, with finding Shio Yu just randomly at level 7 coming off of carousel means that you can have a pretty good chance at spiking this board, having, upgrading without rolling your gold down. If you can maintain this win streak while not rolling and keeping this econ and going to 8, it's supposed to make a very good spot to not just top 4, but maybe even win the whole game.
Notable here as we check in with Salvi, this now means that 2 of our top 3 are both gone down the Varus route, so presumably they're both going to get slowed down considerably in getting the 3 stars online.
Gonna be a close one here. Yone on the Varus, but Varus seems to be a little bit further ahead. It will be the case. Leona versus the world. Varus, 1-star. Twitch, 1-star. Will it be enough here with Double Trouble?
It is, and again, the power of the Double Trouble as well as that Infinity Force, just, providing so many different verticals from Varus, the scales with both the 80. Pretty much with every single metric on Infinity Force, such a good carry off it. You do see Swellsaga playing an Olaf 2 apparently as well, trying to, build that supporting cast.
That will be the end of Day6's streak. Coming into all the way to 3-5. Certainly did pretty darn well for themselves, but certainly would seem to be the chance now to start recombining and changing things up. Looks like they've maybe got it in mind. They're going to be building out the dragon, whether it remains to be Shio Yu or something else, in a more defensive fashion.
It's worth noting here as well with the specific position he's in, right? Holding the side on the bench, Rageblade slammed here. This could just be the Jade Saya composition, right, where you have the Saya carrying the backline and then you have Shio Yu taking more of a frontline approach, more of a placeholder approach, like more of just like a secondary carrier approach here. So I think that for that setup specifically, this opener is very, very strong as well.
Has a second Shio Yu in the shop as well. I assume going to be purchasing it here before the round comes to an end.
Nope, that's not going to be the angling then. Then we can kind of say that's pretty clear intent. Want the econ rather than the Shio Yu pair, which I think it's okay. It also just kind of highlights to us. Doesn't necessarily highlight anything to the rest of the lobby, because the rest of the lobby does not know there was a Shio 2 in there, right? So we can see here that there's going to be a more priority on more the guild carry approach here. You could even hold a Corki pair, but I feel like you have to make a decision somewhat soon here not to get too far behind in the economy.
All right, let's go and check in with Scram as the changes come in. So we've got ourselves a very, very solid AD carry item set and the Gold Monster's staff in place with the Idis setup here. What do you guys think about Skaramus's future chances, since it seems like they are locked into Cannoneer for the rest of the game?
Has a Corki 1, but has rolled down quite a bit of gold already on level 7. Not in the best spot, now at 24 gold. If he hits the Idis 2-star, though, that would make all of that worth it, as he would be able to have a pretty strong front line. But unfortunately, no items really on this Idis. Only has that 1 belt, 2 gloves. Not ideal in this comp, outside of maybe building Last Whisper, for example, on Corki.
I mean, this is honestly a perfectly fine position to be in right now. You have the Tristana 2, still very strong carry at this point in the game. You have a 2-star Nomsy as well, worth minding here, with a triple trainer in, and you have the Braum 2 to support the Idis. The sport is far from weak, as Stacy has managed to find himself a Sire 2.
Rageblade already locked in as well.
Damn strong. able to pump across the Gwynsu's Rage Blaze, of course, and the combat training, the augment, which will give extra attack damage for each kill. That's going to start stacking up in a hurry.
It does Frill the Hunt, but combat training would stack up quite as well. You can look at the Frill diff potential here coming through. No Frill diff, sadly, but if that pullback comes through, that might be victory again. But again, that is a Sire 2. And this board is still just being, because just the power and the free trainer with the Namsi being big as well. This is almost a reroll for me. Like I don't put a lot of value on Cannoneer Crest, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's not really so good. It's a gold tier augment. You have to compare it to other gold tier augments to the power level they give to the opponent's comps as well. Looks like that will be the decision. It will be the item instead, and it's just not really worth it. Cannoneer emblem itself doesn't do much for any unit. It's not transformative like a Revel emblem is, for example. And I think for a gold tier augment, it's not really the best choice.
At least it does mean the Corki gets a little bit more to work with. As we switch across to the Bryson, keep an eye out for them. So currently in third, though a substantial third behind Salvi and Dasik. Almost tied with Swella and Skaramas there. The rest of the field still all looking pretty closely cohered together, of course, with the large exception of Philalax, who is sub 30.
And Salvi has rolled down all of his gold. Is fairly close, 2 Varishes away from having a massive spike with a Varish 3-star and a second Varish as well, thanks to Double Trouble.
Yeah, but him and Bryson are kind of holding hands to a certain extent right now, so Bryson also holding the Varishes, so very interesting fight to kind of follow for the pan out of the entirety of the lobby here.
Corki now doing his best to take down the front line. Looks like it will still be enough. Scram is looking quite strong here. Is it Corki against the world? Varus versus Corki. It will be enough for Salvi actually. Instead, buys off the Nilly here, but really is just looking for those 2 Varuses left to really spike his board tremendously.
There's no money left in the bank though. And as I said, with the contesting with Zabroisen, it might get a little bit spicy. At least for Salvi, he's got a little bit of the win streak to put together. Zabroisen is doing much the same now, much the same HP. As Dasik on top of the scoreboard, looks like they are continuing to build up strength, while Alex on the bottom has held on relatively well. Alawi 3 coming in means Salvi at least has a strong front line to wait for the rest of the Varuses to arrive.
Now both Alawis being played. Skarner was sold, so really no intention of playing double Skarner as we saw. I think it was Shirimi in day 1 also playing Varus Double Trouble. He opted to play the Skarner, both copies of Skarner, the 3-star and the 2-star copy, well into the late game as well. In this case, Salvi only focusing on Alawi and Varus.
His augments are so insane.
Varus sets against each other.
Oh, the Siphon right into the Varus, stunned for a little while. Still attacking the Varus though. I'm not sure Varus is going to have enough damage to kill up the Siphon, but never mind. It's another bronze level Siphon who runs away, leaves this Varus with minimal HP, but allows him to continue doing damage. Skarner not enough. Can Silas finish the job? Yes, he finally can. Seconds, Varus trying to do his same job as well, but in the end, Salvi takes the hit.
Yeah, again, surprising here, being on a level, has a much better economic setup. He also has a duplicate on the bench. Could potentially use that to find a 2-star off the Siphon here. And now this carousel is going to be real defining because someone like Salvi, he's still missing that final offensive item. But again, due to the stronger early game, will not have first priority. Both bows have still been gone now. So like these items options are slowly but surely just dwindling away here.
Yes, it's so frustrating to see the carousel getting strip mined for all the offensive items before you even get a chance to come out. See Salvi, perhaps with a long-suffering side, deciding to go for the tier in the end. We have to keep an eye out for Revenant Economista, currently on a win streak. In fact, we'll check them out right now. They got up to Jade 6. They've got the 3-star Nidalee, of course, from earlier on, but a good early find on the Bard as well.
You have a chance to kill the tier off with a Hajj on the Shioyu, but instead builds the IE Bloodthirster already on the Shioyu. Infinity Force, Nidalee, as we talked about before. Not surprised to see that Revan is indeed win streaking. Level 8 at this point. Looking pretty strong here. Obviously would like to have a few more upgrades on his Jade units especially.
Salvi found the Varus free here. That is big. Again, look at this setup here as well. Double Trouble, best friends. This, look at how fast this Varus is going to be going here. This is so strong in terms of pure combat power, and apparent that with the Infinity Force, this setup is absolutely insane coming through here. And Travis's Sire 140, well, it's just not going to be long for this world for a good while here. It could take a massive chunk out of him as well. 13 damage, down to 6 life, could be gone before Dragon even.
Travis is in major trouble. I don't even know how you deal with the two Varus chucking those chains of corruption, from two different angles, almost covering the entire board in crowd control.
And not too surprising to see Double Trouble Varus popping off. We saw already that same, a first place in day one from Shirimi. So it's a comp that we know can cap out extremely high, can be incredibly strong. And an item was still missing on that Varus. It can still get even stronger as we go into stage 5 and as we go into the Treasure Dragon in the next fight.
Travis going to do their best to hold on as long as they can. They are on 22 points coming into this one. So again, all they can really try and do is improve their situation. They have no money, they have a loss streak, and they can't afford to take another loss.
If they do, 3 Nikos back into the pool, 2 Shionyus as well would definitely help out Revan, who is looking for those upgrades exactly.
Who's it going to be? The Executioner, Phil Alex, comes in. We've got the Zaya with the Quincy's Rage Blade and the Giant Slayer on the back. That's a ton of damage. The Dragons are going to fight in the center. The pullback is good, but it's not good enough to actually get rid of the backline carries. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Sejuani did her bit as well. Travis gets taken down in 8th place. Somehow, some way, 3 players are on Zaya in this game, maybe making it harder for each of them to find their comp to stabilize at level 8. And a big hit on Travis there, and Pulti gets taken down, with everyone else still being fairly healthy. Phalix is the next one at 22 HP at 7th place right now.
There's a big gap, though, going up to Zabrois and Economista. Oh, well, let's say a little bit less of a gap, I suppose, just after that loss. We do get to the Treasure Dragon, though, and of course, all of our friends here should be able to finish off their item sets and start putting together their end game boards.
Also worth noting with Skaramba specifically, he has Salvage Bin, so he can take some options that includes combined items that most people will not be able to take and just repurpose those components.
Edge of Night, though, you guys were talking about it before as a potentially really strong option. Doesn't even need to recombine that one, but it looks like we'll take another look at Skaramba again. 1 point behind Zabrois. How close to perfect do you think they can get?
Need to find a 3rd tank item for Ida. That's the big thing. You had a good option there with the Zeke's on the Lulu and the Giant Slayer, maybe on Tristana, or just even the Yasuo. Let him be a secondary carry, but really just want that 3rd Idis item.
Can see from our economic display here that a lot of our players now coming down to 1 or 0 gold at this point. Only Scrambez and Zabrois and Phil Alex, to a lesser extent, able to actually hold on to their gold and streaks coming into stage 5.
Right now, this is crunch time for most of our players. We can see, like, ever so close. We can see, like, Zabrois working away, trying to find that Varus freestar, but again, with like so many of the Varus already out of the pool here, even if one player is holding another Varus, that is going to be so hard, just due to the amount of Varus that are just able to be found in the pool itself. He has to just do a duplicator onto the Siphon, has to play that as the alternate way of spiking here. And then let's see, this fight on Revan now has to cheer you 2 here, so how hard is this going to spike?
The Thresh is massive.
Right
Nidalee, right?
And Nidalee does as well.
And I mean, this is going to be a wrap. This is why Thresh is so good with Nidalee. It kind of allows Nidalee to, you force the routing on her movement speed. When Thresh pulls that Varus up, she goes directly towards him. And as we see here, it's a massive loss for Sproisen. Revan getting his revenge from not being able to play Nidalee in the last game. Sproisen took that and now gets a big win against him.
Yeah, he's struggling though, right?
Yeah, Zabrois down to the 20s now. It's not completely out of the question. Zabrois, our current tournament leader, could actually take an early exit.
Reminder, the players that are trying to contest that are Skarambez and Salvi, and Salvi is currently first in the HP.
Oh boy. So again, for anyone who is just tuning in, this is our final round of play for the Golden Spatula Cup #1. Zabrois into pole position. Scrambers and Salvi, as David said, just behind them. The other players in this lobby more or less deciding how that one's going to go, but it doesn't mean that the fight to the end is going to be any less bitterly fought.
Varus 3 here. I mean, what can you do against a Varus with Infinity Force, 3-star already, mini Varus on the other side as well. You have the damage distributed on both sides of the field just in case the fight RNG kind of goes against you. And Zabroisen takes another big hit. 4 loss streak now for him. Hasn't found his own Varus 3-star.
especially with Felix here picking up the pace as well now, finally coming to the board, finally making use of that Pandora's bench to use this to get the spikes that you've been looking for, right? And with Salvi and Bryson consisting each other on the same composition, this is just one of the best ways for Salvi to, you know, guarantee a bigger replacement here, just at the end of the day, right? Because it's going to be ever so hard for Bryson to hit here, and he's just struggling in the middle of nowhere land because with the duplicator gone, it is almost impossible for him to find that fully upgraded Varus here.
Well, this is something we were talking about before this game even started. You know, maybe it was on a different composition than Italy. You know, the question of should someone be contesting Zabroyson, but now Zabroyson actually has to compete, is still holding out for the rest of the Varus brigade to arrive. Who's going to be the next one up? Dasik, currently on 36. They've got the Xayah in the back line. They've got themselves a very solid front line with a double locked on. And the better together, this Xayah is going to be doing a ton of damage.
And the Siphon on the opposite side, really not ideal. The Varus, fortunately, was not CC'd, was not Zephyred either, so he's been dealing damage uncontested. Xayah versus Varus now. Which of these two switch-offs will be able to take the win here?
The Varus gets through, so Bryson's still alive.
Karambas down to 8, playing those Cannoneers. Also one of the players that was hoping to get a good result here to maybe fight for the championship. If he goes 7th, his dreams are over. Bryson would guarantee to finish above him, and that guarantees he would at the very least have 1 or 2 more points over Scrambes.
Okay, I believe it's one of the first full Dragon Carousels we have seen all throughout the entirety of the weekend. And for me, I mean, definitely, you know, coming in just in case you're surprised, I'm going to be able to pick up one of those lovely Bruce emblems to try to find different angles, different verticals to spice the position, because it's not going to be that Varus free as of right now. And like, David, how does this make you feel right now if you're in this position?
Revan just picked up Shioyu. That might be the Shioyu 2. Has a Guardian emblem as well, which could pair perfectly with the Thresh that was getting Whisper as well. That is crazy for him, and I believe now he had the Shioyu 2 already, so that's still just the Guardian emblem he was picking for.
Oh boy. So again, we've got Zabroyson, Scrambes, and Salvi, the third player we haven't talked about so much. Salvi is on 29 points to the 30 and 31 of Zabroyson and Scrambes. Salvi right now looks really well set up. If we see Scrambes and Zabroyson claw each other down the table, then Salvi can step into that #1 spot.
The Braum with TG is moved, giving, something, a little bit of extra to that Idas. Has a double ZZ Rot, has a Redemption as well. Not the greatest, tank kind of, maybe just enough to try and stall out and buy more time for this Corki and this Sona to do their thing. Up against this Salvi, up against this Varus 3-star, double trouble as well. Corki's still doing a pretty good job. The front line has melted, Corki's still alive, the rocket goes in Varus' direction. Will it be enough to get the win here? It's gonna be a close one, but Varus once again stays alive, gets the win, and Salvi's streak continues.
Damn, Salvi is looking pretty amazing right now. They've got to be feeling incredibly happy about that. Scrambes though holding on by a single HP. Zabroyson down on 7 as well. This is not the way we thought this last lobby was going to go.
Absolutely not here. And Revan also looking like he's going to be under receipt. Oh, it's going to be a tie actually at the end of the day here for Svella and Revan. That's going to be a massive boon for Salvi now. Like 2 players taking a loss, technically speaking, both from an economic standpoint, but also from the HP standpoint here. It's going to help him fully accelerate his way in towards his potential victory right now with Scrambes and Zabroyson both being on single hits here. Like, this is looking more and more like a Salvi victory.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even if both of these players lose, Zabroyson having that 6 HP buffer could even be the difference of staying ahead and the standings there. Scrambes will take to the field. They will be going up against the Varus, tide of absolute terror. We'll see if Zabroyson can hold on, because one of these players is leaving in this round.
We're going to see which of those 2 players it will be. Of course, it's still only that Varus 2-star for Zabroyson. Continues to fire, but Shioyu is moving closer and closer towards that Varus, now being targeted. It's the Twitch instead, taking the first few hits. Can the CC from the Varus be enough to stop the Shioyu? I don't think it'll be the case. The second stun comes in. Shioyu still staying alive, still with Titan's Resolve, getting that extra armor.
He's gone!
And Varus is dead. Zabroyson is also dead, it seems like. Going to drop out in 7th place. Scrambes wins this round and stays alive.
But looking at those like the items in that fight, we saw like this Soraka heals, right? Like you saw the Spear of Shojin, Archangel Staff, Soraka, just keeping that I think sustainless item even, Shio just topped off 24/7 here. Blue buff for Salvi, far from ideal, but he's still alive, and the best thing for him right now is the fact that quite simply Zabroisen is out of the picture now.
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. The door has been flung open. Zabroisen no longer at the top of the heap. What a disaster game for them.
Frozen Heart, not the best pickup here, with considering there's already a Frozen Heart that has been built on that Shen. Flalix was also streaking for a little while, but now has dropped down to 6 HP. I'm not sure how much more he can do to cap out this board. Has the Xayah 2-star already, has the Pandora's Bench, but really isn't cycling those dragons really the most value you can get out of this augment.
Look at those gold totals over on the side, though. Everyone is throwing absolutely everything at the wall here just to try and climb themselves up a few more places. Again, it isn't just about coming first place, so that is the major thing. Your prize is very much improved if you can move up just a couple more spaces. Karambeds, though, will take to the field once again, still on 30 points now, in the best position in the competition if they can stay alive.
Corki dealing damage, but it's going to be very troublesome if the Shiryu gets anywhere close to this Corki. For now, the Nidalee is creeping closer and closer as well. Corki now being targeted, doesn't have enough damage to kill Nidalee before she kills him. Braum is a good tank, but not so much in stage 6. Skarambas gets taken down in 6th place, and Salvi is looking happier and happier as he eyes the right-hand side of the screen, as he eyes the other HP totals in this lobby.
You could not ask for better news for Salvi here. Their two main challenges out in the bottom 4. I don't think they even would have begun to entertain that this could happen, considering the previous performance of both of those players.
All that Salvi needs now, if I'm not mistaken, is just a top 3 to guarantee he is our Golden Spatula Cup #1 champion. And I'm happy to see it for Germany as well. Coming off of day 1, not the best results. It looked pretty doomed for their country coming into this tournament, but all of a sudden, Salvi regains top form, comes back all the way from set 2, set 3 as an OG veteran player, and proves he still has what it takes to be one of the top players in Europe and maybe even the world.
One of the best players indeed. This fight is going to be incredibly important as well here. Right, Swella is one of the main contenders right now. But again, this is just such a strong board. The Varus is just, it's untouched for so long, man. This is just the augments here. So they're insane, man.
Damage coming in. Ornn punching the Varus, but really can't do enough to kill this 3-star Varus with Infinity Force as well, getting a few extra stats. But Xiaoyu is a whole different story. Xiaoyu comes in swinging, and Varus stunning, dealing damage, but finally does get taken down. Salvi takes a hit. All he needs is top 3. Daisy at 3 HP. If he gets eliminated, that's enough points to guarantee Salvi's our winner.
Let's talk about where Swella Tiger lies on the grand scheme of things. On 26 points to Salvi's 29, so 3 behind. As Dasik hits through to level 9. Dasik in a similar position as well, on 26 points as well.
So if Swella gets first and Salvi gets 4th, we're gonna have to look into the tiebreakers to see who ends up winning it. But Revan first, if only he hadn't played mages last game, this could be a completely different tournament.
All right, Dex, so let's see if you can stay alive. That front line is pretty humongous. Backline, of course, will be getting intercepted very quickly by a nice looking Talon. The guild setup hitting you from front and the back at the same time, all through the center. The Xayah's damage is being just ridiculous, and nothing is stopping Dasik from doing exactly what they want. The Xiaoyu doesn't even get close to dealing with the Xayah, and Swella Tiger takes the big hit.
Salvi also takes a loss now, down to 10 HP. Revan win streaking with Nidalee, still at 40.
That's gonna be that's the big X factor right now, right? Because is Dasik as strong right now with level 9? He's playing double Twitch as well right now. He's not playing an actual unit in that final unit slot, and he still won this fight, right? If he can find that final upgrade he wants to put in there on the board, that could be the deciding factor, because Dasik could still go all the way here.
And whoever faces off against Revan in this next fight might be the player in trouble, because everyone else is, either at 1 HP or 1 loss away, 1 fight away from losing, or maybe, even Swallow Tiger at 18 HP, but gets a big enough loss to Revan, he could also get taken down at 4th.
All right, Salvi, show us exactly what you've got. The favorite of Murnio. Slightly coming to this one, it does feel like Salvi has so much more to give.
He doesn't have the gold for it. He can't make any changes on this current board. He has to hope he can survive one more round.
Up against Dasik.
The Zephyr on the Varus as well. Oh, that's not a great start for this fight.
No, Talon lands right next to the Varus, but then jumps away in a very Siphon-like fashion. Varus has been able to stay alive in the backline and fight him for quite a while. The disarm comes in. Varus 1 is down. Varus 2 is all that stands in the way. Salvi is gone, and Dasik stayed alive.
That is one of the wildest. Like, this is just sending the entire thing for a spin right now. And again, like okay, Talon comes in there, then the Frozen Heart from the Kiana makes us all the way back to the backline. Like, that fight was just like horrible for Salvi.
I think we're getting deep into tiebreaker territory now. We're gonna have to do some real number crunching to figure out what the hell's going on.
I believe
in terms of overall standings,
if Revan wins this, he guarantees Salvi's our champion. I'm fairly certain here. If either Dasik or Sweller Tiger win this, they force the tiebreaker with Salvi in terms of who becomes our champion. This is going to be a really, really close one, but Revan's still win streaking. All the signs are pointing to him being our winner here in this game 6. And by doing so, maybe giving Salvi the championship. They're facing each other.
Oh my gosh. And again, we've got Xayah, who is just getting completely untouched at the back, able to pour out infinite buckets of damage.
And just every single fight, Xayah is in that corner by herself. There's no amount of positioning, it seems like, from other players that can contest this. The Xiaoyu so far away, but it looks like finally the front line has crumbled. Xayah is by herself. This final feather pool, I think, won't be enough. Xiaoyu is on the side. The Xayah does end up getting killed off here. Dasik going to take the final loss of this tournament, going to end up in 3rd. Sweller Tiger versus Revan to see who's our champ or our winner in game 6, and maybe even our champion in this tournament if Sweller Tiger wins.
We're being told that if Revan wins this one, then Salvi is going to win it all. So for Sweller Tiger, the sweats have got to be real.
Shiv, Wida, what do you think here? Is it Soraka double Shiv Shojin? Is that the play here?
I mean, you get the additional attack speed, you get the shred, you get, a quicker first cast to keep your front line topped off, might keep the Bloodfizzer shield from being procced for a longer duration as well, right? I think that is also something that could be coming into mind here. I think that the Shen as well is going to be something we need to keep our eyes on, because the Shen 2 was like such a huge deciding factor in the previous fight between Sweller Tiger and Dasik here. And these are two vastly different boards still, even though there's going to be another one of these Nidalee angles that we're looking at.
And no surprises to see this comp popping off how it has been in the tournament, but here today and in this game specifically for Revan as well. 3 great augments for it: Ascension, Portable Forge with Infinity Force on the Nidalee, and the Celestial Blessing to make sure you have some healing, some extra sustain without having to build an item like Hodge, for example, on that Nidalee as well. You're able to go 9 here. You can put in a Soraka too. You have a Bard on the bench as well. I don't think Revan loses this.
And in an update to our tiebreakers on that point, if Sweller can find a way to win out here and win multiple rounds in a row against Economista, they will become tournament champion.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be more than just one fight. The routing on this Nidalee will be extremely important as well. If she's able to maybe access that Xiaoyu from behind before Xiaoyu focuses on the Nidalee instead. And there's a good wall set up there on the left, but Nidalee goes to the right instead. Xiaoyu is now close onto the Nidalee, might get aggroed onto it. Nidalee, if she goes down here, that might change the outcome of this fight drastically, but they're both fighting it here. Nidalee sustaining with Celestial Blessing, but not quite enough. Xiaoyu finally gets the kill. And now Xiaoyu's going onto the Bard and Soraka in that backline as well.
The steps have been taken one step further forward with Nidalee gone. The chances there. Nice hook to bring it back Xiaoyu away from the back line, but it will not matter. We still got the 2 Xiaoyus in the field though, smashing into each other, and that will be an end of it. Sweller Tiger is gone. We have ourselves an end of it.
And Revan ends up winning the game, but that means that Salvi ends up winning the tournament. Golden Spatula Cup #1 goes to Germany. Hasn't been there in a while. France has been dominating. Spain coming into this tournament at the very beginning as well. But when it all ends, Germany sits on top, and Salvi, a player that we talked about, Wida, is an OG in TFT, not just in Europe, but in the world, able to once again climb up to the very top and prove that he still has it.
I think that Mourinho is going to be incredibly happy about that one as well. And again, sometimes all it takes is one bad game result from Revan, right? But I think that we are going to be running this directly into the base. We can get all the reactions from our analyst desk. Amazing set of games we've had today.
Yo, what's up everyone? Most know me as Salvi. I'm from Germany. I've been playing TFT since set 1, more or less. Been rocking the scene. Yeah, that's it, I guess. It's actually from World of Warcraft. When I was a younger guy, I played an undead priest named Salvation, which just became Salvi because it's shorter. And then since that was taken on most sides, I just added 2 more Ys at the end. And yeah, always get that name on most sites now. Yeah, sure. Kind of reminds me of set 4 a bit, the Chosen set, which I didn't really like. Just because like dragons as a unit are very, very similar to just Chosen. So far, I don't really mind it as much as Chosen, because Chosen basically affected every single unit and made like balancing a nightmare for every single unit, and now it's just the few dragons that are basically a trouble to balance. So I think it's pretty light as a set mechanic, and I think that's one of the reasons why I actually enjoy the set so far. I mean, I would probably give shout out to my like the OG guys I played the most with, and like way back when there was also team tournaments, which were like Hydra and Fluffy, and obviously Daisy, who's still playing. I guess if I had to give a shout out to like one active player, it would obviously be Daisy, still rank 1, still probably best European active player right now. So probably just Daisy, yeah, still grinding, still probably the most competitive EU player. Give a shout out to him, I guess.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the first Golden Spatula Cup of Set 7. And holy words I can't say so I won't get fired. What a last game. This cup was so close that our admins are still doing tiebreakers. We're pretty sure Salvi won. We're fairly certain, but we don't want to say anything for sure until it's been triple, quadruple, quintuple checked. So in the meantime, let's talk about the game. Let's slow it down a little bit. Key feature, going to be double trouble there for Salvi. And of course, I mean, this is the Varus composition, Marnio. This is what you need to get that working.
It's actually insanely good. You have this Varus, you are doing re-rolling all time long. You are playing 3-star, you're playing Varus 3-star, and Double Trouble is just making your team even stronger when you have double Varus and double Elawe, and both are at 3-star. So Salvi saw this opportunity, knew I need a high rank, and went for it.
Yeah, and it was the combination of the augments on top of that. You know, you had the best friends to back it up. Portable Forge for the Infinity Force. And Murnio, we finally get to say it. We've just gotten words from the admins. Salvi is your Golden Spatula Cup champion.
I'm actually
just Murnio.
It's insane. We went into the second day. Only 3 players were in this tournament, and he played it so well. He was always tilting the dust sets, but this set, he's overhyped. He knows, okay, I have to win this. I'm the German player, the only one remaining in this tournament. He got back, he won this game, and he took the first place in the whole tournament and got to the finals now.
It is such a validation of all of the effort that he's put in over the past sets. Salvi is one of those names. I said it earlier in the show. I'll say it again. I'll say it until my face turns blue. He is one of the cornerstones of EMEA teamfight tactics. And finally, after all of those sets, like you said, known as a tilter early on and competitive, but after set of grinding it out, practicing and working harder, all of that hard work has finally paid off, and he's going to make his way to the Rising Legends Set 7 finals.
And I know it wasn't really the perfect cast of a German caster the first time in Rising Legends for me. I'm trying my best, and now I'm so grateful to be here and just cast the game of one in the German community who firstly wins this whole competition and gets to the finals. So I thank you all for the celebration in the chat. I thank you all for the celebration in the German Challenger Discord. We are looking forward for the German scene, for Rising Legends, and for the whole competition.
It's so funny because coming into this break, Murnio, both of us were tearing up. And we were just like, I told you, we need to hold it together for 5 seconds so we can get the intro out. And then we can do whatever the hell we want. And all right, gotta let it out, man. Holy
just celebrate, just get it, just take it. 31, let's go.
Salvi's done it.
First time. Let's go.
Oh my God. And what a hard-fought game. You know, we talked about it. There was so much that had to go right for him there. There were so many 1v1s he had to win. Sproyson as well was contesting that composition. It was never at any point a guarantee for Salvi. We weren't sure up until the very last 3 players what would happen if he won. The answer is he's your Golden Spatula Cup champion.
Needle carry. In the end, in the last game, he started playing mages, which is really not the best case in this game. And Salvi abused it and took a top 4 and went for the first.
Oh, beautiful. Let's take a look at the overall standings now. Of course, Salvi is our grand champion, but there's more on the line than just winning it all. We can see how absolutely insanely close this end was. 3 people tied for 33 points.
Absolutely insane. It was so close from game to game. You're just like, okay, can I hype now? Can I hype now? No, you have to wait. You have to wait. He go fourth. He went fourth, not first. But in the end, we got Salvi.
We got there. And of course, you know, looking at the names on this sheet, a lot of familiar names. Sveller Tiger, Sproyson, Revan, I know. Panda was super excited for. Dasik, Shirami, Philalix. These are your top 8 coming in, and these are names that we're going to be seeing again. Shirami making an impact here. The first time we've seen them on the main Rising Legends stream. We hope to be seeing them again. Arrow as well, making it through. So we've got these newer players that we've been highlighting all weekend that are going to make it all the way back. I expect that we're going to see them in future Rising Legends championships. All of them are going home with prize money and Golden Spatula Cup points.
For sure. I mean, all of these players are insanely good. We've seen Revan is playing just like every single game neatly, or almost every game neatly, but every game a little different. Once he plays Siphon in, once Shioryu, once he plays only 4 shapeshifter once he played Savannah 2-star in the late game and winning the games. And it's not just like I'm playing one comp only. He variates a lot in this comp and was a really good player in this tournament.
Yeah. And now, Murnio, it's time. It's what we've all been waiting for. We're bringing on the man, the myth, the legend, Salvi, our brand new Golden Spatula Cup champion. It's been a long road. It's been a long 3 days. How are you feeling in this moment?
Oh, I'm obviously super happy, but also super exhausted. It's really intense, yeah.
I can see the tiredness in your eyes, and Murnio has been your #1 fan throughout this day. Murnio, what questions have you got for our man here, Salvi?
I mean, I've talked a lot in English this weekend. I want to give you some German words and translate it later. Salvi, was geht? Grüß dich, mein Lieber. Es war ein richtig geiles Wochenende, du hast richtig Gas gegeben und ich muss wirklich sagen, das Wochenende über, ich ging rein, dachte mir so, okay, auf Englisch casten wird insane, erster Tag, die meisten Deutschen rausgeflogen, du bist noch dabei. Also, wie fühlt es sich an, als einziger Deutscher am Ende im Finale zu sein und dann auch noch das Ding mit nach Hause zu nehmen?
Hab mir ein bisschen Druck vorher halt gemacht, weil ich die große deutsche Hoffnung war, aber ansonsten super, super entspannt. Die letzten 3 Tage waren, wie gesagt, ich war vorher schon super müde. Ich habe vorher noch eine Runde geschlafen, kurz vorm Turnier. Also ich werde auch wahrscheinlich jetzt eine Runde duschen gehen und dann ab ins Bett vielleicht. Sogar.
Ins Bett hast du dir absolut verdient. What I just asked was, as the last standing remaining player in the German scene, how does it feel to be in the final and then even winning it? And he said it was insane and he was a little pressured, but it's getting happy into sleep tonight.
Yeah. So, I mean, we won't keep you much longer. Like, one more question from both of us. This is a tried and true tradition here for Rising Legends, where our champions are just coming in and they're like, man, I'm excited, but I'm about to drop dead. So you've had so much competitive experience coming into this. You know, you're one of the names that has always come up every time we do one of these EMEA finals. Everyone I talk to is like, oh man, Salvi, just barely missed, waiting in the wings. He's waiting in the wings. Now that you've made it, you know, we've still got 2 Golden Spatula Cups to go. We've got plenty of competition ahead of us. Are you planning on staying competing, or are you going to finally give yourself that little break, a little bit of time off to come into the finals refreshed?
I mean, no TFT for a week now at least. I'm gonna go on
smart man,
no matter what. But yeah, I have Summoners in League in like I think 2 or 3 weeks, which I'm gonna try for obviously, and then I'm obviously gonna play the next Golden Spatula Cups as well. But probably gonna take it a bit lighter now that I already made it to
well deserved
finals. Yeah.
So your focus number 1 is the German National League. If you compare to the Golden Spatula Cup, what is the huge difference between those 2 competitions now as you played both?
I mean, this is obviously a higher level. Like you got the best European players here, which is a bit different than just only the best German players. But besides that, I mean, it's TFT, same game, right? Same game.
Will you beat Gluteus Maximus this time?
I mean, if he goes 1-on-1 again, probably not. Like, he was just unbeatable that day. That was fine, though. You can't win them all, right?
True.
But you have just won one. It's a pretty important one, I gotta say, Salvi. So we are going to let you go after this question, but I promise this is a very important one. To anyone you want, please give us a shout out. You can do it in English, you can do it in German, you can do it in both. Anyone who's helped you along the way, anyone you really want to have your gratitude and have your, best wishes.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, obviously family and friends, especially my girlfriend and my brother, who had both their birthday like the last 3 days, like yesterday and the day before. So I had to skip both like birthday celebrations in order to play here. But I guess since I won, it was at least worth skipping. Yeah. And
that's fantastic.
Honestly, that's it. Yeah, don't have to show it any sponsors or anything. So I guess that's it. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Salvi. Congratulations again from the bottom of both of our hearts. We were cheering for you coming into the end of that game. We're so happy that you've made it now. Finally solidified permanently that mark on TFT. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your night. Get some sleep, man. You deserve it, and you're going to need it. Oh, man. Murnio, we got through the interview. No tears. We got there. We made it.
I just told you, I'm about to cry, but it's insane. I mean, I have to just chill a little bit. It's only the only remaining German player who wins the whole competition, but it's fine. I'm chilling. It wasn't that hard. I'm actually just about to cry. I was so sweating, so trembling. It was just insane. Till the last second, it was so close, this tournament. It's insane.
Yeah, and I mean, even going back further than that, we've had a ton of old faces. Of course, Zbruisen, one of our previous cup winners, making it all the way up to that tie for top 2. And I think going back over the course of the tournament, we have seen so many insane games. I will never forget that Aki game with the Ornn 3, Idis 3 that we were watching. Like, that was nuts. But it's gone from 512 people in the open qualifiers to 36, plus the 96 from ladder. I'm probably doing my math wrong. That's okay. We don't care anymore. We're in Happyville.
We are celebrating. No one will catch us.
And coming down from 128 to 16 today, is there any big takeaways you've got? Any big moments that you want to celebrate?
I don't know. I'm super biased. I'm actually looking only to the German scene, but I don't care. Now it's our time to shine. I loved the moment when Salvi played Volibear. It was insane. Yeah. No one played him else, and he did it. He went for the first and took the points.
Yeah, I think this weekend was absolutely incredible. It was our first 3-day on-air Spatula Cup. Thank you once again to our broadcast crew and our admins for holding it together. Especially that last game. Our admins, we were watching the chat and it was flying. Our lead admin, Ali, was just like, okay, so if this happens, if this happens, if this happens, if this happens.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this was one of our closest Golden Spatula Cup yet. It took until the very last second to even have an idea who was going to win. So, I mean, I want to give a shout out to all of our competitors as well. This has just been an absolutely wonderful time.
I really just want to mention once more my caster colleagues. I mean, it's my first time casting in English, being in such a big stream, and it was insane. You helped me a lot. You told me, okay, chill, calm a little bit down, and it's all fine if you are doing some mistakes. You will keep and get better. And the Twitch chat, there were 1 or 2 messages that were not that nice, but all in all, the
just
chat
ignore
was insanely, yes, the chat was insanely nice. So thanks, guys, for you.
Well, and thank you for coming on. We loved having you. Also, thank you to our other guest, Cybear. The broadcast wouldn't be the same without the both of you, Murnio. It's been lovely having you on. It's time to plug the next stream and then the socials. So our next stream is going to be August 12th to 14th. That's going to be our next Golden Spatula Cup. So come on down for that one. And then socials time, our Twitter is at TFT Esports EMEA. You can see the hashtag down there as well. Hashtag TFT Rising Legends. Our Instagram and Facebook are the official TFT ones. Both of them are Play TFT. And Murnio, as is tradition, I'm giving you the caster tag read for the Twitters. Go for it.
So thanks for watching, guys. And wait a second, where do we finish it? We hit socials and we close. Panda on Twitter is Impetus Panda.
Impetuous Panda, yeah, you got there.
Impetuous Panda. Then in Niberia, at Niberia. Then it's Manu. Then at
you.
That's me, guys.
I pointed the wrong way, but that's you.
That's me. Then VitaCast, Counterfeit Cast. And yes, those are the
Murnio, it was lovely having you. All of our viewers, thank you so much for following along this amazing journey with us. We can't wait to see you at the next Golden Spatula Cup. Have a wonderful rest of your night. And from all of the team here, from our producers, from our admins, from all of the people who worked so hard to bring this show to you, goodbye. We'll see you next time.